From Ramen with Love by Ryushi-the-DutchEroSennin. Chapter 9, Mr. Scaredy Cat finds comfort in the Windug. Naruto groaned as he slightly opened his eyes, his vision of the world nothing but a blur. He blinked in an attempt to focus his eyes on his surroundings, but his vision did not change. Momentarily giving up on his vision, Naruto tried to focus on his surroundings. He was lying in a bed, that he could tell, but the extra warmth of the blonde girl from Suna was missing and his bed felt awfully cold and small, so he came to the conclusion that he wasn't home. "Naruto? Are you awake?" A male voice reached his ears and Naruto tried to open his eyes again. This time he could faintly see a tall white-haired man standing at the edge of his bed. "Ugh, Erosennin? Is it you?" Naruto groaned as he tried his best to focus his vision on the white-haired person in front of him. "Yeah, Naruto, how are you feeling?" Jiraiya asked and Naruto's vision sharpened. Why am I in a hospital bed?" Naruto asked in return as he slowly sat up and looked around his room, finding no one else there. "Do you remember what happened?" Jiraiya asked as he sat down onto the chair next to Naruto's bed. "I passed out." Naruto thought about it for a moment and a flash of the Kyuubi's chakra terrorizing his being went through his head. All of a sudden Kyuubi's chakra started coming out of me and it actually was painful. I ended up passing out from the stress it caused. Jiraiya blinked at Naruto for a moment and then narrowed his eyes. "I see you remember something, but Naruto, you did not pass out." Naruto's eyes widened and he quickly turned his head towards his mentor, his vision momentarily becoming hazy once more. "What are you talking about, Erosennin?" "I remember falling on my knees and then with my face to the ground." Jiraiya's eyes widened at the blonde. "Naruto, you were conscious enough to run away me when I came to your aid. Until I placed that on you, you were really trying to get away from me and did a pretty good job at that as well." Jiraiya pointed towards Naruto's stomach and Naruto looked down towards it, finding a seal placed on top of the seal that held the Kyuubi inside of his body. "This is the 5-element seal. I had no other option than using that on you. I don't know the details, but you seemed like you had lost your mind to the Kyuubi's chakra. Your eyes were red and a veil of red chakra covered your entire body. Naruto, did something happen yesterday? Something to make you enraged?" "No, nothing in particular. I wasn't extremely happy nor was I angry or anything. I was just about to come back home from my date and most likely instantly heading for my bed." Jiraiya rubbed his chin as he was deep in thought and eyed Naruto. "I wonder." Naruto noticed his shirt and jacket lying on a chair on the other side of his bed and turned his head towards Jiraiya again. "Erosennin? I'm okay now, am I not? Can you remove the seal? I thought you said it disrupted my chakra molding." Jiraiya looked up towards Naruto and grinned at the blonde. "Well, I guess you are physically alright. Tsunade healed all the wounds I had to inflict to slow you down enough for me to have an opportunity to place that seal on you. I don't know how you pulled it off, but you body flickered almost every time I nearly had you. It almost seemed like we were playing a game of tag. Anyway, if you really don't mind I'll leave that on you for now." "Aw. No way. It messes with my chakra molding and such. I need to change into Lemur again today and keep the henge up for a long time." Naruto protested and raised his fists to chest height. "Oh. You have another date, huh, you little ladies man? Who is it this time?" Jiraiya asked with a proud grin on his face as Naruto put his shirt on. "Does it matter? Just unseal me so I can go out today and have my date with Naruto." The sudden sound of Temari's voice in Naruto's ears interrupted him in his sentence. Temari. Naruto let out as Temari stormed into his room with Gaara following not too far behind her. Temari opened her arms and flew towards Naruto, and he opened his arms as well, expecting to be soon in Temari's warm and comfortable embrace. However, reality, or rather Temari, hit him hard in the face with a flat hand, shaking Naruto out of his thought of receiving a tight hug. Naruto flew trough half the room and crashed down on the floor as Temari fiercely put her foot down on the floor. "You bastard. I told you not to make me worry like that anymore. TSCH. Why did you have to go out of your way and use up all your chakra while training, huh?" Naruto rubbed his sore behind and looked confused at Temari, only to find Jiraiya give him a smirk from behind the blonde girl. "Ahahaha, I was just trying my best, Temari, sorry to make you worry like that." "Naruto, I have to agree with my sister, even you have a limit. Surpassing that limit isn't good for you when it is just for normal training," Gaara stated once he stood next to Temari. "Ehehe, sorry for making you guys worry." Naruto rubbed the back of his head as he jumped back up to his feet, "But I'm okay again. So there is no need for further worries." "You got to be kidding me? I wasted all of my chakra once and I needed more than enough rest. Consider yourself lucky that you can already move as you normally could," Temari said as she placed her fists in her side and gave Naruto her big sister look. "I'm really okay, Temari. Honestly, I'm up and ready to leave this place," Naruto protested, but Temari's glare made his protests crumble and fade into the cold wind that suddenly blew through the room. "You are staying here until dusk and that's final." "I'm staying here with you, so no complaining," Temari said. "But..." "No buts." "Why yes ma'am," Naruto quickly replied and straightened up. Wow, she got scary all of a sudden. "Jiraiya-sama?" Temari turned towards Jiraiya, who blinked at her in confusion. "Yes? Could you relay a message to Nimur-kun that I'll be ready for our date tonight? I'm going to make sure this guy here stays in bed for recovery," Temari asked and pointed with her thumb towards Naruto. Jiraiya smirked and closed his eyes. "Yeah, I will let him know, then I'll let you handle Naruto." "Jiraiya-sama, may I ask if you are on your way to the Hokage's office?" Gaara asked as Jiraiya stood up. Jiraiya grinned and rubbed the back of his head. "As a matter of fact I am." "Why do you ask? Do I need to give her a message for you or something?" "No." Gaara closed his eyes and headed towards the exit of the hospital room. "I just have something to discuss with the two of you, seeing how you are basically Deputy Hokage." "Huh? Deputy Hokage? There is no such." Jiraiya looked confused towards the Kazekage and raised an questioning eyebrow. "You know what I mean, you are also one of the highest-ranking shinobi in Konohagakure, and if I'm not mistaken, only second to the Hokage," Gaara stated as he headed out. I guess you have a point there. Oh well, it's fine with me. See you later, Naruto. Take good care of him, Temari," Jiraiya said and flashed a grin at Naruto, who threw an annoyed glare back at the white-haired Sennin. Once Jiraiya closed the door behind him, Temari spoke up. "Naruto." "Why yeah." Temari pointed towards Naruto's hospital bed. "Now." "Ehehe, why yes ma'am." Naruto nervously laughed and quickly jumped into his bed and crawled underneath the blankets. "I think it's safe to say that I am in trouble." Temari removed her fan from her back and placed it vertically on the floor. "Really? Why did you strain your body like that? It won't help you at all." "I know that," Naruto replied as he pulled the blankets over his face. "It's not like I really was stupid enough to do such a thing. That retarded demon that is imprisoned in my body is the one at fault. If you knew, Then why even go so far as draining nearly all of your chakra? Temari asked as she leaned forward, supporting herself with her fan. Training isn't any good without pushing myself to the limit. Why do you want to keep me in bed anyway? Naruto asked as he slightly pulled the sheets down. I told you, you need to recover a lot of chakra before you are able to walk around and do whatever you feel like. When night falls, we'll go back to your apartment. By then you should have recovered enough. I'm telling you, I'm already all right. Naruto grumpily replied, I'm more worried about what might happen to you if that damned fox tries something while we are with just the two of us. Last time I couldn't control it and didn't even call upon it. What if it happens again? Will Temari be able to stand up against me then? And I'm telling you that you are not all right. It's obvious that you are not. So just shut while I'll look around this place and see what I can do to make you rest as much as possible. I told you, I have a date tonight and I want to be prepared for it. Temari said as she stood up and looked at Naruto, who just pulled the sheets back over his head. A smile formed on her face, also. HM? You said something? Naruto asked as he pulled the blankets down once more. Nothing in particular, just go to sleep already. Temari replied as she momentarily looked away from the blonde boy, before leering at him from over her shoulder. Or perhaps you need me to cuddle you to sleep. You'd have a lot to explain then, when someone pays you a visit, that is. Naruto's eyes widened at the wind mistress. A million possibilities of who might come to visit him during that time quickly ran through his mind. He quickly pulled the sheets up to his nose and started making snoring sounds while inhaling and exhaling at a rapid pace. That's my blonde teddy. Temari smirked and walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. She leaned with her back against the door and lowered her head as she rose, a faint gentle smile on her face, doing nothing but standing there for a moment. Naruto rolled over and rested his hands on the back of his head as he stared towards the ceiling. How? Why? No, the how and why it happened don't matter. Why wasn't the Kyuubi attacking Erosennin and running away from him? Why use body flicker to escape Erosennin when he had a chance to strike him down at close range? Naruto sat up and slightly rose his shirt up so he could take a glance at the seal on his stomach. I guess Erosennin will have to release it. I doubt that I'll be able to control my chakra well enough with this thing messing me up. Naruto lowered his shirt and looked at the palms of his hands. I can sense it, even though I didn't notice at first. It's there. Erosennin is hiding it from me perhaps, but more happened last night. I can tell. The leftovers of that energy, I can still feel them in the palms of my hands. Naruto faintly smiled and then grinned widely. Ah. No worries. I'm already all right. Nothing to worry about. I'm back to full strength already. He clutched his fist and gave it a stern look. I will never let that fox get close enough to the ones I care about. Back to full strength already, huh? Naruto heard Temari's voice shout out from behind the door, only moments before it slammed wide open. Temari rushed towards Naruto, jumped and landed on top of him, pinning him down to his bed. I will not let you leave. Ah. Temari. What do you think you're doing? Making sure that you stay here. I am. I had no intentions of leaving this place right now. I'm telling the truth, Databeo. You liar. You didn't want to stay here. Naruto gritted his teeth and tried to right himself from underneath Temari. She slightly moaned as Naruto tried to writhe his way out of her grasp, only making her squeeze her thighs tighter than before against his body. Ah, you really want me to get serious, huh? You bet that I do. Naruto replied as he continued his attempt to writhe from underneath her. Temari moaned again and pressed her body down on his, her fingernails slightly sinking into the skin of Naruto's wrists. Just then they noticed someone else standing near the entrance to the room, and in unison, they turned their heads towards the visitor, having their faces brush against one another, cheek to cheek. They threw a glance at each other, and the two of them slightly blushed at each other before they turning back to their, or rather Naruto's guest, who was having a bright shade of red on her face as well. "Hi Hinata." Naruto couldn't come up with saying anything else. "Nah, Naruto-kun, Ayame, I interrupting, you too?" Hinata averted her gaze from the two blondes, her eyes slightly saddening and her hands slightly clutching onto the bouquet of flowers she held in her hands. Temari looked at Naruto and he looked back at her. The two blondes noticed their exact position and turned bright red. Temari yelled and quickly pushed herself up from Naruto, crossing her arms in front of her chest. "Just what were you trying to do while writhing like that underneath me?" "Wah. It's not like I had any hidden motives behind that. I just wanted to free myself from your grasp. Whatever happened to just using your strength to push me back?" "What? What's up with straddling me like that anyway?" "It's because you tried to escape." "I didn't." "Did too." "No, I." Naruto stopped mid-sentence as a soft and comforting smell entered his nostrils, making him turn his head towards Hinata and took notice of the bouquet she was holding. "Hinata, are those flowers for me?" Hinata looked up towards Naruto and blushed slightly. "Why yes, they are. If you don't like them, I'll just return them." Naruto pulled his legs up from underneath Temari and jumped out of his hospital bed, rushing towards Hinata. "No, I like them, but I'm not really sick or planning on staying here much longer so." Is that so? I just..." Hinata blushed out of embarrassment. "It's all right, Hinata. They're from you, so I'll accept them. You really are kind to care about me enough to be willing to buy flowers for me and cheer me up." Naruto replied as he took the bouquet out of the Hyuga-era's hands. Temari jumped off the bed and walked towards the Hyuga-era's. "Hinata? Could it be that, you and Naruto here, well, could it be that you are his?" Hinata blushed bright red as Temari held her pinky up, and Naruto blushed as well, though not nearly half as red as Hinata. Temari! What in the world makes you think that?" Naruto yelled as he raised his fists to chest height. "Well..." Temari walked to Naruto's back, sliding her hand over his shoulder before resting both her hands on Naruto's shoulders and resting her head on her left hand. "You've been training until late at night for some time now." "So?" Naruto asked nervously. "So?" Temari repeated, sliding her hands slightly over his shoulders again as she moved her head to Naruto's right ear. "Hinata has confessed to us girls that she has someone she likes." Naruto looked towards Hinata and managed to notice a momentarily sharp glare towards Temari before her eyes became soft and gentle once more, a blush apparent on her face. "And?" Temari moved back to Naruto's left side. "Last night you were gone all night again, apparently training and using up all of your chakra." "Well, what are you getting at, Temari?" Naruto replied as he didn't like the tone she was using to talk to him about these things. "All I'm saying is that maybe, just maybe." Temari rose a devious smirk on her face, "that you were out using up all your chakra on Hinata here." Hinata and Naruto's eyes widened as Hinata's entire face turned as red as a tomato, and Naruto turned around shaking Temari by her collar. "What the hell, Temari? My relationship with Hinata is the same as it is with you. I like her just as much as I like you." Naruto, realizing he just openly admitted he liked both of them, quickly turned his face around to Hinata, whose eyes were as wide as possible and staring at Naruto. "I see, so you sleep and cuddle with her, but with her you use up all of your chakra as well, huh?" Temari gave Naruto a devious smirk. Why you? Naruto said as he turned back around to face Temari. What are you talking about? Hinata snapped at Temari, turning the heads of both blondes towards the usually shy Hyuga heiress. Naruto-kun is kind, gentle and working hard to become Hokage. Why are you teasing him? So what if I like him? That doesn't mean that he likes me or that he would ever want to even so much as cuddle with me. Besides, Naruto-kun would never, ever do such things with you. You are just jealous. Hinata yelled and pointed accusingly at Temari before slapping both her hands in front of her mouth and turning a bright shade of red out of embarrassment. Wow. Temari replied as she blinked at the Hyuga heiress that now blushed once more. Hinata. Naruto added as he blinked as well out of pure surprise. Naruto walked up to Hinata, who warily eyed him with big trembling eyes, and Naruto placed his hand on her forehead. Hinata. Are you feeling all right? I. Hinata stuttered and stopped once Naruto gave her a wide smile. Well then, I guess you two have some things to talk about. I'll be in the bathroom if anyone needs me. Naruto said as he walked away, making Hinata turn around and stare at his back for a moment. All right. Temari replied as Naruto headed out of the door. Hinata turned back around and looked towards the bouquet that Naruto abruptly dropped when he grabbed Temari by her collar. She walked over to it and picked it up. I'm truly sorry, Temari-san, I didn't mean to yell at you. Temari smiled at the shy Hyuga heiress. You really surprised me with that outburst of yours. Anyway, don't worry yourself too much about me teasing Naruto. I've been doing that since we became close friends. Hinata looked up towards Temari and nearly dropped the bouquet out of her hands, but managed to hold onto it. See close friends? Temari blushed. Well, you heard me talk about Naruto sleeping with me and cuddling, right? Hinata's eyes widened, making Temari blush even more as she waved her hands in a dismissive and nervous way at the same time. Don't get any ideas. We don't do anything really. He is just always there for me to let my heart out, and I have this habit. During my sleep I cuddle with whatever is in my reach. So, Naruto, basically. Hinata lowered her head, avoiding Temari's gaze. I love Naruto-kun. Temari looked shocked for a moment and then let her arms hang in defeat, holding onto her right arm. He only sees me as a big sister, I guess, so I love him like a little brother because of that. He's really sweet and kind. If I didn't love Nemur-kun already, I'd probably fall for Naruto sooner or later, I guess. Hinata gulped. Hinata, he's the guy you like, isn't he? Temari asked as she rubbed her right arm. Hinata looked back up towards Temari with wide eyes, blushed and looked away. Naruto-kun, even though I doubt that he, Temari-san, what does it feel like? Temari blinked at the crimson-faced girl. What feel like? Hinata softly smiled and placed the bouquet onto Naruto's bed. I'm wondering what it would feel like to hold Naruto-kun in my arms. Just hold him, but I'm afraid that hill. Temari could hear Hinata softly sniffle. Oi, are you crying? And no. I'm okay, don't worry. I just wished that I could. Temari warmly smiled and interrupted Hinata's sentence. If that's what you truly want, then just do it. Did you think I didn't notice earlier? I doubt Naruto did, but you were ready to fight me over Naruto, weren't you? Hinata straightened up and her sniffling stopped. Yeah. Hinata, you can do it. You said it yourself, Naruto is kind and gentle. Once he knows your feelings for him, he won't reject them and hate you. I don't know what he thinks about you, but he wouldn't be rude to you, that is one thing that is for sure. Also, If you want to know what it's like to hold him in your arms, just take him into them. Hinata turned around and looked with wide eyes at Temari, who firmly placed her fists in her sides. Whether he'll admit it or not, Naruto doesn't mind to hug or be hugged. I know you are a shy girl and it is taking a lot of your courage to just talk about this to me, but you are doing it. So you can also gather your courage and embrace Naruto. And if he'll push you away, I'll personally whack him around the head with my fan. Hinata's eyes sharpened and she actually gave Temari a glare, slightly knocking her of her composure. If you hurt Naruto-kun, I'll inflict 1,000 times more pain upon you. Temari blinked at the Hyuga heiress, somewhat surprised and even scared of her reaction. Wow, she got scary all of a sudden. Does she have a split personality or something? Scary. Hinata's eyes softened and she smiled at Temari, taking a slight bow, but... I know you just said that, to show that you are supportive of me. Thank you, Temari-san. I feel like I was become a bit more courageous thanks to you, and I trust that, why you won't do anything WW weird with Naruto-kun, while SL sleeping at his place. Temari smiled as Hinata blushed once more. Oh come on now, no need to blush about wanting those kind of things with Naruto. Temari-san. I don't really. Temari gave Hinata a wink and a gentle smile. It's alright, I guess if the time is right Naruto will want it too, but for now you should focus on. Temari realized Naruto was gone for quite some while right now and her eyes went wide before anger took over her. That bastard. He ran away. Hinata blinked at Temari, who clutched her fists and seemed to be building up energy. I'll get him. He should know better than that. Damn it, Naruto. I'm dragging your ass back here. Temari let out a roar, grabbed onto her fan and rushed out of the hospital room. Ah, that felt pretty damn good. Naruto said as he walked out of the bathroom, the toilet on the other side of the door still flushing away his body's waste. Naruto! Temari yelled, making Naruto look down the hallway, where he found Temari enraged and rushing towards him. Once he noticed that she was holding her fan and did not look like she just about to hug him, Naruto jumped up and screamed, "Eh!" Naruto didn't hesitate another moment as the distance between Temari and him grew a whole lot shorter with every passing second. Run, Naruto. Run. He started running for his life with Temari following from not too far away. Ah. What is it this time, Temari? You tried to escape again, you bastard. No, I didn't. Then why are you running? Because I don't want another encounter with you and your big old fan. Yeah, right. Why were you away for such a long time then? I had to go number 2. I won't listen to any more of your excuses. Damn, why did it have to turn out this way? Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto said as he made his infamous hand seal, only to have a total of 4 clones pop into existence. Only 4? Why? You idiot! Did you forget about that seal messing with your chakra molding? One of the clones replied. Yeah, it takes a goddamned long time to make more than just us 4. Another one added. Naruto. What's up with using Kage Bunshin and Ojutsu when you still need to recover your chakra? Temari yelled and snapped her fan open. Damn it. You 4, just stop her for now. Naruto commanded his clones. What? Why won't you stop her? Because I'm the real one and you guys are just the clones. So what? We're you. No, you're not. But she's just as scary to us as she is to you. So what? Just hurry up and stop her. Ninpu. Temari's voice came from behind Naruto and his clones, making them all turn their head in unison towards her. Their eyes widened and Naruto rushed to increase his speed, running away from Temari as fast as possible. Kamaitashi. Naruto rushed for the front door as Temari's wind blew through the main hallway of the hospital. He jumped for the exit as his clones were destroyed by the razor-sharp wind. I'm going to make it. As the daylight from the outside world became brighter with every passing second, Temari's gust of wind passed troughed the main hall of the hospital. Kaya. The nurses that were present in the hall screamed as the wind passed by and affecting them as much as it did with their paperwork. Lee, who was firmly holding his ground due to the weights on his arms and legs, blinked and his furry eyebrows twitched. As the wind settled down in the hall, there was a short moment of silence. A moment of silence that was broken by Lee, who clutched onto his head and started running in circles. Unyouthful thoughts. Unyouthful thoughts. I never seen so much of that bright pink color before. Unyouthful. Meanwhile, as the wind closed in on Naruto, the young blonde took a leap in hopes of reaching the outside world before the razor-sharp wind and dodged to safety. Naruto managed to grab onto the small suspension, which was located directly above the entrance, and managed to jump up onto it. He let out a sigh of relief. I'm saved. Says who? Naruto heard from behind him, making him slightly jump and slowly turn his head around and found Temari towering behind him. Why yo, Temari. Hey there, Naruto. See, can we talk about it? Naruto looked hopeful at his blonde friend. A hint of darkness shimmered in Temari's eyes as she rose a smirk at him. No. Naruto's eyes slightly trembled out of fear as Temari took a step towards him. Hinata straightened the sheets of Naruto's hospital bed. I hope Naruto-kun is okay. Temari-san seemed kind of willing to bring him back to his room with force. She turned around, let her hand slightly lift up the flower petals of one of the flowers in her bouquet. Naruto-kun said he wouldn't be here for very long, but... Hinata looked around the room, hoping to find a vase or something that could contain a vase. I guess not, huh? She said, nearly whispering, then. I guess they'll just have to get their needed water from the water in the sink until Naruto-kun goes home. We're back. Temari stated as she walked back into the room when Hinata just placed the bouquet in the sink. Hinata walked into Temari's field of vision and she blinked. Where's Naruto-kun? Temari smirked and showed Hinata the rope she was holding in her hands. Hinata traced the rope and found Naruto on the floor, bound and gagged with his eyes spinning around. Naruto-kun? Hinata stuttered. Don't worry, he's all right. Temari stated as she picked Naruto up and threw him onto his bed, though, he did need the restraints in order to stay put and to make me able to bring him back here. But... Hinata looked at her blonde crush, who was still too dizzy to even try to break free from his restraints. Well, basically, he is in a very interesting position right now. Temari playfully winked at Hinata. Temari-san. Hinata flushed red as a certain thought crossed her mind. What is it? He's just in no position to escape, that's all I'm saying. Temari said and smirked at the blushing Hyuga heiress, or did you have something else in mind? Hinata turned brighter red and found herself unable to reply to Temari. Just kidding. Temari winked at Hinata again before untying Naruto. I'll be just right on the other side of the room, make sure that idiot stays in bed, I don't feel like chasing him again. Temari said and let out a sigh before heading out of the room, leaving the blonde shinobi and the Hyuga heiress alone as she closed the door behind her. Hinata sat down next to Naruto's bed and looked at him as he was still in his dizzy state. Naruto-kun, can I really embrace you, without you getting mad or rejecting me? Hinata mentally pictured Naruto getting up, looking towards her then and giving her a greeting. What followed was her gathering her courage and standing up, surprising Naruto, or at least make him look at her with a questioning look in his eyes. Then she'd pull him towards her and hold him tightly against her chest. She knew she'd turn bright red, but at least she'd be able to hold him like that for a while until she would pass out. She was shaken out of her thoughts by Naruto waving at her. Oi, Hinata. Are you all right? Hinata quickly let out as she noticed that it was Naruto and snapped out of her thoughts. Are you all right? Naruto asked as he blinked at the always shy Hinata. Hinata stood up, Naruto giving her a puzzled look. What's wrong with her? Hinata breathed deeply in and out and shyly looked down towards Naruto, who was still looking at her with big eyes. I can do this, I can. What is it? Naruto asked as he blinked once more at her. Is she expecting that I took her tantrum at Temari as a confession? Is she expecting an answer from me? Hinata said as she rose one hand up to her chest and then waited another moment. Have got to go. Hinata quickly turned around, but as she wanted to walk out of the room just as fast, Naruto pulled on her arm, causing her to turn back towards him, and she fell onto him from the sudden twist her body made. Sorry Hinata, I didn't want to make you fall. Naruto grinned sheepishly as Hinata blushed crimson for being in Naruto's arms. It's all right. Hinata said as she breathed deeply in and out, both due to the fact that she was about to faint again and to inhale Naruto's scent, but her breathing also made her unconsciously rub her chest against Naruto's, though that was the least of her worries a moment later. Hinata? Naruto started to form a deep shade of red on his face as well. Why yes. The heiress managed to bring out. I would like you to shift your position, since, well, your hand, you know. Naruto blushed deeper red. Hinata lifted her right arm and looked at her hand, blinking at it in confusion. What about my hand? Your other hand, Hinata. Naruto said, praying to go that Hinata would just put her hand up to her face and innocently look at it and reply with what about my other hand? However, Hinata slightly pushed her body off of Naruto's to see where her other hand was located. The young Hyuga girl turned bright red, losing massive amounts of body fluids as her body heated up, unable to move a single muscle, though she forced her head to face Naruto and before passing out, she muttered a soft gomenasai, na dash. Hinata passed out and Naruto caught her body, letting out a sigh before he talked mostly to himself. Why didn't she just lift her hand up and look at it? Oh yeah, that's right, she was pretty much lying against me, just my luck. Naruto let out a sigh and lifted the girl up, jumped as gentle as possible off his bed and placed Hinata onto it. He rose a smile at her now peaceful face, as it was no longer red from embarrassment. Naruto walked out of his room and closed the door behind him, knowing that Hinata will be able to rest safely in the hospital room until she regains consciousness. Yo Naruto, going somewhere? Temari's voice sent a shiver down his spine. Naruto turned around to face Temari, who was calmly leaning against the wall next to him, and no. Just wondering where you had gone off to. Really? Temari appeared to be calm, but Naruto wasn't too sure. Why yeah, Hinata passed out, so I decided to let her rest on my bed until she woke up or something. Naruto nervously grinned and rubbed the back of his head. Naruto. Why yeah. Tell me already, are you two dating or not? Temari leered at Naruto, who turned bright red upon hearing the blonde's question. No. We aren't dating, what does it matter anyway? Temari closed her eyes and huffed before forming a smile on her face, nothing important. Naruto eyed her awkwardly and walked up in front of her, staring at her face for a moment until Temari opened her eyes. What is it? That's my line, you're acting strange today. Naruto replied as he looked straight into Temari's eyes. No, I'm not. Temari closed her eyes again and finger flicked his forehead. I'm just being like myself, now go back inside before I decide to force you back into your room. Really, something is wrong with her today, what the heck is bothering her? Naruto mused before stepping away from Temari and heading back into his room. The remainder of the day was the most boring time Naruto had probably ever had in his life. Hinata, upon waking up and seeing Naruto, blushed a deep shade of red and apologized that she had to leave, quickly leaving Naruto alone again in his room. Temari headed out to get him some food and such, but other than actually eating something, there was not a single thing that excited him. When they finally were back in Naruto's apartment, Naruto fell down onto his bed for a moment and then jumped up, brimming with energy. Ugh, I'm heading out for training again. Temari glared at him and Naruto sighed. Oh come on, Temari, I'm going to die out of boredom if I won't go out and do something. Temari let out a sigh and shook her head. All right, go then, but if you use up most of your chakra and collapse again, I swear I'll keep you in the hospital for way longer than just a day. Ehehe. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Have a fun date tonight. Naruto smiled. Damn it, all that boredom of today, I must think up something extra fun for this date. Naruto looked at Temari, whose eyes just stood wide and she appeared to be fossilized upon hearing what Naruto said. The next moment she jumped towards Naruto and vigorously shook him. That's right, I have a date tonight with Nimur-kun. Damn it! What's the time? Naruto looked at the clock and his eyes went wide as well. It's already 6:30. What did you say? 6:30. Damn it! What the heck am I going to wear? Can I take a shower? What perfume do I need to use? Anything is fine. We just need to hurry up. Naruto yelled and pushed Temari towards the bathroom. Yeah. We need to. Wait a minute. Temari used all of her strength to not move into the bathroom as Naruto pushed her. Naruto? Naruto mentally smacked himself for saying we instead of you. You. Just hurry up. You can do it, Temari. Naruto pushed Temari into the bathroom and closed the door for her, quickly rushing out of his apartment. Wait! Naruto! You! Temari stopped talking as she heard the front door slam shut and could hear Naruto rapidly run away from his apartment. Her expression slightly grimaced, before quickly turning around to take her shower and prepare herself for her date. Damn, Erosennin, you still have to remove that seal, I can't have it messing with my chakra control on a date, Where am I going to take her anyway? Damn it, now I have multiple things to worry about. First, I must find Erosennin, then I'll quickly think up where to go, then quickly come up with an alternate outfit for my disguise, then I have to figure out where to take Temari and then I need to head back to my apartment to pick Temari up. Damn it! Naruto cursed as he raced from rooftop to rooftop, quickly heading to possible Erosennin location number 1, the hot springs. At least this is a way to burn up some energy, damn it. Naruto mused as he quickly jumped over one of the many streets of Konoha. It took Naruto a bit less than 5 minutes to reach the hot springs, or rather Jiraiya's standard and favorite place to peek from. As soon as he entered the small clearing between the large bushes, he found the Sannin giggling like a little schoolgirl. Yo, Erosennin. Naruto stated, getting the attention of the white-haired frog tamer. He turned his head and faced Naruto and grinned at him. Yo Naruto, what is it? Aren't you supposed to have a date right about now, right? That's the point. I still have that damned 5-element seal on me. SSSH. Shush. Jiraiya shushed Naruto. The women down below might be able to hear you if you raise your voice. Like I care about that, I wasn't the one peeking on them. Tell that to them. A sly smirk formed on Jiraiya's face. All right, just get the damned seal off of me. Sorry, Naruto, we still don't know why or how the Kyuubi manifested a part of his chakra all of a sudden. In other words, it could happen again. This time I might not make it in time and the Kyuubi possessing you could start a carnage in the village. I don't think that you want to be forced out of the village, now do you? Jiraiya turned back around. I don't, that's why I'm going to keep that damn fox under control from now on. Naruto stated, full of determination. Jiraiya turned back around towards him and gave him a look that said, I doubt you could do that, oh? And just how do you plan to do such a thing? Last time, the bastard fox surprised me. This time, I'll make sure that it won't happen again. Naruto stated and clenched his fists. All right then, just remember that you will get exiled if you get out of control. I'd join you of course, since the Akatsuki are still after you and you probably wouldn't last a month or two on your own, but... Jiraiya grinned and glanced towards the hot spring. This village is far too nice to leave for the rest of my life, or yours for that matter, wouldn't you say? Hurry up and just do it. I still have to figure out what I'm going to do with Temari tonight. How about making me a grandpa? What? Jiraiya coughed. Ahem, never mind, come over here, I'll unseal the 5-element seal. Ow, maybe you could take her to the second Ika Paradise movie. It hit the cinemas this week. The movies, of course. I could take her to see a movie. That is my sensei for you. You're a genius at times. Naruto praised the white-haired man, who rubbed the back of his head. You didn't say you were going to see my movie. Jiraiya muttered as Naruto walked over towards him. HM? Said something? Naruto asked him as he got closer to Jiraiya. No, it's nothing, all right. Jiraiya stood up, walked around Naruto so that he was standing in front of him, shirt up and go bonsai. Naruto groaned, opened his jacket and lifted his shirt up, bonsai. He said dully. You've got to say it with more spirit than that. Jiraiya exclaimed as blue flames of chakra ignited on his fingertips and thrusted his hand towards the seal on Naruto's abdomen. Take this. Gogyu Kaien! The impact caused Naruto to fly back and gasp for air as he soared off the sky for a couple of meters. Sorry, Naruto, but I like to see naked girls move rather than just sit still and do nothing. Jiraiya giggled again as he took his telescope out again and peered towards the location Naruto was heading for. Naruto crashed through a fence and landed with a loud splash into the hot spring. There was a moment of silence that was broken when the women taking a bath realized that there was a guy amongst them. Kaya yeah. They screamed, quickly diving mostly underwater and covering themselves up with their arms and towels. The screaming of the women caused Naruto to snap back to reality and he looked around in confusion of what just happened. In front of him he found a young lady that was too startled by the fact that a boy just flew over her head, only barely missing her as he did, and forgot to cover herself up. He looked up towards the startled woman's face, noticing that it was Kiba's sister, Hana, that he had seen once or twice back when he was younger. Naruto couldn't help but trace his eyes down on her and fixating them onto her chest, which made Naruto turn bright red. Pervert! Hana yelled at the top of her lungs and smacked Naruto in his face. What followed was a thunderous stampede heading towards the women's hot spring, and two voices could be heard saying one thing in unison as the door was flung open. Did someone say pervert? Mado G. Mado lame. Anti. Pervert. Security enters. The two brothers exclaimed in unison as they literally jumped into the hot spring. Kaya. The women screamed again as the Mado brothers jumped into the water, creating the huge tidal wave. Where's the pervert? G asked as he looked around. Ma'am, have you seen the pervert? Lame asked a naked lady behind him. You. The anti-pervert security are perverts themselves. The lady smacked Lame in the face and quickly ran out of the hot spring. H. Don't look. Another woman smacked G in the face. Aniki. Aniki. The pervert has made us pervert by our actions. G exclaimed. Aniki. Now we will lose our night job. Lame exclaimed before getting hit with another flat hand from another lady. No. G got smacked by a certain young lady on who he had his eyes fixed on. It's. And again, that pervert's fault. Yet again, G received a flat hand in his face. We must catch him and clear OU dash. G bended over and grabbed onto his groin, where only a moment earlier a knee of a certain embarrassed and pissed off young lady had connected with him. Where did he go? Lame exclaimed and got smacked again as well. Naruto had, using the diversion of the wave that was created by the Mado brothers, used his Oiroke no Jutsu to change into a naked woman and pointed towards the large hole for the two brothers, that way. I could see him go that way. Aniki. Lame exclaimed. Yeah? G replied in a high-pitched voice. We must capture him. Lame pulled G out of the water before he could reply with another high-pitched yeah. G scraped his throat and then spoke in his normal voice, and capture him we shall. The two Mado brothers jumped through the hole, making it even bigger due to their posture. Naruto let out a sigh of relief, and as the women quickly ran out of the hot spring, afraid to be seen by anyone else, Naruto quickly headed out of the water as well, transforming back into his normal self and running out through the hole he created, heading in the opposite direction of the Mado brothers. Crap, what time is it, and I still have to figure out what kind of outfit will become my alternative outfit. Not to mention I have to dry up now as well. Naruto cursed as he soared through the air, heading from rooftop to rooftop towards his apartment. I hope my clothes will dry from the wind caused by my running and jumping. Suddenly, the idea of using a sleeveless black shirt with a red Konoha mark on the back and casual black pants came to his mind. Alright, let's try that. Henge no Jutsu. Naruto said, only a few blocks away from his apartment. Naruto temporarily stopped and gave his new looks a closer look. As the cold wind struck against his exposed arms, causing him to shiver, he realized that it was still pretty damn cold outside at night. Alright, this time, I'm going to use a jacket in the henge as well. Naruto popped back his normal self and used henge no jutsu again, this time wearing a totally black jacket, much like his own aside from the fact that this one was unzipped and the collar was more like a standard collar. Naruto, satisfied with his looks, hurried onward to his apartment. Though he hoped that it wasn't 7 o'clock yet, he did hope that Temari would be done with her preparations for their date and waiting for him. Once he reached his apartment, Naruto quickly regained his breath, straightened up and knocked on the door. He felt kind of awkward, knowing that this was his own apartment, yet he had to knock on the door to see if anyone was home. A few moments later the door was opened and he was faced with a smirking Temari. Hey there, handsome. Naruto's jaw dropped open, only to be closed again by a single finger of Temari. Where the heck did she keep that hidden? Naruto thought as Temari leaned against the doorpost and gave him a seductive look. I didn't expect you to be this pleasantly surprised about my kimono. Naruto didn't know what to do but run his eyes back up and down over Temari's outfit. It was black with silver strokes running over it and outlined every single curve on her body perfectly, though it didn't look like it was tight and uncomfortable. You look. Naruto blinked at her, trying to find the words to describe her looks. Thank you. Temari winked at him and her smile widened. Let us be on our way then. Why yeah. Naruto blinked again at her as she hooked arms with him and closed the door to the apartment. Damn, this will be, yeah. Where are we going? Temari asked him as she guided the two of them out of the apartment complex. Huh? Naruto shook out of his thoughts and shook his head. We're going to Konoha's movie theater to see a movie. Sounds perfect. Temari smiled at him and he returned the smile. Nimur-kun, what's your favorite food? Temari asked out of the blue to break the ice. My favorite food, huh? Naruto repeated and looked confused at her. Crap. If I say ramen then she might find out who I really am. Well. Naruto scratched the back of his head and looked towards with a hopeful look that he wouldn't be forced to answer. Damn it, what am I going to answer? Don't have one? Temari blinked at Naruto, surprised to find her date lost at the question. And no. Not necessarily, I like almost every kind of food there is. Naruto lied, but it was the only way out for him right now in case that Temari was suspicious or would get suspicious from his true answer, which was obviously ramen. Aw, really? Well, I like roasted chestnuts and vegetable soup. I have my own special recipe that makes the best soup in the world. Temari winked at him. Maybe I'll someday make some for you, if you want that is. Though if you want the best quality, you should come back to Sunagakure with me, where I grow most of my ingredients on my own. Wow, amazing. I'm curious what it will taste like. Naruto replied smiling at her. Temari returned the smile and then turned her head away from him. I wanted to make my current roommate taste it, but the idiot didn't come home last night. Naruto slightly frowned and tilted his head towards her. Are you mad at him? No, I just wished he could just taste it, and then tell me how much he likes it. Temari replied facing back forward. Naruto gave her a polite laugh, making Temari turn her head and smile at him. What's so funny? No. It's just that I didn't know you cared so much about the opinion of just a roommate. Naruto smiled at her. I think I should beg her to make me the soup later on. Temari blushed and looked back in front of her. Because it's important to know if a ramen-obsessed guy like him can like things like that as well. It would mean that my soup is perfect or something close to perfect. Then, just make it for him again. I'm sure he'll love to eat it. Yeah, I guess I will do it for him, tomorrow night I guess, or maybe in the afternoon. Well. Those are worries for later. Temari beamed up, because I should focus my all on my movie date with you, Nimur-kun. Naruto smiled sheepishly at her as Temari momentarily unhooked her arm with his and threw herself around his neck. Well, I guess you shouldn't worry about those things at all. Everything will work out as it should in the end. Naruto smiled at Temari. Oh, you're an optimist, huh? Temari let her arms slip off Naruto and hooked arms with him once more. You make it sound like it's bad to be happy and think that most of the things work out just fine. Temari giggled in reply, not at all, but not worrying at all isn't good, you know. I do worry, but only when it's really necessary, and when it involves someone I really care about. Naruto smiled at Temari. So, would you worry about me if I was in any potential danger? Well. Naruto was taken aback by the sudden question and slightly blushed at the wind mistress. One side of me would, on the other side, I think she's more than strong enough to handle herself in most situations. Just then, Temari noticed a familiar red-headed Kazekage crossing their path from one of the side streets. Gaara! Temari was surprised to find her brother here, not to mention that she was afraid of what Gaara might do if he saw her walking the way she did with Ymir. Gaara halted, as did his entourage, whose eyes were fixed onto Naruto. Temari? Gaara asked. Girls? Naruto asked as he blinked at Sakura, Ino and Tenten, who apparently were following Gaara and not to mention wearing something that drew attention upon them. Girls! Temari's mouth dropped open as she gazed upon the three girls, who were madly blushing at this point, who were all wearing revealing leather outfits. Naruto mimicked Temari's facial expression as his eyes wandered over the three blushing girls. Sakura was wearing long leather pants with a leather jacket that exposed a more than decent amount of cleavage and her well-trained stomach. Ino was wearing a pair of high-heeled boots and a one-piece leather dress that exposed her well-formed legs, as well as her shoulders. Tenten was wearing a pair of high-heeled boots as well, though hers reached far higher than Ino's, nearly reaching her sleeveless leather one-piece dress which exposed a few minor parts of her chest, and along with that one-piece dress, she wore a pair of gloves that reached over her elbows. Naruto blinked and swallowed hard, rubbing in his eyes to see if he wasn't dreaming. Girls? Why are you dressed like that? Not that I mind. The girls threw a glare towards Gaara, who glared back at them, making them turn their heads back towards Naruto and continue blushing. No one can or could beat Gaara's glares. No one, but Temari. Gaara, why are those girls dressed like that and following you around? They were put on a mission to guard me. I requested them due to certain events that will soon happen. That still doesn't explain why you dressed them like that. Gaara closed his eyes. Distraction, and my entourage needs to look good when certain events will commence. They sure do a fine job at that. Naruto muttered as he tried to avoid looking at the girls. Suddenly, Ino jumped around his neck and made him face her, resting a hand on the back of his head. If you want, I can wear my mission uniform to our date. Sure. Naruto slightly blushed as Ino gave him a seductive look. I'm looking forward to getting to know you more. Privately, maybe I can give you a teaser what will be waiting for you tomorrow, was it, right? Why yeah. Better hope that it will be sunny weather, right Tenten? Naruto smiled at Tenten, who blushed in reply. Then, I guess I should make you look forward to our little private time together. Ino said and moved her lips towards Naruto's. That was until a certain knee connected with Ino's ribs, knocking her away from Naruto. No way, Blondie, he's with me tonight. Ino picked herself up without effort and smiled at Temari. Sorry, Blondie. I just thought that my Ymir-kun looked great tonight and I wanted him to long for my date with him. Be sure to look like that on my date, Ymir-kun. Ino gave Naruto a wink as he sheepishly grinned at her. I'll try to keep this outfit clean. Anyway, Gaara, what are you going to do with them? Temari asked as she wrapped her arms around Naruto and threw a quick glare towards Ino, who playfully stuck her tongue out towards Temari. They are my personal guard for approximately a week or so, or until an important mission comes up for any of them. They'll be stationed at Naruto's place most of the time. Gaara elaborated. The girls responded when they heard they were mostly going to be stationed near Naruto's house. Why do you need us around when you are there? Gaara turned towards the girls. Bodyguards protect their clients almost all the time, so yes, I do need you around in case of an attempt on my life. You're the Kazekage. You can defend yourself. Sakura protested, for some special event, all right, but not constantly. I know I can trust Naruto that he won't do anything weird when he sees me like this, but he did spend 2.5 years with that lecturer. I don't want to provoke Naruto into having any dirty thoughts. And this outfit is provoking. Yeah, plus, what if we got a date with Nimur-kun, huh? Extra security makes sense when a certain event will happen soon, but... Ino puffed her cheeks for a moment and then turned them back to normal as she looked towards her pink-haired friend, and Sakura, having just Naruto thinking dirty thoughts about us is better than the majority of the village. And knowing how Naruto is, he'll probably be out training most of the time anyway. And if he isn't, he's always there to talk to. Even though I didn't speak that much with him, it was fun when I did. He's my number 2 on my list of favorite people that I want to call to have a chat with. Ino and Sakura gave Tenten the look after hearing this. What? Really, he's better than Lee, but worse than Niji. Well, that's only because I had just one phone conversation with him, and trust me, you do not want a telephone conversation with Lee when you are taking a bath. Takes all the fun and relaxation out of it. Everyone stared at Tenten until Temari coughed. Ahem, real nice and interesting, but Nimur-kun and I have a movie to see at the theaters, so we're out of here now. Temari started dragging Naruto along as he grinned sheepishly at the girls and rubbed the back of his head. See you soon, girls. Nice to meet you in person, Kazekage-sama. Bye, my darling. Ino shouted and waved at Naruto. Bye, Blondie. Temari shouted back and waved, making Ino blush, looking awkward towards Temari, her expression making Sakura and Tenten giggle. Well, that was unexpected. Naruto stated as they turned around the corner, leaving Gaara and his new entourage to head to wherever they were heading towards. I wonder what event my little brother was talking about. Temari mused and then shrugged it off as the movie theater came in sight. They stopped near the entrance to take a look at all the posters of the movies that were currently running in the theater. There are a lot of movies right now, even Jiraiya Sensei's Aika Aika Paradise, the second Paradise. Which one are we going to see? Naruto mused as he let his eyes wander over all the posters. How about this one? Temari suggested in a cheerful tone and pointed to a poster. Naruto turned his head towards the poster Temari pointed out and read its title out loud, Shinobi Ju-on. He straightened up and looked towards Temari as he shivered. That's a horror movie, right? Yeah, it is. I love scary movies. Why? Don't you like horror movies? Temari asked as she smiled at Naruto. And no. They're cool but, Naruto said, trying to find the right words. Well, she likes them, plus it's about a shinobi, can't be that bad. Well, alright. Since you like horror movies and you picked it out, let's go to it. Naruto said and flashed a wide grin at Temari. Let's see. Oh. We're lucky. It's about to start. Let's hurry, Nimur-kun. Temari took Naruto's hand and dragged him into the theater, not even giving him the time to comprehend the fact that she actually held his hand. After quickly buying 2 of the last few tickets, they were guided to the theater where Shinobi Ju-on would play in a few minutes, and the cinema staff member pointed out towards their seats at the back row of the theater. They dropped into their seats after walking up the entire set of stairs that led to the back row of the theater, and Naruto sighed. So, it's going to start soon, huh? Temari said and then looked towards Naruto, who was in the process of taking his jacket off, and she felt obliged to bend towards him and trace a finger over his arms. Naruto stopped in his actions and blushed as Temari traced a finger over his biceps and looked with interest towards his arms. You know, you have amazing biceps, Nimur-kun. Thanks. Naruto replied as he quickly finished his actions of taking his jacket off, letting it rest behind him. I hope you don't mind if I keep all of my current apparel on, for now at least. Temari gave Naruto a playful wink and sat straight up again, only to lean towards Naruto. Naruto looked at Temari again, once more took in what her current outfit consisted of and slightly blushed. Why yeah, we're in a public place after all. A public place where everyone's attention will be focused upon a movie. Temari winked again at Naruto. Anyway, the movie should start soon, so why don't we get comfortable and snuggle up against each other? Why yeah. Naruto gulped, scooted closer towards Temari and looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Oh man, I'd better tell her that I can get kind of jumpy during scary movies. Well, this one is about a shinobi, a dead shinobi, but still. Temari, I have something I must tell you. Temari turned her head towards him and stared into his eyes. What is it? You know, during horror movies, I can. Suddenly, the opening credits started playing, causing Naruto to jump into Temari's lap and start shivering uncontrollably. And Nimur-kun, what is this all of a sudden? Temari whispered as she blushed from Naruto's sudden actions. It's scary. Nimur-kun, it's only the opening credits. Temari's blush faded slightly as she wrapped her arms around the shivering Naruto. I know. You get scared very fast from horror movies, huh? Well, I don't really mind if you use me for comfort. Temari smiled at Naruto. Thanks. Naruto said as his shivering slightly lessened. Man. This is kind of embarrassing, but the sudden from no sound other than some murmurs to movie sounds really did scare the crap out of me. What kind of man gets scared so easily yet is a shinobi? Honestly, well, I guess he's just afraid of scary movies, and he really looks cute like this. Temari smiled at Naruto as she pressed him tightly against her body. Really, really cute. During the movie, Temari and Naruto softly whispered with each other about various things during the moment that Naruto didn't cower away from the scary scenes. Come on Nimur-kun, you're missing the best parts of the movie. Can you just try to watch the scary parts? Temari whispered to Naruto. Alright, I'll try. Naruto replied and towards the screen, moving his hand slowly down over Temari, the movements making the wind mistress gulp and turn red. On the screen, the ghost of the grudge-holding shinobi appeared and cut a person in half with his katana right in front of another person and then disappeared again. Though, the actual cut couldn't be seen and the person who should have been cut turned around facing the other person. I'm alive. The other person smiled and the person who should have been cut started smiling as well. I'm alive, I'm alive. The person who should have been cut abruptly stopped his cheer of joy and looked with wide eyes at his comrade before splitting into two and falling down on the floor. The comrade of the now dead guy started screaming, but for him it was too late as well, as a million kunai skewered his body against the back wall, ending his life as well. Wah! Naruto screamed as well, along with a few others present in the theater, and Temari tried to refrain from making noise herself. Damn, that was, my god. Naruto said as he breathed deeply in and out. Thank God for the existence of jutsu and the fact that a single kunai can kill a person. Nimur-kun. Temari said red-faced as she too breathed in and out, though her reason wasn't the bloody mess on screen and the aftermath of it. Why yeah. You scared now too? Naruto asked as he kept his eyes fixated on the screen. And no. And, I don't mind you being scared. Temari whispered, still having a shade of bright red on her face, but, for the love of God, do not try to change the way my breasts are shaped. Naruto looked down towards where he had placed his hand and realized that in his moment of being shocked from what he had seen on screen, he had most likely firmly grabbed onto Temari's chest with one of his hands. He flushed red and looked Temari in the eyes, sorry, I didn't mean to, Temari, I swear. It's all right, why you can leave your hand there, just do not try to make my breast burst like a water balloon. Temari said, still blushing a quite bright shade of red. Oh okay. Naruto blushed brighter red and laid his head back, letting it rest against Temari's head. Naruto inhaled the scent of her hair, all the girls smell so damn good, and, Temari's feeling really warm right now, maybe it's because I have my hand on her chest, it's kinda, well, maybe it makes her feel uncomfortable. Temari. Naruto whispered in her ear, sending a shiver over her body and causing her to blush even more. Why yes. Temari gulped and caressed Naruto's side with one hand as she had been doing for a while now, in order to comfort him a bit. Do you feel uncomfortable? Right now, with my hand on your breast, I mean. Naruto blushed a deep shade of red. And no. Not really, well, I'm definitely feeling comfortable right now, so don't worry about it. Okay. Naruto wrapped his other arm, the one that didn't have a hand resting on Temari's chest, just above Temari's waist and started tenderly stroking up and down over it as well, increasing Temari's breath by a slight bit, though it was still a noticeable difference. Temari slightly turned her head around to face Naruto, and that was all it took for her lips to connect with his cheek. Naruto turned his head and as a blush once again rose upon his cheeks, he blinked at her, that was a surprise, it was so tender. Temari leaned a bit more forward, planted a kiss on his lips and then looked into his eyes. I'm going to get ourselves some popcorn. But, that means... Naruto's eyes widened. This isn't really a scary part at all, you should be fine, Nemur-kun. Temari winked at Naruto and gave him a smile, now come on, back to your own seat for now. Naruto groaned, alright, just come back soon. Don't worry, I'll be back in no time at all. Temari smiled at him as he jumped off her lap and back into his own seat. Maybe she's right, I think the scariest part is over. Naruto thought as he calmly folded his arms and watched the movie, while Temari walked past him and out of the theater for now. Seeing that the line at the popcorn stand was close to non-existent, Temari felt lucky, now, I sure hope Naruto won't miss money, I'll return it to him in due time. Temari pulled out a flat wallet from underneath her kimono and walked up towards the popcorn stand. I'm just glad I didn't have to borrow Naruto's wallet, that thing isn't something you can hide underneath a kimono without being noticed. One big popcorn. Temari said to the guy standing behind the stand. Oh no, really, surprise me. The man replied grumpily. Don't whine, you're getting paid for it, aren't you? The man narrowed his eyes on Temari, salt or sweet? Sweet. All right then, I'll make it extra sweet for you, Missy, because you've been such a friendly customer. The man cleared his throat after he filled a bucket with popcorn and then spat upon, there you go. Temari's eye twitched as the man held out the bucket of dirty saliva-covered popcorn in front of her. This guy is so getting it now. Less than a minute later, Temari was walking back into the theater with a fresh new bucket of popcorn and a proud smirk painted on her face. That smirk, however, vanished once she reached the back row in the theater, since Nemur was nowhere to be found. Nemur-kun? she whispered, moving her eyes away from their chairs, searching for any signs of her date. Why yeah. Naruto slightly pulled himself up from behind his chair, revealing his blonde hair and bright blue eyes. Temari let out a sigh as she shook her head. I told you that it was not a scary part. Why yeah, well, Jay, just take a look yourself. Naruto pointed towards the screen as Temari sat down her bucket of popcorn on her chair. She turned around and looked for about a minute at the screen. After that minute, Temari was shocked by the sudden scream that was caused by the person that just walked into a floating head of someone she knew. Due to the sudden events on screen, Temari jumped behind the chairs as well and started shivering along with Naruto. SC. Told you so. Naruto managed to bring out as he continued shivering. Why yeah, that was kind of scary. Temari shivered as much as Naruto and scooted closer towards him and laid her arm around his back, softly caressing his side. Naruto blushed as he felt Temari caressing his side and decided to pull her closer towards him. However, due to that he misjudged his own strength, he pulled a bit too hard, causing Temari to lose her balance and fall against him, sending both of them to the floor. They stared into each other's eyes for a moment, both of them blushing quite a bit, and then Temari moved one of her legs over Naruto and sat on top of him. The wind mistress bent over, pressed her body onto his, and as she kissed him, she stroked with one hand through his hair. Naruto wrapped his arms around her and asked for entrance to her mouth, which was granted without a moment of delay. After they broke their kiss, Temari rested her head next to Naruto's head. Maybe I should grab our popcorn and then stay here for the rest of the movie. Naruto grinned when he heard that and stroked with his hand over her back, no objections to that. Temari rose from her position, letting her hand slide over his chest. She picked up the bucket of popcorn she had set on her chair and looked around the theater, finding out that most of the people were focused on the movie and had no time to notice that two young teens were getting close and comfortable behind the back row of couches. Temari placed the bucket next to her and Naruto and then laid back down on Naruto's chest, allowing Naruto to wrap his arms around her once again. You know, I love this feeling. Temari said, and she slightly crawled over Naruto's body, in order to plant another kiss on his lips. It really feels good. Naruto smiled at her and tenderly caressed her back. No kidding, this is 1,000,000 times better than watching that horror movie. I guess that's why I love to cuddle things in my sleep. Like my blonde teddy. Temari said and supported herself on both her arms in order to stare directly into Naruto's eyes. There was a moment of silence between the two of them, as in the background the shinobi ghost made his next victim. Temari slightly blushed, raised a smirk on her face and leered seductively towards Naruto. If you don't mind, I could show you my teddy after the movie. Naruto blinked at her, finding himself lost in her question. What's so special about a teddy bear? Who ever included bear in my phrase? Temari's smirk widened, only causing more question marks to hit Naruto. I don't get it. Naruto blinked again at the blonde wind mistress. Well then, why won't I give you a hint then? Temari asked as she lowered herself a bit more down on Naruto, but still leaving a gap between their bodies. Naruto blushed, not knowing what exactly to think or expect of Temari right now. SSHT. Just keep quiet and just look at nothing but my eyes. Temari whispered and winked at him. Why that? Naruto asked, then heard Temari open her kimono and he could feel the fabric brush over his body. Oh God. Trying to refrain from letting his mind take over and start having a relapse of the events that happened when he had the talk with Anko, Naruto blushed a deep shade of red. Temari grabbed onto Naruto's hand and started tracing down over her body with it, causing her to blush just as bright as Naruto and even bite on her lower lip. When she neared her waist with Naruto's hand, she moved his hands to her back, and once they reached her panties, she let Naruto's hand rest upon them. What is this, Nimur-kun? That is your hint to what a teddy is. Naruto gulped and blushed deeper red. A teddy is a pair of panties? No, think about them more in general. Temari whispered and made Naruto's hand brush over the edge of her panties. Naruto's brain was not made to act perfectly in a situation such as this one, and so he was mentally banging his head against a wall. Damn it, what's that supposed to mean? Lingerie? Naruto asked, uncertain whether or not that was the correct answer. Temari smiled at him and moved his hand of her behind. That's correct, a teddy is also the name for certain lingerie. Next question. Does Nimur-kun want to see me in it? Naruto started sweating out of nervosity and was yet again uncertain what would be the answer Temari wanted to hear. Well, that is probably not a good idea for my physical health. Losing a couple of liters of blood all of a sudden is not good. Temari smirked at him and lowered herself further onto Naruto's body, her chest lightly brushing against his own as she kissed him once again. Then, how about me lying down you in my current state? I think it would look like we spawned of that horror movie then, covered in blood and such, though I'd be the only one dead. Naruto flushed bright red as he stared into Temari's seductive-looking eyes. Temari giggled and then quickly closed her kimono, straightening her outfit before lying down on Naruto's body again. Well, I can't let you die, so let's just keep you alive and… Temari didn't finish her sentence, but she did pull Naruto towards herself and gave him a long and passionate kiss. Needless to say, during the rest of the movie, Temari and Naruto were enjoying the warmth of each other's body with every now and then either a tender or passionate kiss, feeding each other popcorn every now and then. When the movie seemed to abruptly come to an end during one of their passionate kisses, Naruto and Temari quickly broke their kiss and looked up, seeing people slowly leaving the theater. We'll wait until most of the people are gone. Temari whispered in Naruto's ear before nibbling on his earlobe. Ooh-ha. Naruto replied with the blush on his face that didn't seem to have plans on leaving anytime soon as he stroked over Temari's back, enjoying the silky softness of her kimono for as long as he could. Once most of the crowd on the back rows had headed towards the exit, Temari rose to her feet, straightening her kimono and covering up her cleavage, which had been more exposed due to their previous position. Naruto got back up with a swift jump, feeling kind of wobbly after having Temari on his body for at least a good 45 minutes. Once Naruto had put his jacket back on and the two of them jumped back over the chairs, Temari instantly hooked arms with him again. As they left the theater, Naruto noticed that the popcorn stand was trashed and that the guy behind it was being helped by paramedics. Looks like you were lucky that you could get popcorn, that guy looks beaten up pretty damn bad. Ehehe. Temari smiled sheepishly. Yeah, well, what can I say? That guy was kind of rude to me, so he got what he deserved. Naruto looked over towards Temari and raised a wide grin on his face. I see. Then, you are kind of right. He shouldn't treat anyone disrespectful. During their walk back towards Naruto's apartment, Naruto offered Temari his jacket, since it was getting quite cold, and even though Temari said she was used to the cold of the desert, she accepted his offer, as long as he would wrap his arms around her so he wouldn't get cold. Well then, this is it, huh? Temari said as she stood in front of the door leading to the apartment. Yeah. It was great. Naruto replied with a smile as he put his hands in his pockets. Temari inhaled the scent of Naruto's jacket. Can I keep your jacket? Naruto looked with slightly wide eyes at her for a moment and then sheepishly grinned, rubbing the back of his head at the same time. Sorry Temari, I only got one of those and I kind of promised Ino that I would wear it on her date with me. It's all right. Temari blushed for a moment and then held Naruto close to her body, giving him a very passionate kiss. She stared with a sad look in her eyes at him after breaking the kiss. "I'm going to miss you." "I'll miss you too, but don't worry," Naruto said, smiling, and pointed towards the place where a day before he had thrown the kunai containing his message. "I'll keep in touch." Temari hugged him and rested her head against his shoulder. "You sure you don't want to come in for a moment?" Naruto grinned widely and rubbed the back of his head. "Well, if I did that then you'd probably keep me captive or something. It would be kind of unfair to the other girls, don't you think?" A few tears fell down from Temari's eyes onto Naruto's shoulder. "I don't mind it being unfair. I know that, but just because I'm not going to stay with you for tonight, you shouldn't cry," Naruto said as he stroked through her hair. "The Temari I like is both the gentle one and the devious and tough wind mistress one from Sunagakure. The only Temari that I don't like is the crying Temari, so keep on smiling for me." "Sorry, those were just tears of disappointment," Temari said as she wiped her tears away with Naruto's shirt. "Hey, Temari. I still need to use that shirt tomorrow, you know," Naruto said and slightly chuckled. Temari raised one of her famous devious smirks at Naruto and looked into his eyes. "I know, but ruining my blonde rival's expectations is fun too." Naruto chuckled and then gave Temari a kiss on her cheek. "That's my Sabaku no Hana for you. I'll see you soon. If not, I'm going to torture my roommate, Naruto, and force me to show where his sensei and you are hiding," Temari stated once Naruto took his jacket off her shoulders and started walking away from her. "He, then I'd better come see you soon. I hope you had a great time tonight with me, Temari." "I certainly did," Naruto said and jumped away. "Heh, of course I did." Temari smiled and stared for a moment at the spot where Naruto had previously been standing, before reaching into the only pocket inside her kimono for her wallet, where she held her key to the apartment as well. Naruto, who had only in fact jumped onto the rooftop, changed back to his normal self and let out a sigh. "Damn, for once I wish that a movie lasted longer than it did." He quietly strolled around the rooftop for a while, mainly around the spot where he had collapsed the previous night. "What the hell was your purpose of doing such a thing, you damned fox?" After being lost in thought at that spot for a couple of moments, Naruto decided it was about time to head back inside as well. "I'm home," Naruto announced as he closed the door behind him and walked through the hallway. Once he reached his living room, he found Temari cuddling his pillow and asleep. He blushed as he noticed that she was only in her underwear, but he then smiled at her cute sleeping form and covered her up with his sheets. Naruto took a glance at the clock. "It's still early. Well, I guess she just wants to dream about tonight, and I can head out towards Ichiraku Ramen." After quickly grabbing his Gama-chan, he ran off towards Ichiraku's. After eating 18 bowls of ramen, Naruto was finally stuffed and had enough ramen in his body to fulfill his needs for ramen. "Ah, that was so nice, Gatsuso-sama." "Alright, pay up, Naruto," Ayame said, smiling at him as she held out her hands for Naruto to pay for his meal. "Ah, of course. I think I used all of the money I currently have in my Gama-chan. Oh well, I'll just withdraw some more money tomorrow," Naruto said as he emptied his wallet, handing all of the money to Ayame. Ayame counted the money and then gave Naruto a worried look, which he obviously noticed. "What's wrong, Ayame-chan?" Naruto, you miss money for about, well, 5 bowls of ramen." "Ah, Naruto, did I hear that right? Are you unable to pay for all of the bowls?" Ichiraku-san said and had a dark sparkle in his eyes as he rubbed in his hands. A few moments later, Naruto was doing the dishes of Ichiraku Ramen along with Ayame. "Cheer up, Naruto. At least you can talk to me." But I was sure I had enough money for all those bowls. Well, apparently you didn't. I never miscalculate the money given to me. You trust me, right? Yeah, of course, but, something's weird about this. I knew I had enough money. Oh well, just talk to me while doing the dishes. Yeah, I guess it's at least another way I can spend time with you. A lot of time, because you'll have to work until midnight. Naruto yelled and Ayame giggled at his reaction as she finished cleaning another bowl. Temari is going to kill me once she wakes up. Chapter 10, A Day Beyond Expectations. Geez, finally done. Naruto groaned as he put the last of the dishes that he had cleaned away. Come on, Naruto. Cheer up. It wasn't that bad. Ayame smiled at the blonde as she too placed the last of the dishes away. Yeah, right, Kiba was like ordering extra amounts of ramen just to give me more work. Naruto sighed and threw the tea towel to a random location in the kitchen. Now that you mention it, that guy really started ordering lots and lots of ramen after he saw you working in the kitchen. Ayame placed a finger to her cheek and looked up towards the heavens, deeply being in thought. Naruto sighed again. Oh well, Ayame-chan, I'm going home now. It was nice to have your company during my labor, Ayame-chan. Naruto yawned as he turned around and started walking away from Ichiraku's ramen stand, yawning again when he just left the kitchen. Naruto. Ayame's voice stopped Naruto in his tracks and caused him to turn around, finding Ayame standing behind him, who wrapped her arms around him. Have a safe trip home and good night. Ayame said as she hugged Naruto. Good night. Naruto replied. Ayame blinked and looked down towards the blonde. She could hear him snore. Naruto? She slightly pushed the blonde off of her, but still holding him so he wouldn't fall. Naruto had fallen asleep and drool escaped the corner of his mouth. Ayame blinked at him and then pinched his cheek, causing him to wake up with a loud yelp. That hurts. Naruto looked at Ayame, who was giggling at him like he had just said something funny. Ayame-chan, why did you do that? Because you had fallen asleep when I hugged you. Ayame continued giggling as Naruto blushed, hooking his collar with one finger and pulling slightly at it as he looked away from her. Night, Naruto, don't fall asleep before getting home. Ayame smiled at him before she headed back to the ramen stand to help her father lock the place down and call it a night. Naruto let his eyes rest on the shaking movement of her hips as she walked away, but quickly shook his head, trying to stay awake and focused on getting home instead of other matters. Naruto had little trouble staying awake on his way back home, and he also had little trouble finding his way back in his half-asleep state. However, he did have trouble with not yawning, because for some reason he felt exhausted and longed for some sleep. When Naruto finally reached his apartment, he quietly entered it, figuring that Gaara and Temari were most likely asleep for some time now. He slipped out of his shoes in the hallway, took his jacket off, threw it somewhere near his shoes and continued on, heading into the living room. Naruto noticed Gaara's red hair sticking up above the couch and, apparently, Gaara was sleeping while sitting instead of lying down on the couch. Not giving it any more thought than just that, Naruto stumbled on towards his bed. He halted and squinted his eyes at the figures in his bed. Indeed, figures, plural, 2 of them, in his bed. Naruto could make out one of the 2 as his blonde roommate, Temari, but he couldn't quite position the second form in his sleepy mind so fast. Naruto focused upon the form, realized it was a girl first, and then, after taking a closer look to her face, he noticed that it was none other than Tenten. He jumped up and nearly screamed, but he refrained from doing so, seeing as it was unwise to cause a commotion after midnight. Naruto blinked at Tenten. What is Tenten doing here? Why is she sleeping next to Tamari? What the? He shook his head, trying to shake the confusion out of it, and then he stumbled over to the couch. Sakura-chan and Ino are here too. Naruto blinked as he saw the two other girls sound asleep with their heads resting on Gaara's lap. Damn it, where am I going to sleep? Naruto cursed and noted that his mumblings had awoken one of the girls, Ino. Oh, it's you, Naruto, finally home, huh? Ino asked as she looked with sleepy eyes at Naruto. Did I wake you up? Sorry, Ino. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and stared at the half-awoken blonde. Ino sure as hell looks cute like this. What am I thinking? Damned sleep must be getting to me. It's not like Ino feels like doing anything with me right now anyway. Naruto? Ino's voice shook him out of his thought. You should sleep too, you know, lack of sleep. A yawn escaped from Ino's mouth. Is bad for you. I know, however, I don't know where to sleep. Naruto nodded, trying not to fall asleep right then and there. Why not share your bed with Tamari and Tenten? I'm sure that they'll understand in the morning. Nah. That would cause me trouble. Also, they're kind of occupying the entire bed, that is if I don't want to touch her. Naruto stopped his little talk. Sleep was not good for your thoughts either and seriously reduces your sense of realization as well. Naruto? Why are you staring at me? Ino's sleepy eyes locked with his and he shook himself out of it again. Sorry, never mind, talking to another human right now is not really what I want sleep. Naruto replied and could hear an evil chuckle in the back of his head. Naruto gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, or like talking to a deranged fox demon trapped inside of me. Ino shivered and wrapped her arms around himself. Damn, I'm cold, Naruto. Do you have any spare blankets or something? Naruto just then realized that Ino was still wearing her uniform that he had seen her earlier in and shook his head of any thoughts again. Yeah, sure, I'll go get one. A short amount of time passed before Naruto came back with a blanket and handed it to Ino, who thanked him as she wrapped the blanket around herself. Thanks. Naruto. Now, I guess I'll sleep on the floor or something. Naruto said and looked around to find a proper place to lay down on and just sleep. Naruto? Ino made room enough to allow Naruto to sit on her left side. I don't mind if you sleep next to me on the couch, we'd keep each other warm and... Naruto blinked at the blonde girl, who was awake enough to blush and look away from him. Don't think anything of it, I just feel bad with you sleeping on the cold floor and... Thanks, Ino. Naruto grinned and as Ino opened her blanket so she could share it with Naruto, he sat down next to her. Ino looked at Naruto. Your arm. Naruto looked at his right arm and then at Ino. What about it? Well, it would probably be uncomfortable for me to sleep against it and for you too, I guess so. Ino's blush deepened. Oh, yeah. Naruto blushed too as he wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her closer. Ino wrapped the blanket around the two of them more or less and leaned back against Naruto's chest. You're kind of warm, you know. You too. Naruto blushed again as Ino rested her head against his shoulder. Just to remind you, you are so dead if you have your hands anywhere I don't like. Ino said, her blush turning deep crimson now. Don't worry, I'll be too busy sleeping. Naruto muttered and rested his head against hers, completely closing his eyes. All right, good night. Ino said and closed her eyes as well. Pretty, smell. Naruto mumbled. Ino's eyes went open again and she moved them towards Naruto. What? Your hair smells pretty. Naruto mumbled again and rubbed his cheek slightly over Ino's hair. "Oh, thanks, I'll get you some of that shampoo sometime," Ino said and unconsciously laid her right hand on Naruto's chest. For a moment she realized what she was doing, making her bit on her lip for another moment before finally closing her eyes and falling asleep as well. Though Ino and none of the others present in the room could notice, Naruto was having a disturbing dream. Not the most disturbing dream ever in the history of mankind, but it wasn't a very pleasant one either. Naruto found himself in the midst of something that he could only describe as a crimson and orange mist. It was thick and Naruto couldn't see a single thing other than the mist crawling over his skin. "Where the heck am I?" Naruto questioned, trying to find out exactly what he was doing in such a place. Just then a shockwave came out of nowhere from the mist, and if it wasn't for Naruto's skills as a ninja, he would have been blown away. "What in the..." Before Naruto could finish his sentence, something else flew out of the mist and straight past him, and he could have sworn that the form had blonde spiky hair. Naruto turned towards the location where the unknown form supposedly landed, but the mist was too thick for him to be able to see anything that was further than an arm's length. A powerful gust knocked Naruto off his feet and even cut his shirt open. Naruto had trouble comprehending what was going on right now. "Damn it, I don't know what's going on, but if it's a fight they want then." Naruto jumped back and formed the cross-shaped hand seal, Tachukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto was unpleasantly surprised when his clones didn't pop into existence and a tremor shook the ground he was standing on. "This sucks," Naruto stated for himself, as he had no weapons whatsoever on him, and since his Kage Bunshin no Jutsu failed, he was almost sure that none of his other techniques would succeed, not to mention I can't see a damn thing in this fog. Naruto tried to remain as calm as possible, but his current made it very hard for the blonde shinobi. "Damn it, who is attacking me and why? Is this some sort of Akatsuki trick?" Naruto's eyes shifted nervously to every side, wondering where the next attack would come from and what the best way to counter it with mere taijutsu would be. Another tremor followed and Naruto was able to not fall down again, allowing him to see the rupture in the mist, which revealed a redhead and a blonde with their fists collided against each other. Before Naruto could even so much as blink at the two figures, the mist closed again and another tremor followed. "What the?" Naruto softly muttered, really not knowing what to think at all in his current situation. Another tremor followed and this time the blonde person, who was fighting the redhead, landed next to Naruto, obviously being hit by some sort of an attack. "Who are you?" Naruto asked the blonde as he turned towards him with his fists tightly clenched. "I know this guy from somewhere, but from where?" "Look out!" the blonde shouted to Naruto, causing Naruto turned around to see what potential danger might come for him. He expected it to be the red-headed person, something he might at least be able to put up a fight against, but instead he got more than he had bargained for. An insanely big black beam pierced through the mist and headed towards Naruto and the blonde. It was too fast. Naruto was unable to move out of the beam's attack radius in time. Everything went blank in front of Naruto's eyes at the moment of impact. Wah! Naruto jumped and threw his arms into the air, nearly punching Ino in her face. "Thank God it isn't broken." Ino rubbed her petite nose, checking if her nose was injured in any way by Naruto's spontaneous actions. Naruto looked around, not lowering his arms just yet, and noticed he was being stared on by everyone in his room. Sorry, bad dream." Naruto lowered his arms, unconsciously placing one of his hands on Ino's leg. Naruto looked at his hand, as did Ino, and then he quickly pulled it away, as a blush formed on both blondes' faces. Ino tried to hide her embarrassment by looking half angry at Naruto, but the blush was still visible on her face. "Looks like I was wrong after all, Ino." Sakura playfully stuck her tongue out at her blonde friend. Ra. Ino placed emphasis on every syllable and threw a glare towards Sakura, though her face was still apparent red. Naruto then basically let his brain comprehend everything in his direct vision. Ino was sitting next to him, though slightly away from him and with her back turned towards Gaara. Gaara was just sitting there, acting nonchalant and staring at him as well, most likely in wonder why Naruto had woken up the way he did, and Sakura was leaning over Gaara's lap, apparently to tease Ino a bit. Naruto turned his head towards his bed and found Temari and Tenten looking at him as well, though they were the only ones with a confused expression upon their face. Feeling uncomfortable underneath the looks of everyone, Naruto decided to abruptly stand up, but he forgot that he had just woken up and that he was still a bit wobbly, so he fell back down to his seat again. All right. I'm making everyone some ramen for breakfast, and then I want to know why I have 3 extra guests today. Even though Naruto announced all this cheerful and like his normal self, he still felt quite tired. Damn it, whatever that dream was, it sure as hell screwed my sleep over. Not long after that, they all had their own cup of ramen to eat. It wasn't much, but when freeloading of Naruto's pocket right now, they had no real reason to complain about it. Sakura, Tenten and Naruto were seated at the kitchen table whilst the others were sitting on the couch, aside from Temari, who still sat in Naruto's bed and was careful with eating her ramen, not wanting to spill any of it on the bed. Ino was gracefully devouring her noodles, as graceful as a girl could in the early morning. I wonder what Naruto has dreamed about. It couldn't have been that he dreamt about me, right? I mean, oh. I wish I could find out. Ino nearly spilled a bit of her ramen, but managed to save herself from that embarrassment. Oh wait, I can find out what he dreamt about. Well, I think it must still be in his thoughts right now. Ino leered over her shoulder towards Naruto, who seemed to be eating his ramen with a smile. All right, I can do this. Ninpu, Shinen Haiken no Jutsu. /N, Shinen Haiken no Jutsu stands for mind read technique. Ino doesn't have that type of jutsu yet in the manga or anime, so I invented it. Ino's eyes locked onto Naruto's for a moment and she then found herself able to read his thoughts. Ramen, ramen, in the morning sun. Ramen, ramen, eating it for breakfast is so much fun. Ramen, ramen, it's always so good, you'll never get to find a better kind of food, and when my tummy growls from hunger in the morning, ramen is what stops my tummy's moaning. For ramen is food number 1 and is one of the best things under the morning sun. Wah, what the hell is that he's thinking about? Is that the theme song for ramen or something? Ino thought after she read Naruto's mind and shuddered. Naruto noticed Ino was staring at him, so he looked up and stared back at her, his mouth still filled with noodles. Ino stared at him, looking kind of freaked out. Naruto broke into smile as he swallowed the noodles, and then his face broke out in a wide grin. Naruto, why didn't you think of something better than that? I wouldn't even mind if you thought about me above that. Heck, anything is better than that song. Ino thought as she shuddered once again. Turning back to her ramen, she quietly continued eating it as she pondered, but this jutsu might be more fun to use right now than I thought it would be. I wonder whose mind I should read next. Ino carefully leered towards Gaara, who was quietly eating his ramen. Well, you know what they say, the more the silent they are. She used her jutsu again, this time reading Gaara's mind. I wonder if Temari could combine ramen with her soup. He's thinking about food while eating food, makes enough sense to me, though, it's kind of boring. Ino mused after reading Gaara's current thoughts and then focused on getting to know what was Temari's thoughts were right now. I should really buy groceries for Naruto. All this ramen will make me gain weight if I don't get enough exercise. I think most of it is going to my breasts, but I think it would be best for me to head out today and train. I hope Nimur-kun won't notice if I have gained weight. I'll make sure that he does know then, Blondie. A sly smirk crossed Ino's face and then she took a bit more of her ramen. She looked over towards the table, momentarily locking her eyes with Tenten's. Show me what you are thinking about, Tenten. Naruto, Niji, Naruto, Niji. What? She has a thing for Niji and Naruto. Not even for Ymir. This is hot news. I love my family for possessing these skills. I wonder who I should call next time when I'm taking a bath. A bath. Damn it, she was serious when she said she likes to call people while taking a bath. Ino mentally sighed and then looked towards Sakura, wondering if it was a good idea to read her mind. She shook her head and continued consuming her breakfast. I do not want another meeting with Sakura's mind. Naruto placed down his now empty cup of ramen and slightly grimaced as the dream he had earlier played through his mind again. What was that? What's wrong, Naruto? Sakura and Tenten asked simultaneously, throwing a playful smile at each other when they realized they asked it together. Nothing special really, I'm just somewhat sad I'm already done eating. Naruto stood up with a wide grin on his face. So, I decided to take another cup. Geez, you really are the biggest ramen-obsessed idiot in the world. Sakura closed her eyes and a smile formed upon her face. Sakura-chan, you make it sound like it's a bad thing. Naruto smiled at her as he walked towards the cabinet where he stocked up on his ramen. Well, I guess there are things in the world that are far worse to be obsessed with. Sakura's smile widened as she turned around to face Naruto. Naruto smiled once more at her before turning around and reaching out for the cabinet. Naruto? Tenten's voice caused Naruto to halt his movements and turn around to face the girl that caused him to do so. Tenten folded her hands together and slightly bowed her head. Can I please have seconds? I'm begging you here. Ehehe. Of course, Tenten. I still have more than enough in stock. Naruto smiled and turned back around to continue what he was doing, getting a second cup of ramen for himself and now also an extra cup of ramen for Tenten. Just as he was about to pull the cabinet open, he heard someone knock on his front door and he slightly grimaced. Mao, it's like someone doesn't want me to eat ramen. The sound had caused everyone in the room to halt their actions and look up in the direction of the door. Naruto turned around and let his eyes wander over each of the girls present. I think I'll go and see who's knocking on my front door this early. Figuring out why Naruto had said that, the girls' faces turned a small shade of pink and Ino and Sakura even threw him a half-assed glare. Naruto headed into the hallway and it didn't take long before he reached out for the door and opened it, finding a shy white-eyed girl waiting for him behind it. Oh heyo, Naruto-kun. Hinata said as a blush formed on her face and she fidgeted with her two index fingers. Ah, it's you Hinata, oheyo. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and smiled joyfully at Hinata. Why are you here? It's still quite early in the morning. Well, it's like. Hinata averted Naruto's eyes, as he tried to uphold eye contact with her for longer than she could feel totally comfortable with. Oh, it's you, Hinata. Ino said cheerful as she threw her arms around Naruto's neck and rested her chin on his shoulder. Ino! What are you doing? Naruto was surprised by Ino's sudden action, but not even half as surprised as the young Hyuga heiress. It's unusual to visit people this early in the morning. Sakura said as she followed Ino's example and threw her arms around Naruto and resting her chin on his shoulder as well. Sakura-chan. Naruto blinked and was now even more surprised by what was happening. What in the... Hinata repeated as she looked in shock at the two girls who had clutched onto Naruto. Temari then joined the two girls and pressed her face against Naruto's and grinning widely at Naruto, who was starting to sweat, and it was not out of nervosity. "Well, what is everyone doing here?" Hinata managed to ask as she still looked with wide eyes at the girls. "We're having a huge orgy with Naruto here. Care to join us, Hinata?" Temari playfully stuck her tongue out at Hinata and gave her a wink that was at least equally as playful. Temari! Naruto turned bright red in his face, only to be outdone by Hinata's steep crimson blush. Just then, Temari was lifted up from the ground and sat on Tenten's shoulders as Tenten took over Temari's previous position. "We're having a lot of fun here," Tenten said and giggled as Naruto's legs started shake with all the girls leaning on him in one way or another. Temari leaned over to look into Naruto's eyes and with a smirk printed on her face, she said, "Lots and lots of fun. Ain't that right, girls?" "Definitely." Ino smirked. "Without a doubt." Sakura formed a wide smile on her face and Tenten nodded, causing her to rub her cheek against Naruto's. Maturing had given Hinata multiple things, but the most important was most likely that she now had a limit to her kindness and that she could actually snap at people. That was mainly at her enemies for taunting her comrades and even once or twice at her father and her sister, but so far not at her friends, or at least not like she had with her father and sister. However, right now, she felt like snapping at the girls and not having a minor outburst like she usually would against her friends. She could already imagine herself pulling out a kunai, the mere sound causing the group in front of her to take notice of her. "Don't do such things to Naruto-kun!" She would have yelled and started running towards them with her kunai raised. The girls would have no choice but to run back inside. She would chase them in circles around Naruto's living room until she was finally grabbed around her waist by Naruto and stopped her in her pursuit. The mere thought of Naruto wrapping his arms around her caused the young heiress to blush, which was noted by the girls as reply to their doings. Hinata stuttered for a moment and then she gulped once so she could say what she meant to say in the first place. I have a message for you, Tenten. It's from Niji-Nizan." "A message? For me?" Tenten blinked at the white-eyed girl in confusion. "Why, yes." Hinata answered and shyly looked from the corner of her eyes towards Naruto, who was stressing most of his muscles to support the girls that had piled on top of him. "Oh, looks like Tenten has no need to date Ymir if she has Niji." Ino spoke her thoughts out loud as she formed a sly grin on her face and leered at Tenten. Tenten slightly blushed at the remark. It's not like that, we're just close friends." "But you know that there's a fine line between being close friends and more, right?" Ino retorted and her smirk grew wider. "I know." Tenten's reply caused Ino to giggle. "But you know, whether it's a declaration of love from Niji or something else. I'm kind of curious what is. How about you, Naruto?" Temari asked as she leaned over to see Naruto's face, which as a matter of fact had become quite red for multiple reasons. Sure, let's go see Niji." Naruto answered, "I'd like to get away from the weight of all of you, not to mention that too much soft female anatomy is not good for the amount of blood that flows through my body." I'm sorry, but Niji-Nizan said that only Tenten was allowed to come. He said I could find Tenten at Naruto's place, so." Hinata replied and shyly looked towards Naruto again, whose face was still quite red as a matter of fact. "Just me?" Tenten blinked again at Hinata, who just nodded in reply. "Well, we could just ignore that, but it's still early." Sakura mused. "It's alright, if Niji wants to see just me, I think it's really for the best if I'm the only one that goes there." Ten replied and then remembered what she was wearing. But first I'm going back to my place to get a change of clothes. I'm not going to see Niji in this outfit. All right then, let me get off your neck and you can be on your way. Temari said to Ten, which made Ten carefully walk back and allowed her to get off of the weapons mistress' neck. I believe I have a say in that as well, Gaara stated. Naruto looked over his shoulder towards the red-headed Kazekage as Ino, Sakura did as well, and Hinata just plainly looked towards him. After all, you are on a mission to be my slaves, I mean, my hired shinobi who will fight for me when I feel more like reading Shakespeare than flex my skills to make a lot of gory kills. Gaara stated and then quietly muttered, I should read less poetic books. Gaara, you can let Ten and the girls go. It's not like there will be an assassin after you today, and even if there would be one, you are strong enough to handle it on your own, not to mention you'd always have me and Naruto around. Temari replied as she placed her hands on her hips. Even so, Gaara replied. Temari's glance sharpened and pierced through Gaara, or you could have all the girls here and listen to us talk endlessly about our monthly event. Terms of absence approved, return expected at 1900 hours for training. Gaara said and turned around, walking back into the living room and muttering, watching less war movies should go on the list with things I should do less as well. Luckily he doesn't know that we don't have that right now. Temari winked at the other girls, well, I for one don't anyway. Then I'm going back home right now. Thanks for the free breakfast, Naruto. Sakura said and instantly left. Me too, I have a date to get ready for. Ino said and left as well, giving a wave to those left behind. Later, Naruto. I suggest that the next time we crash at your place that you'd better be sure to have extra sleeping space. I'm going to take a shower. Temari stated and left the hallway to gather the necessary items to take a shower. And I'm off to change my clothing and head out to see Niji then. Bye, Naruto. Ten said and left as well, leaving Naruto alone at the front door with Hinata. After a short moment of silence between the two of them, Naruto rubbed the back of his head and grinned at Hinata as he slowly closed the door. Well, see you later, Hinata. I guess I'll see you soon. Naruto-kun. Hinata quickly said, causing Naruto to halt his attempt to close the door. What is it, Hinata? Naruto asked, half surprised. I guess I should give her the time to let her say what she wants. She's still the same shy Hinata as she always has been. I wanted to, Hinata. What are you goofing off for? I was waiting for you. Come on, the walk from my place to your compound is very boring if you don't have a companion. Ten came running back and grabbed onto Hinata's arm. But... Hinata protested as Ten pulled her along. Come on. We don't want to keep Niji waiting for too long. But Hinata protested once again. If you want to talk to Naruto, I'll give you his phone number when we are at my place. Naruto sheepishly grinned at the duo as they turned around the corner and disappeared from sight, and then he closed the door. I guess I'll get a phone call from Hinata then later today. Shortly after that, Naruto headed out for the training grounds to at least have some kind of workout before he would have to go on his date with Ino. He arrived on the training grounds and, surprisingly, without any nuisances present or along the way to it. This is kind of odd. I expected Fuzzy Eyebrows and Super Fuzzy Eyebrows Sensei to show up by now. Why does this disturb me? Naruto thought as he walked over the extremely quiet training grounds. Oh well, better get my training started up. Naruto stated as he took off his jacket and laid it on the ground, next to a tree that stood near the training grounds perimeter. Naruto took a moment to let his eyes wander over the training field. Man. It's been a while since I last came here for training. A lot has happened since that day, man. It was 8 days ago that I had my first date with Ayame-chan. As Naruto took his trip down memory lane, which consisted of a total of 9 days up until today, he was unaware of what lingered directly above him. It wasn't a member of the Akatsuki or a member of Orochimaru's hidden sound, but that didn't mean that it wasn't dangerous to the blonde shinobi. Thick brows, a bowl haircut and clad in a tight green spandex suit while wearing inhumanly heavy weights, Rock Lee was far from being harmless. Konohagakure's young beautiful green beast, Rock Lee, enters. Mission commenced. Lee's youthful thoughts ran through his mind as always as he carefully lowered himself upside down from tree, his arms carefully reaching towards Naruto's head. Guy-sensei. I'm going to do it. This is going to be my success. My youthfulness shall prevail. Lee thought excited, and in his excitement, he softly let out a ooh-hoo. Naruto, however, heard the sound, and as he tilted his head back to see what it was, he only found some leaves falling down from the tree. Must be a squirrel or something. Oh. Guy-sensei. My youthfulness was nearly my undoing. But I shall prevail. My youthfulness shall prevail. Now once more, I shall try, and this time I shall succeed. Lee thought, and for a moment, he brimmed with energy until he lowered himself once again upside down out of the tree. All right. Enough slacking around. Time to get to training. Naruto said to encourage himself and started walking onto the training ground just as Lee reached out further. The motion caused him to fall rather loudly out of the tree and hit his head on the ground, but the youthful Lee was quick enough in his recovery to hide behind the tree as Naruto turned around. I could have sworn that, oh well. Naruto said and shrugged it off. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto created a single clone to spar against and thus started his training as a certain green-clad, thick eyebrows having young man plotted his next move from his hiding place. All right. I'll definitely get near him this time and complete my mission. And I just know how. Ooh-hoo. Guy-sensei. Bless you for giving me this cool and youthful outfit. It blends in so well with the bushes. Naruto threw a punch at his Kage Bunshin, who caught his fist halfway through the attack and countered with a punch of his own. Naruto managed to evade the punch of his clone and his clone's chest with his own counterattack. The impact caused the clone to let go of Naruto's other fist, allowing him to use that fist to punch his clone as well. His clone just barely managed to block the second attack and was slightly knocked back, creating some distance between him and Naruto. What followed was a brawl of punching, kicking, blocking and evading between Naruto and his Kage Bunshin as a not-so-suspicious bush moved in closer to the battlefield. Guy-sensei. My disguise and stealth is perfect. The springtime of youth shall prevail. Ooh-hoo. Meanwhile, there was a temporary pause between Naruto's Kage Bunshin sparring and Naruto thought he could see a certain not-so-suspicious bush move slightly closer towards the battlefield. Hey, did that bush over there just moved? Oh, like I'll fall for that one. No really, I could have sworn that thing moved closer towards us. Oh come on, I'm you. You should know better than that. You wouldn't fall for such a thing either. Now come on, give my temporary existence some meaning. But it really did move. Just look at it for a second. If I'll look and then you kick my ass for being distracted during battle. It won't work. You have to come up with something better than that to outsmart yourself. How much ramen could a ramen chuck if a ramen chuck could chuck ramen? What the hell? That doesn't make any. Rasengan. Naruto snickered as his mediocre one-handed Rasengan made his clone pop off. Ah, gets them every time. Now, let's see what's up with that bush. Huh? Naruto said after he had turned around to face the not-so-suspicious bush, only to find it missing. It was here until a second ago. I just know it. Naruto slowly turned, trying to detect any sounds of movement in the area and spot the apparently elusive bush. He spotted it near the nearby stream and he blinked at it, since when do bushes have thick eyebrow-like things in them? Naruto blinked once more and the bush was out of his sight. Maybe this morning's ramen was overdate or something. Naruto turned back around to the training field and found the bush only a meter or so behind him. Then again, it's more likely for that old fox bastard to lose all his tails and become a pink fluffy elephant than ramen giving me delusions about a bush that slowly sneaks up on me. You. Whoever you are. Stop hiding and show yourself to me. Naruto pointed dramatically towards the bush. A wind blew over the training field as a large silence was present and all stayed silent until Naruto broke the silence. Oi, you're not fooling anyone. I am an hallucination. Fuzzy eyebrows, why are you hiding and moving around like you're about to kill me or something? Naruto crossed his arms and stared at the bush. If anyone would see me like this, they'd probably think I'm crazy. Or trying to do some kind of crazy laser vision jutsu. The name's Lee. I mean, I am merely using Rock Lee's voice to talk to you. I am not here, I am just a figment of your imagination. Oh, I see, then I guess you're just a harmless old bush that has no evil plots to do something to me. That's right. Right. Well, Bush, if you need me for anything, I'll just be over there doing my training, with my back turned towards you. Naruto said and walked away from the bush with his back turned towards it. Ooh-hoo. Guy-sensei. Looks like I can do Jinjutsu after all. I was able to make Naruto-kun think that I was just a normal imagined bush. The springtime of youth will prevail. Lee exclaimed in his mind as he looked towards Naruto, who was still walking away. Now's my chance. Guy-sensei. I will succeed. Lee jumped out of the bush and flew towards Naruto, reaching out with his hands for Naruto's head. When he nearly had his hands on Naruto, the blonde shinobi took one big sidestep and Lee crashed with his face down on the ground. I knew it! What do you want, Lee? Naruto dramatically pointed at the green-clad shinobi who was lying face down on the ground. Lee jumped up and struck the nice guy pose. Naruto-kun. Looks like you saw through my disguise and... Wait 1 second please, did you just call me Lee? I did? Yes, I clearly heard you say my name instead of fuzzy eyebrows. No, I didn't. I really believe you did, Naruto-kun. Listen up, Lee, I'd never call you Lee. It's just unnatural. Why on earth would I call you Lee, Lee? There. You did it again. Arg, no I didn't. If I'd call you Lee, Lee, then something extremely random must happen today. Like Erosennin declaring that he loves Tsunade Abuken. Which would never, ever happen. What do I have to do that you called me Lee instead of fuzzy eyebrows? You can't prove it a single bit because there is no one around to be a witness of the fact that I might have called you Lee instead of fuzzy eyebrows. Then I will use my power of youth to make you confess that you called me by my name. For I am Rock Lee. Konohagakure's beautiful green beast. Lee beamed with the burning flames of youth as he clutched his fists. There is no way in hell you can make me say that I called you the L word. Naruto stared dully at Lee, who still beamed with youthfulness. Lee's flame bursting suddenly halted and he looked dead serious at Naruto. Now you've insulted my youthfulness. I did what now? Naruto was surprised by Lee's sudden attitude change and Lee was really looking dead serious at him. You've insulted my youthfulness. Lee repeated, by calling my name the L-word, you made a connection to my name with an unyouthful thing like the N-word, the S-word and the F-word and thus you've defiled the youthful name that is Rock Lee. From this day on, Naruto-kun, I will stalk you until you call me by my name. Right, anyway, I've got some training to do before the afternoon so if you wouldn't mind, could you just get out of here, Lee? I was here first. Naruto blinked at Lee. For a second ago he was still looking fierce and now he had his shoulders hanging in defeat with his mouth hang wide open. For what did you come here anyway? Naruto asked as Lee kept on blankly staring at him, which more or less started giving Naruto the creeps. I can't quite remember, must go home and remember it, I guess. Lee stated dully for a moment and then shook himself out of his current state and back into his youthful state. I will come back for you, Naruto-kun. Once my youthfulness has restored my memory, I will be back to do whatever it was that I came for. Lee then quickly ran off, leaving Naruto behind in wonder of what it exactly was that Lee came for. Oh well, back to training it is then. Naruto trained until noon and this time he did not use weird riddles to distract his clones, followed up with a Rasengan to meaninglessly destroy them, but actually fully train against them. After a quick run to the bank of Konoha, Naruto headed out to Ichiraku's ramen to get himself a far more than decent bowl of ramen for lunch. Damned old man, I know I should be respectful of the elderly, but this guy got to get himself a nurse or something, saves me a lot of cleaning. Ayame muttered as she cleaned up the mess that was made on the counter. Yo, Ayame-chan, how's it going? Naruto asked cheerfully as he entered his favorite ramen stand. Good afternoon, Naruto. I see you aren't dead like you thought you would be. Ayame took a moment to smile at Naruto before finishing her cleaning up. Hehehe, I guess I was just lucky. Naruto smiled back at Ayame as he took his seat and looked at Ichiraku-san who was cooking up the next batch of delicious ramen, Ozen. 1 bowl of miso ramen. Yo, Naruto. It's been a while. 1 bowl of miso ramen coming right up. Ichiraku-san replied almost as cheerful as Naruto did when he ordered his meal. So how's it going, Naruto? Ayame asked as she took a seat next to Naruto, taking a break from her labor. Good other than that I had a weird dream last night. It was kind of disturbing. Naruto mused. Ayame folded her hands and rested her head on them as she looked at Naruto. And what about your girl problems? Do you already know which one you like the most? Naruto looked with wide eyes at Ayame and slightly blushed upon hearing this question all of a sudden. I like them all, I don't know yet. Besides I have a date with Ino this afternoon, so I still have to get to know her better. All of them, huh? So not just Sakura anymore? Ayame asked as Naruto was handed his bowl of miso ramen by Ichiraku-san. Naruto let his head hang in defeat. I thought I'd find out how to make Sakura-chan my girlfriend with all this dating, but all it really did was make me like all the girls more and more. It's only 5 days until it's Valentine's Day. Who the hell am I going to ask out? Well, if you really can't make up your mind within the next few days, you could always let fate decide for you. Ayame suggested and smiled warmly at Naruto. Fate? Naruto asked and then quickly picked up his chopsticks and devoured some of his noodles after saying a quick itadakimasu. Ooh-huh. You could give each of the girls a number and then roll a dice to decide who you should go out with. For example, you could make Sakura number 1, Hinata number 2, Temari number 3, Ino number 4 and 1010 number 5. And if you roll a 6 you just roll again. But what if I then decide I don't want to be with that girl on Valentine's Day? Naruto asked and quickly slurped some of his ramen. Then you re-roll the dice and take that girl off? In the end you'll have one then. Anyway, you'll still have time to learn more about them. Oh! I nearly forgot. Naruto, tomorrow a new club opens up in town. Since you promised me we'd go to a club sometime. Naruto placed his bowl of ramen back down on the counter. I don't think I've got something to do then. I could always spend time with the girls during the afternoon, alright. I'll go with you to this new club then, Ayame-chan. But what? Ayame blinked at the blonde as he seemed to be deep in thought. I don't think I can dance, I never danced before, so. Ayame giggled and got up from her seat. You don't have to worry one single bit. I'll guide you all the way through it. By the end of tomorrow night, you'll be one of those guys that a girl would die for to have just one dance with. Eh? There are guys like that? Naruto blinked at Ayame as she walked back around the counter. Ayame tilted her hair and gave it some thought. No, not really. However, I'm sure that it will be great to dance with you. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and grinned widely. Well, I guess I am great at just about anything if I really put everything I have into it. Then I'll see you tomorrow night around 8. Ayame winked at him and then bent over to whisper something to Naruto. And please use the front door this time, 'kay? Naruto grinned again and snickered for a moment. Alright Ayame-chan, I understand. Don't worry about that. After 3 more bowls of ramen, Naruto decided he had enough ramen for lunch, so he paid for his meal and left one of his favorite places in the world. Let's see, what should I do next? More training or check up on Gaara and Temari? Naruto thought as he strolled down the streets of Konoha. Just as he passed by a side street, Naruto had the odd feeling he should turn back and see what was going on there. Figuring it is best to follow his instinct, Naruto turned around and walked back to face the side street. It seems that there's nothing here. Or is there, Naruto? That voice. That's right. The man whose name shines upon the heavens. The face that strikes fear into the face of evil. The charming good looks that can make a woman's heart melt. One of the Sannin. Jiraiya-sama enters. Jiraiya exclaimed as he landed with a frog on the street, hopping over towards Naruto. Naruto, I have been looking for you. Erosennin, what do you want? Naruto asked and gave Jiraiya a dull look. I have a mission for you, my student. Jiraiya struck a pose, the hand palm of his left hand pointing towards Naruto. Really? Wait, this isn't one of your perverted missions like last time, right? No, it's of great importance to nearly the entire village of Konoha. Jiraiya crossed his arms and gave Naruto a stern look, and it's a mission that only you can complete. What is it? What is it, Databeo? It's been such a long while since I last had an important mission. What are we going to do, Erosennin? Hunt down Akatsuki. No, like I said, this is a mission that only you can do. You'll have to play this one out by yourself. You're really cool when you give me important missions, Erosennin. Tell me. What is it that I must do? Naruto exclaimed cheerful. You have to convince that nymphomaniac Inko to come to a certain bachelor party I'm hosting. Jiraiya replied, and the second he had said that, all the cheerfulness in Naruto disappeared and the cool music that had been going on in his mind stopped. What? Naruto blinked at his white-haired sensei, and what followed after that was an uncomfortable silence between the two of them. Repeat that again, Erosennin. Naruto broke the silence after what seemed like an eternity. You have to convince Anko to come to a certain bachelor party I'm hosting. Jiraiya repeated. Oh, okay, I see, of great importance to the village of Konoha, you said, it's something only you can do, you said. Naruto took a deep breath and then let it all out. How the heck do you think I can convince that crazy woman Tio go to a bachelor party? Tell her there will be free booty for her to spank, that should do it. Jiraiya nodded to himself. Huh? Why, how could she spank booty? Naruto looked confused at his perverted sensei. Let's not go into detail about that in public, shall we? Anyway, if that doesn't work, I suggest you try convincing her by say that she'll get free boot knocking if she comes. What's so fun about knocking boots together? Naruto said, totally at loss what his sensei was talking about. Jiraiya slapped himself in the face and then pointed at Naruto, never mind. Just use your natural charm to make her come to that party. Details will be given to her later on. Now go and I'll buy you ramen sometime soon. One for ramen and ramen for all. Naruto cheered and rushed off to find Anko, who Naruto hoped to find at her apartment. Naruto ran as fast as he could towards Anko's apartment, deciding that he should not try to use Shunshin no Jutsu to get himself there in an instant, as he might end up on the other side of Konoha. During his run towards Anko's apartment, Naruto slowly came to realize something as his thoughts continuously repeated the word ramen. Ramen, 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 wait, ramen, plus Erosennin treating me to said ramen. Naruto formed the mental images of ramen and Jiraiya in his head along with the plus sign and the equals sign, He's going to use that frog Kawarini again, damn it, oh well, maybe I can somehow frame his plans. Not much later, Naruto found himself in front of Anko's front door. Naruto gulped, oh man, last time I was here I nearly died of blood loss. Well, it's in the middle of the day right now, so how bad could it be? He gathered his courage and knocked on the door, half wishing that there would be no one home to answer. Unfortunately for Naruto, Anko was home and opened the door a few moments after he had knocked on it. Surprise was written all over her face when she saw it was Naruto who stood in front of her. Naru-chan? What are you doing here all of a sudden? Her surprise then faded and a sly smirk formed on her face, not that I'm complaining about it. Naruto gulped again and took a small step back. Maybe I should leave now. Sorry, Naru-chan, but I can't allow you to do that just yet. Anko said as she grabbed onto his shoulder and pulled him into her apartment. She closed the door behind them and held her arms behind her back as she leaned against the door. Well then, go on to the living room, Naru-chan. This isn't good, not good at all. Naruto started sweating as he turned around and slowly started walking towards the living room. Yeah, sure. He could hear Anko take a step forward whenever he took one as well, and something about that sent a shiver down his spine. Take a seat. Anko said as they entered the living room, can I get you anything to drink? And no thanks. Naruto barely managed to bring out those two words, and then he gulped again, knowing her it's probably drugged or something. Naruto took a seat on the couch and Anko sat down next to him with one arm resting on the backrest so she could face Naruto. I'm honestly surprised to find you seeking me out during the day. I could understand during the cold, lonely nights, but either way is fine with me. Anko leered towards Naruto. My nights are not cold or lonely. Naruto retorted and looked into Anko's eyes for a moment and then decided he should avoid her eyes. Anko started crawling cat-like over towards Naruto. Well, I'm sure I could make it even less cold and lonely for you. Why yeah, I'm sure you could, but Naruto started trying to back away from Anko, but only found himself cornered on the end of the couch. So, why did you come to me today, Naru-chan? Did miss the softness of my lips? Anko asked playfully and gave Naruto a tender kiss on his lips, or perhaps my warmth and tender caresses. Anko laid herself down on Naruto, whose heart started beating 100 times faster than normal and sweat crawled down over his back as Anko stroked with her hand through his hair. Or maybe you missed the softness of my bare skin. Anko whispered in Naruto's ear, sending a shiver down his spine. And no. And not really. Naruto gulped again and tried to writhe his way out from underneath Anko. She unzipped his jacket and let her hand slide over his shirt and around his back. Then did you come just because you needed a hug and a kiss? Because you know I can always give you that, and so much more. And no. Definitely not for that either. You meanie, then you just came here to tease me, huh? Maybe we should have a revision of our little sex edition class. No. Really? Not that again. Naruto said with wide eyes, something like that again would kill me for sure this time. But you've really come at an unfortunate time, Naru-chan. Anko said as she slid her hand off of Naruto's back and opened his mouth with it, letting her tongue slide as she passionately kissed him. Do I even want to know why it's an unfortunate time? Naruto asked after Anko took a moment to breathe normally again. Of course you do. Anko traced a finger over Naruto's chest. You could say that I'm in the heat right now and aching to have physical contact. Oh great. Naruto sarcastically replied as he gulped again. Do you want to try and succeed in what so many others have failed? Anko leered lustfully at Naruto, making blood rush to his head faster than you could say Kyubi. I don't think I want to, or could. Naruto said as Anko continued leering at him with that lustful look in her eyes. I know I made a promise to you to leave it just at kisses and hugs. Anko said and traced with her finger over Naruto's lips, but will you please take a moment to reconsider that that's all you want and not fulfill my desires? Reconsidering done, I think I should make you promise to stay away from me until I'm about 30. Naruto thought as he looked with wide eyes at Anko, let's keep to that promise of just hugging and kissing. Unfortunate for me. Anko said and kissed Naruto once again. Anko-sensei, I did come here for a reason. Anko slightly pushed herself up from Naruto and blinked at him. Oh? Really? Well, tell me then already so I can continue kissing you. Okay, Erosennin asked me to convince you to go to a bachelor party he's hosting. Naruto stated truthfully. Bachelor party? Why that white-haired rotten little? Anko replied, causing Naruto to blink at her due to her reaction. Well, you don't have to go, he just said I needed to try to convince you to do so. Naruto blinked at Anko, who in return blinked at him as well. Oh, convince me, huh? Interesting. Anko smirked widely at the blonde and drew closer towards his body. Start convincing me then. Oh onagai desu. Naruto turned his face away from Anko. Go to that bachelor party Erosennin is hosting. Not good enough, Naru-chan. Anko gently placed a kiss on his cheek and continued leering at him. Try harder. Naruto gulped and started sweating even more. Oh man, this is not good. I must come up with a plan to get out of here or else I'm done for. Screw Erosennin's bachelor party, my virgin, ity. Has just become my ticket out of here, I hope. Naruto turned his head back around so he could face Anko and smirked at her. Harder you say, huh? How about I give you something really hard? Anko's smirk grew widened and she licked Naruto's cheek. Interesting, what did you have in mind for little old me? How much ramen could a ramen chuck if a ramen chuck could chuck ramen? Naruto thought and mentally slapped himself for thinking about that right now. Go into your bedroom and I'll show you how the use of Tachuokage Bunshin no Jutsu can be made as effective as possible. Why not show me right here, right now? Naru-chan? Anko leered at Naruto and opened her trench coat so that it covered Naruto's side up. Naruto's eyes widened. Because this is the couch, people need to sit on it and... I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. It's not like it will be the first time I've used this couch. She winked at Naruto and ran with her fingertips over his body. Naruto shivered, both due to the fact that Anko was caressing him and due to the fact that he now knew that something has happened before on the couch, something that he really did not want to know about. Yeah, okay, I see, but I need a lot of space, so a bed would be way better. Naruto gulped again. I really hope she does go to her bedroom and that she doesn't decide to just rip all my clothes off right here. Anko traced with her index finger over Naruto's jawbone. I see, then, I'll wait for you in my bedroom. She placed another kiss on Naruto's lips and then slid off of Naruto's body. Don't keep me waiting too long. Anko winked at Naruto as he sat up and then she swayed her hips from side to side as she headed into her bedroom. Naruto, who was temporarily mesmerized by the movements, fiercely shook his head and then jumped up. When he was sure that Anko was in her room, he stealthily sneaked towards the front door and opened it almost without making a single sound. He stepped out and turned around one last time to scream one thing, Tachuokage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto didn't perform the actual jutsu, but Anko wouldn't know that just yet, and then he quickly closed the door behind him as he started running as fast as possible for the sake of his virginity. Not long after that, Naruto reached the spot where he'd last seen Jiraiya, but, of course, the white-haired hermit was not the type of guy who'd wait all day long on the same spot for someone. Damn it, Erosennin is probably out peeping at the hot springs again. Naruto thought as he couldn't see the white-haired Sannin anywhere. Just as Naruto was about to rush out of the street and head towards the hot springs, he could hear Jiraiya's chuckle. It wasn't hard to pinpoint his location after that, because there was only one place nearby where Jiraiya could possibly chuckle like that. Naruto backtracked a bit and entered the shop where he was sure he'd find the white-haired Sannin. As he had expected, there Naruto found his teacher surrounded by 5 very busty women. Oi, Erosennin. The tall white-haired man stopped his chuckling and looked up to find his apprentice standing in front of him with his arms crossed over one another. Oh, back already, Naruto. How did it go? Let's just keep it at that. She's awaiting to hear the details from you. Naruto lied, rubbed the back of his head. Jiraiya gave him a suspicious look for a moment. All right then, thanks for the effort, Naruto. That would be all. Leave me be then. No problem. Naruto grinned widely and then quickly left Jiraiya with his ladies. Naruto quickly jumped from roof to roof, heading back towards his apartment and feeling like a burden was lifted from his shoulders. Man, all of a sudden this feels good. Naruto smiled as the sunshine made him feel sort of warm and fuzzy inside. Naruto decided to flex his muscles a bit and show off his skills as a shinobi. Unfortunately for our blonde friend, showing off was not one of his finer skills in life, and thus he was destined to make a total fool out of himself, one way or another. As Naruto flipped through the air from one rooftop to the next, he failed to notice the line of clothing that was on his landing spot. Ah. Arg. Ah. Ahia. Aya. When Naruto finally came to a halt, he was wrapped in various items of clothing and the like. Crap, if someone finds me here likes this. Naruto wrestled himself free from all the clothing and sheets with a few violent, yet unharmful for the clothing, movements and took a look at all of the clothing that was clean before his antics. Damn, if someone found me like this, they'd probably think I'm something like a panty thief. I mean, I even got a blue bra lying on my lap right now. I don't doubt there is a matching blue panty somewhere in that pile of clothing. Naruto said and picked up the bra, giving it a closer look. I could swear that I've seen these somewhere before. Just then the rooftop door was opened and Naruto just froze. Who is it? I'm in trouble if it's a girl. Of course it's a girl. Guys don't do the laundry. Unless I'm lucky. Oh, please let me be lucky. Slowly Naruto turned his head and looked up to face whoever it was that had just opened the rooftop door. Nah, Naruto. What are you doing here? Naruto's eyes locked onto Ino's bright blue eyes and he could notice a slight blush forming on her face. I can explain this. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized that he was most likely having Ino's clothes in front of him and, more importantly, her bra in his hands. Well, I'm sure you aren't a panty thief, else you wouldn't be having all those other fabrics around you. Ino sighed and walked over towards Naruto, bending over when she reached him and snapping the bra out of his hands with one swift motion. I'll take that. She gave the bra a skeptical look and then sighed again. Oh well, I guess it doesn't matter. You aren't going to beat the crap out of me? Naruto looked with wide eyes out of sheer surprise at Ino. Not that I'm complaining, but... Ino looked back at him with her eyes just as wide as his and blinked a couple of times. Why would I do that? It's not like I'll get in trouble or something. But like, most of the laundry is dirty again, so... Come on, Naruto. I'll just tell my mom some young genin were fooling around and that I scolded them for messing everything up. It saves me from certain chores like ironing and folding all these clothes. Ino partly gathered the laundry. Just help me out with carrying these back inside. Sure. Can we carry it all by ourselves or should I whip out some kick-ass Kage Bunshins to help? Naruto jumped up and started gathering the laundry along with Ino. It didn't take long before the two of them had gathered the entire mess that Naruto had created and they were now heading down the stairs that led from the rooftop to the highest floor in the building. Naruto. Ino said and all of a sudden stopped when they were walking down the staircase. What's wrong, Ino? Naruto turned around and froze up as a dark and evil aura surrounded Ino. If you so much as tell anyone you've seen or touched my underwear, I'll definitely kill you, understood? Why yeah, don't worry, it's kind of embarrassing, isn't it? I mean I'd be embarrassed if a girl, yeah, don't worry, Ino, I won't tell anyone. Naruto grinned sheepishly at Ino. Even with that evil aura you can see that she's slightly blushing. Good, then you don't have to worry about a thing. Ino smiled at him and continued her descent. A while later, Naruto was back on his way to his apartment. Naruto sighed as he temporarily soared through the air again. Man, I really have no luck today. First that whole thing with fuzzy eyebrows, then Erosennin's mission and just now that whole thing with Ino's laundry. What else has this day in store for me? He hurried onward to his apartment, deciding he should at least shower before heading out to meet up with Ino. I'm back, Naruto announced but heard no reply from Gaara or Temari. Figuring that they'd probably be out to train or find a hotel, Naruto shrugged it off and headed into the bathroom to take a shower. A few seconds later, he regretted making that decision. For as soon as he entered the bathroom, he stood face to face with Temari, who wore nothing but her pink underwear. A moment of silence and blinking ensued when their eyes met, which ended with a loud scream and a punch to Naruto's face. Kyaa. As Naruto crashed against the wall, the bathroom door was slammed shut. Naruto, don't you know how to knock? I yelled that I'm back. When I get no answer, I expect no one to be home. You could have said you were in the bathroom. Naruto retorted once he managed to stand on his feet again. Well, how would I know that you'd go straight for the bathroom? I thought you came back to eat or something like that. Naruto sighed in defeat. I guess this just isn't my day. Temari, can you please get dressed? I want to take a shower before heading out again. Alright, turn around for a moment so I can run to the living room. It's not like I'd bother to bring clothing with me to the bathroom when I expect to be home alone for a long, long while. Naruto obediently turned around, facing the wall as he heard the door slightly open and Temari heading out of the bathroom. Okay, don't even so much as think about peeping because I'll seriously kill you if you do that right now. You know I wouldn't, so don't try to tempt me to unconsciously turn my head around. Naruto replied and Temari slightly laughed at his response before quickly making a run for the safety of the living room. When Naruto was sure that Temari out of sight even if he looked towards the living room, he turned back around and headed into the bathroom. As soon as he had taken one step into the bathroom, an image of Temari running in her pink undies crossed his mind. Arg! What am I thinking? Naruto banged his head against the wall until he got slightly dizzy. Naruto then worked himself out of his clothing and took the shower he longed for right now. He looked up towards the shower head and let the water fall onto his face. After today, I've been on a date with all of them, though I'd probably need to spend a lot more time with some of them, mainly Hinata, Ino and Tenten. I'm running out of time. I need to make a choice before Valentine's Day, or at least need to go out on a date with the one who I like the most. Naruto closed his eyes and breathed deeply in and out. I guess I'll ask Ayame-chan to help me sort out what I like and like less about each and every one of them. Meanwhile, in a dark cave where no ray light from outside can reach and where the screams of torture victims echo long after their torture ended, a single torch was lit. Are the preparations ready? We aren't sure that this will work. There are risks. I couldn't care less. None will hear his cries. The sooner this is done, the sooner we can continue with today's objective. Cuckoo, let's start the ritual. Naruto flexed his muscles that had been loosened by the warmth of the shower. Ah, just what I needed. He headed into the living room and found Temari resting on his bed. Sorry about before, Temari. I'm having a kind of weird day today, I guess. Temari rose up from the bed and gave Naruto a wide smile. What? It's my own fault. I'm just glad I had my underwear on at the time. Yeah, I guess it could have been worse for me. Naruto widely grinned and rubbed the back of his head. Where's Gaara? Temari lay back down and rested her hands on the back of her head. Out to find a hotel for us, though I really don't mind staying here, you know. Naruto slightly blushed. Yeah, well. I mean, free meals, regularly having breakfast on bed, free showers, it really is the life. Temari waved her hand around in the air. What? That's all. Just for free meals and stuff. Naruto snapped and he literally jumped onto Temari, grabbing her by her shirt. Well, that and there's the fact that I'll have almost all the intimacy that I need at my disposal during the night. Temari winked at Naruto, who blushed bright red after hearing that from the Wind Mistress. Temari smirked and overthrew Naruto with ease, now sitting on top of him instead of the other way around. Don't get any funny ideas, I said almost. Just then the phone rang and drew the attention of the two blondes away from each other. I think that's for me. Naruto said as Temari got off his body, allowing him to answer the phone. It's probably Hinata, so I shouldn't be too surprised about a silence when I answer it. Hello? Uzumaki Naruto speaking. Naruto said as he answered the phone. Hey, Naruto. It's me, Ten. Ten cheerfully replied. Oh, hey Ten. What's up? Naruto said as he sat back down and Temari crawled over to his side, interested into what the weapons mistress had to tell her blonde friend. Hold on 1 second, Naruto. Ten replied. A couple of loud moans came out of the receiving end of the phone, causing both blondes to blush and Naruto's eyes to slightly twitch. What is it with these phone calls I've been having lately? Ten. Are you all right? Naruto hesitantly asked after the moaning stopped. You heard me. Oh God. If you're busy with something, you should call me some other time. Oh no. I'm not busy. Well, I don't really call this being busy, it's something I do multiple times every day so. Naruto exchanged glances with Temari, who was blushing a lot, probably as much as he was. Well, that's very interesting, but you really do not have to tell me this kind of stuff. Oh God. No. Don't misunderstand. I'm just taking a bath right now. The water is a bit hotter than what I'm used to, so I had to get used to it. Oh, I see, that's why you called me. Couldn't you call Niji or something? Naruto asked and let out a sigh of relief that no mental images formed in his mind this time. No, I couldn't call. Ten giggled and then abruptly stopped. Hey. How do you know that I call Niji while taking a bath every now and then? Oh, shit. Naruto froze up and dared to slightly look at Temari, noticing her blush had faded and she was looking with wide eyes at Naruto. Well, you see, Niji once told me about that when all of us guys were hanging out together so. Really, huh? Ten replied and then everything went silent for a moment. Oh well. I have something to tell you. Just thinking about it almost makes me laugh again. What is it? Naruto asked, curious to find out what it was Ten was talking about. Flashback no Jutsu. Ten POV, after Hinata and I ran by my place so I could get some proper clothes instead of Gaara's uniform, we quickly headed onto the Hyuga estate. Any idea what this all might be about, Hinata? I asked as we ran through the streets of Konoha as fast as we could. I don't know, Niji didn't want to let anyone in his room for the past 24 hours. Hinata replied. Well, I guess we'll have to drag him out of his room. I said as I jumped to a rooftop to avoid the crowd that lay ahead, Hinata following me closely behind. Not long after that, we arrived at the Hyuga mansion and headed straight for Niji's room. We were kind of surprised when we found Lee waiting there as well, yelling random things as usual at Niji about how he needs to come out so they can train and all. Come on, my eternal rival Niji. We must polish our youthful skills and become stronger. Lee exclaimed, burning with his passion of youth as usual. Lee? What are you doing here? I asked him. Good morning, Ten. Are you here to help my eternal rival and friend Niji out of his room so we can train and burn with the flames of youth? I don't know about that. I replied, sheepishly grinning at Lee. Ten? Is that you? Niji, I did as you asked. I brought Ten here for you. Hinata replied before I could say a thing and slightly bowed. Come on, Niji. Get out of your room already. I added. All right. Now that Tenten's here, I will come out of my room. Niji replied, and a few moments later, Niji pushed his door open and exclaimed with a loud voice, "Behold! The new Niji!" I was struck with awe. The new Niji had completely knocked the living daylights out of me. I was at a loss with words and, like Hinata and Lee, just gasped at Niji's new looks. Lee managed to bring out some words, though as usual it was just his thoughts and not mine nor Hinata's thoughts. Eternal rival Niji has ascended to Super Saiyajin Eternal rival Niji. Niji had dyed his hair blonde. Totally completely blonde. He could be nicknamed Goldilocks now. Words can't describe what kind of effect this would have on the world. Yes, that's right, Lee. Niji crossed his arms and smirked. I have ascended from myself into Super Saiyan. Niji abruptly stopped talking and glared at Lee. I'll kill you. Ooh. Super Saiyajin Eternal rival Niji. You've become far more powerful than ever before. Lee exclaimed, but I will not give up. I will surpass you and become Super Lee. My power of youth will prevail. And with that, Lee ran off to probably train as hard as he can. Niji turned towards me at this point and took a few steps towards me. Well, Tenten? Do you like it? I restrained my laughter as Niji looked totally clueless at me. And Niji-Nizan, what if? Hinata stuttered, and as if her thoughts were heard, Niji's uncle, Hayashi, came running from around the corner. What's the cause of this commo dash? He stopped when he saw Niji and then fell back. He had fainted on sight of Niji's new hair color. Father! Hinata quickly rushed to her father's aid and waved some cool air into his face with her hand. Well, Tenten. Do you like me as a blonde? Niji still looked with wide questioning eyes at me. Blasphemy! Hayashi had regained consciousness and shouted at Niji. This is the utmost blasphemy. How dare you taint the Hyuga name like this? I can do with my looks what I want, uncle. If I'd want to wear nail polish, I'd do so. However, I don't want that, so I won't do that. Niji replied with a stern look on his face. Oh dear ancestors! Hayashi fell to his knees and cried out to the sky, forgive his insolence. Forgive this blasphemy. I'll make sure that he regains his natural Hyuga hair that has been the same for generation after generation. Be it with dye remover to cleanse his Hyuga hair, be it with a kunai to cut him bald, I will not let him go on like this. Shut up, you have nothing to say about me. Niji retorted and once again turned towards me. How do I look, Tenten? Niji, honestly, you look wonderful, amazing, cool, wicked, totally kick-ass. So damned good that I don't know what to say. Gorgeous, ridiculous. And flashback no jutsu, and then I just started laughing and crying of laughter. Also asking him just why the heck he did that, and Tenten started laughing again as Naruto and Temari let the restraints of their laughter go as well. Upon lying down on his bed, still bulking of laughter, Naruto noticed what the time was and instantly shot up. Oh shit! I got to go! Temari and Tenten both stopped laughing as well, and Temari gave Naruto a serious look, blinking a couple of times at him before softly laughing again. But I'm not done taking my bath yet. Tenten complained. Sorry, Tenten, but I have to meet up with Erosennin. Yeah. That's right, Databeo. I'll talk to you soon again. I'll talk to her. Temari snatched the phone out of Naruto's hands just when he was about to hang up. Fine with me. Naruto grinned at Temari as he got up from his bed and nodded once. See ya, Temari, Ten. Bye. Both girls replied, Tenten's voice obviously slightly softer than Temari's. Naruto then quickly ran out of his house and jumped onto his rooftop, transforming into Ymir as he jumped. Well then, let's see. Naruto said to himself and looked around in order to figure out which way he exactly had to go. Ah, that way. All right. Let's go. Naruto gave himself a small pep talk, hoping that he would not have more bad luck today, and then quickly headed out to Ino's house. Luckily for Naruto, Ino lived not that far away from him, so he had little chance of anything happening on his way to her. He soon reached the street where Ino lived and stopped in front of the Yamanaka flower shop. Should I just go inside? Or is there another entrance? Naruto pondered for a moment and then figured he'd just have to see if there was or wasn't an alternate entrance. As soon as he stepped into the flower shop, two events happened. The first being the colorful smell of all the flowers entering his nostrils, the second being Ino throwing herself around his neck and filling his nostrils with an even sweeter scent. You're here! Ino exclaimed cheerful. Ehehe. Yeah, and so are you. Sorry for the wait, Ino. Naruto said and rubbed the back of his head. It's all right, I've been waiting for you almost the entire day. Ino said and then looked around Naruto, as if to find something. No flowers for me? I wouldn't want to make profit for your rivals, so... Naruto sheepishly grinned. Besides, how am I supposed to buy you flowers when your flower shop is the only one I know? Well, you could have bought them here. Ino winked and smiled at him. Shall we go? Yeah, but I have to tell you, I didn't really prepare anything special for this date. After 4 dates, I kind of ran out of original ideas. Please, forgive me. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. 4? Ino looked questioningly at Naruto, causing him to freeze up. I thought you didn't go out on date with Hinata yet. Well, you see, the thing is... Naruto started sweating out of nervosity. Damn it, I'm such an idiot. What am I going to say? Who could be the 4th one, saying Hinata won't work? Ymir-kun? Ino snapped him out of his thoughts. Yeah, well you see, remember that dear friend I told you about in my first letter? The one who'd hold the replies for me? We went out for dinner, so I guess that somewhat counts a date, ehehe. Yeah, I guess so. Ino replied as she tilted her head. Well, let's be on our way now. We'll see what we can do together today. Naruto smiled at her when she wrapped her arms around his as they left the store, Ino announcing her departure to her parents. I'm leaving now. Even before the reply of her parents could be heard, Naruto and Ino had left the store. The weather is nice today. Ino sang as she looked up to the wide blue sky with its pure white fluffy clouds. Yeah, quite rare that it's already spring in February, but you know, this is how I'll always remember Konoha, beautiful and sunny. Naruto replied as he looked up to the sky for a moment with Ino. How was your day so far, Ymir-kun? Ino asked him as she looked back to the road ahead of them. Naruto blinked at Ino and then sighed. One of those days that my luck seems a lot less than normal. How so? Well, it's just one of those days that it seems like the entire world is against you, you know, like hitting your little toe against the table, losing things, and end up on your rear end a lot of the time. Ino slightly leaned back and gave Naruto's rear end a look. Your buns looks fine though. Naruto slightly blushed at the comment and rubbed the back of his head as he sheepishly grinned. Thanks. Well, my day hasn't been half bad at all. Ino smiled at Naruto for a moment. Last night I slept at a friend's place. Not that we did anything. Really? There were others there too and all, so don't think anything of it. Naruto looked at her for a moment and then bursted out into laughter, which for some reason made Ino go red in her face. Wow, what's so funny? I'm telling the truth. I know. It's just that I wouldn't even think that you did something just because you spend the night somewhere other than at your home. Naruto said between laughs. Of course, I know she didn't do anything, but I wouldn't have thought she did something even if I didn't know. Do I look that innocent? Ino asked as she let go of Naruto's arm and placed one of her fists on her waist. No. It's just that, even though you tend to jump me from time to time, I don't think you'd randomly do something with someone you only see as a friend. Naruto looked from the corner of his eyes at Ino. Well, unfortunately, Naruto is just a friend right now. He's a good guy though. Ino said, and when both of them realized what she said, Naruto slightly blushed and Ino slapped her hands in front of her mouth. Unfortunately. Naruto repeated as he blinked in disbelief at the blonde kunoichi. Ino blushed crimson and looked at Naruto, and not like that. I just wouldn't mind if he and I became a bit closer. I mean closer friends. Because he really isn't as bad as he was when we were in the academy. Naruto grinned widely at her. And what about now? Hey! Don't tease me. I'm not. I'd like to know what you think of Naruto. After all, he's a student of my sensei as well. Ino let her arms fall down, slightly showing signs of defeat. Well, he's definitely less of a loudmouth bragging kid and far more mature than he has ever been. Also, he even knows some etiquette. A week ago he bought flowers at my place for this girl he took out on a date. I have absolutely no idea who it was though. However, he did say that he didn't have a girlfriend yet and that it was basically just obligation. Rule number 1 in taking someone out for a date. If it's possible, never come empty-handed to your date. That's what Jiraiya-sensei always told me. Naruto grinned at Ino. Damn it, I almost said Erosennin there. Then where's my present? Ino clinked back onto Naruto's arms. Sorry, I didn't really know what you like, so I couldn't think of anything to give you. Naruto rubbed the back of his head again. I like you, so you could have given yourself to me. Ino replied and winked at Naruto, who slightly laughed at her reply. Well, I could have given you a temporary Kage Bunshin of myself, but I believe that you'd rather have the real me, huh? Naruto smiled at Ino, who returned the smile. So, what shall we do? Ino asked as she firmly pressed Naruto's arm against her chest, making him slightly blush again. How about we go to the park and get to know each other a bit better? Naruto suggested. If I can lean against you. Of course, I see no problem with that. Naruto smiled at her. Ino's quite nice so far. I guess without having to worry about competition in her direct environment, she's a lot more relaxed. A while later, Naruto was leaning against the trunk of a tree and Ino leaned against him, dreamily staring past his chest as she traced with her finger over it. So tell me, Ino, what do you like and dislike? Naruto smiled at her as he broke the silence, which was quite comfortable for some reason. Well, this may sound a bit cheesy, but I like you. Ino smiled dreamily. She's sweet, though I guess I don't want to hear that kind of stuff all the time. Naruto thought as he lay an arm around Ino, and what else? I like what we are doing right now. Naruto slightly laughed. How about the things that aren't related to me? Pudding! Ino announced cheerful and with a wide smile on her face. For some reason, Naruto nearly fell over and he just started laughing like crazy. Ino rose from his body and blinked at him. What's so funny about liking pudding? Nothing at all. It's just that you said it so spontaneous that it sounded funny. Naruto laughed so much that he started crying. But I really do like pudding. Ino slightly jumped up as Naruto fell over out of laughter. There, you did it again. Ino gritted her teeth for a moment and then jumped on top of Naruto. Your turn. What do you like? Naruto stopped laughing and looked straight into Ino's eyes as she leaned closer towards him. Well, I'm starting to like the fact that girls tend to be on top of me. At least, I like some of them. There are those who I don't want on top of me for various reasons. And? Am I one of the persons you do want on top of you? Ino brought her face about an inch or two away from Naruto's. Well, you're definitely not on the list of people who I don't want sitting on top of me. Naruto stated, so far the only person that I don't want on top of me is Anko-sensei. How about this then? Ino blushed and tenderly kissed Naruto on his lips. Do you like that? I don't know. I guess I need to have more of those before I have my opinion ready about that. Naruto grinned at Ino, though that grin didn't last long as Ino slightly pulled him up and passionately kissed him. When Ino broke the kiss, she carefully laid Naruto back down, placed her elbow on the grass and rested her head on her hand as she had a look of self-satisfaction in her eyes. She didn't need to say out loud what her thoughts right now were, as Naruto could clearly see the message in her eyes. Do I really need to pursue you some more, or do you just want to be kissed by me again? Yeah, I definitely like that. Naruto stated and gave Ino a wide grin. I shall let you enjoy some more of that then. Ino replied, and just as she leaned over to Naruto's face again, vibrations went through both blondes' bodies and Ino jumped 10 feet in the air. What the? Naruto blinked at Ino, who patted all over her body. A little while later, she found what she searched for, a small silver-colored cell phone. Damn, already, huh? Naruto kept blinking at her as she snapped the mobile open with one swift motion and raced with her fingers over most of the keys. Ino. Everything all right? What? Ino looked up in surprise. No, everything's fine. Don't worry, I'll be done in a sec. Sorry for this, Nimir-kun. It's all right, I guess. Naruto sat straight up and just stared for a moment at Ino. Done. She announced with a smile on her face, and with a swift motion of her hands, she had pocketed her cell phone again. What was that all about? Naruto asked Ino as she sat down next to him. Nothing special. Sakura just text messaged me. That's all. Ino replied and scooted closer towards Naruto. Ah, I see. Naruto replied and everything went silent then. Fortunately, the awkward silence didn't last too long as Ino decided to ask Naruto something that was always in the back of her mind. Nimir-kun, do you have a cell phone? Or at least a phone number? Phone number, you say, huh? Naruto replied and blinked at Ino. Come on, Naruto. Think. Just say you have none. Yeah, that's it. You don't have one? Ino asked and gave him a questioning look. Well, I live with Jiraiya-sensei, so. Naruto sheepishly grinned and rubbed the back of his head. I see. Well, I guess or even better, I should get you a cell phone then so we, or at least me, can contact you. Ino smiled and winked at Naruto. I don't know about that. I think I'd lose it during training or something. Naruto kept the sheepish grin on his face. Oh well, we'll go get you one sometime. Ino smiled at him and then positioned herself behind Naruto, wrapping her arms around him. For now, let's get to know each other some more. Naruto slightly laughed. That is more than fine with me. An hour later, Naruto learned a whole lot more about flowers and Ino than he thought he ever would in his life. Alright, time to tell me about your hobbies. You were so interested in what I had to tell that I haven't had the chance to get to know you better yet. Ino said as she gently stroked with her fingers through the blonde hair of the blushing Naruto, whose head was lying on Ino's lap. Oh yeah, well Naruto said and stopped when Sakura's voice loudly called out to Ino and him, Nimur-kun. Ino! Naruto shot up and, along with Ino, he looked towards direction the sound appeared to come from. Sakura! What are you doing here? Ino was full of surprise to see her pink-haired friend. What's wrong? Naruto asked as Sakura reached them, heavily panting. Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama have something important to announce. I was told to find as much shinobi as possible and make them all gather at the Hokage's tower. I see. Sakura. Naruto said, don't add Chan. Yes? Sakura asked, now breathing normally again. Have you found Naruto yet? Naruto asked and mentally sighed in relief that he could refrain from adding the Chan part. No, I haven't. Sakura said and stared into Naruto's eyes. I see, I'll go get him, I know where his secret training area is. Ino, I'm sorry that this interrupts our date. If this really is important enough to ruin the opportunity to be with you for the rest of the afternoon, I'll take you out for dinner tonight. Well then, I'm off to find Naruto. Naruto stated and was about to leave. See you soon, Nimur-kun. Ino called out to Naruto as he jumped off. Naruto looked over his shoulder and smiled at her, and before he turned his face back around, could catch a glimpse of Sakura whispering something to Ino. Shrugging it off, Naruto quickly headed onward to the Hokage's tower. Important announcement, huh? Erosennin, Tsunade-abukin, what's going on that you need to gather most of the shinobi of Konoha? When he was a few blocks away from the tower, Naruto landed in an alley and created a Kage Bunshin. I guess I'll change back to myself then. Naruto said and popped out of his disguise. Naruto and his clone, who was still in his Nimur disguise, jumped back onto the rooftops and quickly headed for the crowd in front of the Hokage's tower, which was growing bigger by the second. Naruto joined Gaara and Temari on the back of the crowd, with his clone following closely behind him. Yo, Gaara, Temari. What's happened? Kya. Nimur-kun. Temari waltzed over Naruto and glomped his Nimur clone. Women. Gaara muttered and Naruto painfully nodded as he slowly picked himself up from the ground. Shikamaru, who was standing close enough to hear Gaara, sighed and muttered something about women being troublesome. Good to see you too, Temari. Both Naruto and Nimur said at the same time and Naruto's eye twitched. This could get annoying. Sorry, Naruto. Didn't see you standing in my way. Temari sheepishly grinned at Naruto and then rubbed her cheek against Nimur's cheek. Hands off, Blondie. He's with me today. Ino appeared out of nowhere and clinged onto Naruto's clone. Share the wealth, Blondie, share the wealth. Temari replied. Both of you, quit it. We're here for more important matters. Sakura said as she walked up to Naruto's clone and smiled at him. Hear that, Nimur-kun? Sakura thinks. Ino started but was interrupted by Naruto's clone. We are here for more important matters. She is right. Also, I think that you two will kill me if you keep this up, so could you just leave me be for now? But we can hold hands, right? Ino gave Naruto's clone her best puppy dog eyes and Temari joined her in begging, we can do that, can't we? Naruto and his clone both sighed and his clone then nodded, Temari taking the clone's left hand and Ino his right. Sakura lined up next to Ino, and Naruto stood between Temari and Gaara as two more familiar shinobi joined them. Hey everyone! Hey Ymir-kun! How's it going? Followed the cheerful greeting and Naruto and Ko turned their heads around to face the two shinobi, who were none other than Tenten and a still partially blonde Neji. An awkward silence followed as everyone but Tenten stared at Neji's hair. Gaara snickered for less than a second and then coughed, which was like a signal for the others to burst out in tears of laughter. Neji glared at them all and his eye twitched. One day I will kill you all for this, I swear to the gods, I will. Now, Neji. You have to admit. It looks funny. Tenten said and started giggling again as she looked at his still partially blonde hair. Naruto managed to say something between his laughs. What happened, Neji? Ran out of dye remover? As Naruto and the others continued laughing, Neji tried his best to remain calm and answer without flaring with anger. As a matter of fact, yes, I did. The laughter slightly died out and Naruto's clone replied to Neji's statement, well, then I guess you should buy some more, unless you like to be called Hyuga Neji, clown of Konoha. Everyone momentarily bursted out in laughter again, but this time Neji's glare silenced them with intent to kill and Naruto slightly felt sweat crawling over the back of his neck. Maybe my clone overdid it a bit. There they are! Lee's loud voice could be heard by all and thus turned the head of everyone present in front of the Hokage's tower to where the sound came from. Quadruple dynamic entry! Guy exclaimed as Lee, he and his two brothers, Ji and Lame, entered the scene with a flying kick. As soon as they had landed, everything went dead silent and everyone's jaw dropped open. Guy struck his nice guy pose and his teeth shined in the light of the afternoon sun. The youthful youth squad silences all with their stunning new beautifully youthful looks. Ino and Temari clinged onto the arms of Naruto's clone as they gasped in shock and Guy, Lee, Ji and Lame. Naruto sidestepped towards his clone and stopped when he stood in front of him. He jumped around and started shaking his clone back and forth, causing both girls to let go of his clone. How could we let this happen? Naruto cried out. Well, what are you talking about? Naruto's clone replied. Is nothing sacred anymore in this world? We used to be cool with our rare blonde hair color. But now... Naruto turned around and dramatically pointed at the Mato group. Now we fall into the same category as those guys. They're giving us blondes a very bad name. You're right. How could we let this happen? How could we let them dye their hair blonde, the same hair color as us? We used to belong to the cool people with our rare blonde hair. We were cool. Blonde hair used to be only for cool people. And even cooler babes like Temari and Ino. What are we going to do now that we are losers like them? Naruto's clone hit Naruto's back. Don't worry. We'll save Ino and Temari from a doomed lonely loser existence by making them ours. At this point everything went silent again as Naruto stared at his clone, his face bright red and his eyes twitching at his clone. Oi Tibeo. Naruto whispered at his clone as his eyes still twitched uncontrollably. You do realize what you just did, right? Since we have the same brain, yup, I do. But that doesn't mean that girls with other hair colors aren't cool. Naruto exclaimed. Yeah. All the girls are cool. Be they blonde, brunette, or have a rare hair color like Hyuga Hinata or Haruno Sakura. Naruto's clone exclaimed. Yeah. Naruto joined and then softly added, but purple is the spawn of the devil, no good can come from purple-headed women. I don't really get what's going on, however. Guy exclaimed, drawing the attention back to him, or at least most of it, my old, now ascended student Niji. Fear and lo, for my adorable youthful student, and I have ascended beyond your level. Guy-sensei. Let's show them the power of YOUTH. Lee exclaimed. That's right, my adorable youthful student Lee. Let's do this. Guy struck the nice guy pose again, and then both of the men went into a power-up styled stance. Third gate. Both Lee and Guy exclaimed, widening the eyes of everyone present, open. This move. Gaara thought and went over his memories of when he first witnessed Lee's ultimate move. Guy-sensei. We've ascended to super youthful Saiyajins. Lee exclaimed as the sheer power of the two taijutsu masters started pushing the crowd in front of them back. Yes, my adorable student. Our power is indeed super and youthful. Two books that seemed to come out of nowhere, but were in fact coming from the Hokage's tower, hit both Lee and Guy dead on their head, causing them to fall down on their backs and stopping their little power-up session. Guy! Don't use your kinjutsu for fun. Tsunade scolded Guy as she stood on top of the tower. Guy used his youthful power to jump back up, sorry, Tsunade-sama. It's just that my adorable student Lee and I wanted to show me old student Niji that we can become Super Saiyajins. Do that when I do not have something to announce to everyone. Tsunade yelled back at Guy. You understood. Now if I may have everyone's attention. Tsunade spoke to all the gathered shinobi, which was at least the largest part of the entire shinobi population in Konoha. Everyone looked up towards the Godame and patiently awaited her announcement. Tsunade smirked as she noticed that she had their absolute attention, or at least their apparent attention. Tsunade turned her head around and looked over her shoulder at a certain white-haired man. Jiraiya, join me. It's time for the announcement. Jiraiya calmly walked up to Tsunade and stood beside her, looking upon the gathered shinobi below. Everyone, thank you for gathering here. Tsunade and I have a very important announcement to make today, and I'm sure it will be kind of shocking for all of you. Well, at least for the non-elite jounin amongst you. Jiraiya stated. 5 days from now. Tsunade said, closing her eyes for a moment and then opening them again. Jiraiya and myself are going to be husband and wife. We're going to marry each other. What seemed for the millionth time that hour, silence was upon all as everyone stared with wide eyes at the two Sannin. Naruto, being himself, blinked, and then both he and his clone dramatically pointed at the frog tamer. Jiraiya, hey. Erosennin. What are you trying to do? Where's the real Tsunade Abakin? Realizing that both he and his clone used Naruto's nicknames for the two Sannin, Naruto starting sweating. Oh crap, we did it again, didn't we? Yes, we did. His clone whispered back. Naruto, I am the real Tsunade. Tsunade replied, agitated. Prove it. Naruto replied, and this time being the only one to point and shout, instead of both him and his clone. Tsunade sighed and then raised her index finger into the air. Sorry, Jiraiya, nothing personal. Jiraiya tried to run away, but it was already too late as Tsunade's finger connected with him and sent him flying through the air. When Jiraiya crashed into the mountain behind the tower and fell down from there, everyone gasped and nodded, agreeing that is enough proof to show that it really is the Godame. Alright, now that that's clear, I want all of you to know that we still have a lot to do within those 5 days, and thus it is your job as shinobi to inform all of the villagers, not to mention get everything ready for the big day. That will be all. I'll see all of you again soon enough. Tsunade stated, and as she turned around and walked away, the majority of the crowd replied, "Hi, Hokage-sama." After that the crowd slowly left. Naruto sighed, it is the most random day after all. Then that means... Naruto's clone stated. Let's leave that out of this, okay? Naruto straightened up. Nimur-kun. Let's head back to the park. Ino cheerfully exclaimed. I'll be there in a few seconds. Naruto's clone replied and Ino smiled at him. Well then, time to head out to training again. Naruto stated and then noticed something in a dark alley that was close to them. He saw something reflect the sunlight and the light caused a pair of eyes to be visible to the naked eye. Whatever it was that reflected the sunlight, it was thrown out of the alley and was flying towards the back of Gaara's head. Naruto's eyes widened and he reacted as fast as possible. He flipped his kunai pouch open, took a kunai out and sent it out on a collision course with the unidentified flying object. When Naruto's kunai hit the flying object, both disappeared and Naruto could feel that whoever had thrown the other object was glaring at him. He turned his head, temporarily facing the other before that person ran into the alley. Looks like there's an assassin after you after all, Gaara. Naruto thought before both he and his clone quickly chased after the assassin. Hold it right there, you. Naruto yelled as he entered the alley and saw the assassin run around the corner into the next alley. When Naruto turned around, he quickly stopped as the assassin appeared to be waiting for him. Taking a closer look at the assassin, Naruto saw that the assassin was a female with dark crimson hair, emerald eyes, a mask that covered her mouth up and an outfit that appeared to be flexible, as it revealed every curve on her body and it was black with a red cloud pattern. That was all it took for Naruto to figure out who the assassin, the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki assassin smirked and raised a single hand seal before she spoke. Wasn't very nice of you to make me fail my mission. A paralysis jutsu. Naruto thought as his eyes widened ever so slightly when he found out he was unable to move. You know what I like most about men? The assassin asked as she walked towards Naruto, extravagantly swaying her hips from side to side. Like I care. Naruto thought, unable to speak his thoughts out loud due to a certain jutsu. They are such. She traced her finger over Naruto's jaw. Easy, pray. Naruto saw the assassin's hands swiftly move down to her side and before he realized what happened, she had stuck a dagger into his chest. Naruto's eyes widened and stared in disbelief at the assassin, who tilted her head and gave Naruto a fake sad look. Bye-bye now, I hope they'll find you before your corpse starts rotting. With that, she ran off and just as she turned around the corner, Naruto smirked. A poof sound could be heard and the dagger fell to the floor, Naruto jumping down from the rooftop and chasing the assassin once again. Can't believe someone from those Akatsuki bastards is actually a woman. Not to mention a cocky one who thinks I'm some half-assed shinobi. After a while, the Akatsuki assassin was running through the forest. TSCH. Damned brat. She said as she walked into a clearing, he took my chance to kill the Kazekage away, now I'll have to find another opportunity. Sorry, but that's one thing I can't allow you to do. Naruto stepped out into the clearing from behind one of the trees in front of the assassin. You again! How did you? She narrowed her eyes at Naruto. Well, that's something you won't be finding out in this lifetime, you Akatsuki bitch. Naruto clenched his fists and glared at the Akatsuki assassin. You let your guard down again. The Akatsuki assassin raised the same hand seal as before, paralyzing Naruto on the spot. Oh, but did I really? Naruto smirked as he walked up behind the assassin with his arms crossed. The assassin turned around and used her paralysis jutsu again. You know, using the same trick over and over again is kind of lame. Unless it's something flashy like my moves. Another Naruto walked into the clearing and grinned widely. Shut up! The assassin said, frustrated as she flashed through a couple of hand seals, and as she finished making the seal sequence, a black sphere surrounded the area momentarily and then faded away again. You know. Another Naruto came into view. That was kind of flashy, but still not good enough for me. The assassin's eyes darted from left to right, looking at Naruto, who had a wide smirk printed on his face, and then she closed her eyes. I see. You aren't just another shinobi brat. To be able to make even this much Kage Bunshin at your age, quite impressive. Well, thank you for the compliment, but I haven't started even getting serious yet. Naruto said as an army of Kage Bunshin surrounded the clearing. Humph. Do you know who I am, boy? Oh well, it's time to get more serious for me too. The assassin said and formed 2 daggers in her hands. Let's go. She said as her entire being appeared to become much darker than before. Let's see what you're all about. Naruto thought and commanded 2 clones to rush at the Akatsuki assassin. The assassin disappeared and reappeared behind the 2 clones, Kitsune no Shuriken. /N, Fangs of the Fox, the 2 clones were impaled and popped off into existence, and the assassin smirked. What's wrong? If your Kage Bunshin can only do that, they won't even be a match for me. We'll see about that. The Kage Bunshin said in unison, and all of them charged at the assassin. Ninpu, Kogain Renge. The assassin's daggers slightly grew and, within a few seconds, she had decimated Naruto's Kage Bunshin army. /N, Golden Lotus from what I know. Feeling confident that all of the clones were annihilated, the assassin stood in the middle of the now immensely large cloud of smoke, which previously was Naruto's clones. That confidence was just enough to slightly let her drop her guard, which Naruto took advantage of by attacking her from behind. Naruto kicked, but his kick was noticed on time and parried by the assassin. She thrusted with her free hand and dagger for Naruto's stomach, but when the dagger connected, it appeared to be just another bunshin. The assassin heard 2 more Narutos rushing for her direction, so she jumped up and threw one of her daggers down to her previous position. As soon as the Narutos came close enough, the dagger exploded and ended the lives of the 2 Kage Bunshin. She quickly created and threw a couple of more daggers, and all of them exploded once she fell back down to the ground. Her fall, however, left her vulnerable for an attack, and Naruto managed to escape the exploding daggers. Thus he made his way to the assassin, and his fist connected with her face, sending her flying through the air. Naruto jumped up and threw a couple of kunai and shuriken at the assassin, who used Kawarimi no Jutsu to avoid injury. Damn it, time for some more serious Kage Bunshin attack methods. Naruto thought and quickly made a couple of more bunshin. As expected, the assassin attacked again, but this time was caught by surprise when, instead of attacking independently, the Kage Bunshins used each other for shields against the thrown daggers and counter-attacking. After being punched, kicked and just hit by flying Kage Bunshin a bunch of times, the assassin was getting tired, but she managed to get rid of all of the Kage Bunshins again. Damn it, this bitch is better than I thought. She's worthy of that Akatsuki name after all, though she is way below the level of those bastards I fought before. What should I do? Capture her for interrogation or kill her? I suck at capturing people. if only I could signal the others without her noticing, then I could. Naruto thought as he and the Akatsuki assassin had created some distance between the two of them. All of a sudden, Naruto knew exactly how to signal Konoha without making the assassin notice that it was a signal and kick her ass for trying to kill Gaara. Hee, I didn't expect to do this against a low-level Akatsuki assassin instead of the big guys like that Itachi bastard, but I guess I have no choice. Naruto grinned widely at the assassin, who looked shocked for a moment to find out that he knew Itachi, but then relaxed as she figured most of the shinobi in Konoha know Itachi by name. Naruto formed a hand seal and started molding his chakra. The assassin readied herself for combat again, holding one dagger in front of her and the other behind her, but she slightly shivered when Naruto's chakra turned red and the feeling in the atmosphere dramatically changed. 9 thin tails of chakra lingered behind Naruto as dust and some small rocks started rising up from the air. The tails wrapped around Naruto and gave him a crimson aura of chakra. Naruto's eyes, now entirely crimson-red due to the Kyuubi's chakra, locked onto the eyes of the assassin as the sky above Konoha darkened and thunder and lightning commenced right before Naruto said, "Let's go, Akatsuki bitch." The assassin could only widen her eyes as Naruto disappeared from view and a second later reappear right in front of her, his fist connecting with her stomach. As she gasped for air, Naruto kicked her up into the air and then jumped after her, grabbing her by her legs as he flew past her. He flipped through the air a couple of times, causing the assassin to flip along with him, and then he threw her towards the ground with all his might. Unable to do anything, the assassin crashed onto the ground and groaned in pain for a moment. Naruto created a Rasengan with one hand as he fell back down towards the ground, aiming his arm at the assassin. She managed to roll away and avoid direct impact from the Rasengan, but the aftermath energy sent her crashing into a tree. Naruto rose up and turned his head towards the assassin, who clutched onto her ribs and barely managed to stand on her feet. He crossed his arms in front of his face, his claws pointing at the assassin, and with a loud roar, Naruto sent a wave of energy towards the Akatsuki assassin. She crashed through a tree and Naruto ran towards her, his chakra causing a path of destruction along the way. Naruto jumped up when he was just a few meters away from her and crashed down on her body, causing her to cough up some blood. Naruto held his fist ready to punch her, but for some reason he just couldn't punch her. He softly growled as he sat on top of the assassin, who coughed a couple of times again. Part of him told him to land the finishing blow, while the other screamed that he should stop. Naruto lowered his fist and raised the assassin by her collar. "I've got a couple of questions and I believe you have the answers." The assassin smiled. "Fool, I'm an assassin from the Akatsuki. I shall tell you one thing about those who are like me, the pawns. You have 2 choices when you're caught by an enemy. I don't care. You're in no position to kill me, so I expect that you start listening to me." Naruto raised her a bit more. She laughed and ignored Naruto's statement. When caught by an enemy, you either give them information and get killed by the Akatsuki self, or you kill yourself. Which one do you think I have chosen? Don't be ridiculous. You aren't going to die before I get some answers. Why did you try to assassinate Gaara? Too late, boy, I already impaled my wrists. As a gift for your ability to drive an A-rank assassin like me to suicide, I'll answer any question before I die, which will be within less than a minute from now. Naruto looked down to the assassin's wrists and noticed that there indeed was a full hole in them, the daggers lying in the grass with her blood covering them. He faced the assassin again. Damn it. Answer then already. Why did you try to kill Gaara? Orders from the big chief. I had to try and assassinate the Kazekage in order to see how strong he was now that he lives without his bijou. The Akatsuki 9, who are they? I already know that Itachi bastard, that shark-faced bastard, and I know that the other two we faced are dead, so tell me the names of the other 5, starting with the leader. I see, you're the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, impressive, I meet my end for our goal after all then. The assassin laughed again, blood still trickling down the side of her mouth. Answer me! Naruto growled as he shook her once. Ugh, The assassin started closing her eyes. Damn it, I've got to stop that bleeding before it's far too late. Naruto said and carefully lowered the assassin to the ground. It's useless, Dawn, don't even try, I have just one last thing, The assassin coughed some more blood up. I want to tell you, I've been spying in Konoha for some time now, and they know they will come soon, and you will all die when the moon shines with a blood red. And with that, the assassin closed her eyes, unable to open them ever again. Naruto walked away from the now dead assassin and clutched his fists as the Kyuubi's chakra crawled back into his skin. Damn it, those bastards. His mind was now filled with a lot of questions, and he knew that only time would give him answers, but only when it would be far too late. This really is one of the worst days in my life. Chapter 11, A Fox Night Out. Naruto slowly headed back for Konoha's residential area and sighed. What was all that about? As if on cue, Jiraiya dropped down in front of him, a serious look on his face which seemed to pierce right through Naruto. Naruto gave Jiraiya a dull expression. Oi, Erosennin, applying for Kakashi-sensei's position as the person who's always late? Naruto, why did you? Jiraiya asked and then noticed what was not so long ago a battlefield behind Naruto. You. Naruto sighed again. Long story told short, someone tried to assassinate Gaara. I stopped her, followed her, found out she was part of the Akatsuki. Then I engaged combat with her, and when I knew that I might be either outclassed or unable to capture her, I used the Kyuubi's chakra to alert you in hope that you would be able to capture. However, the fight didn't stop there, off course, and in the end. You killed her? Jiraiya finished Naruto's phrase before he could. No, I beat her up enough until I thought she was weak enough to be questioned, and then when I questioned her she showed me she had stabbed herself in her wrists and that she was bleeding to death. So I tried to get as much answers as possible, but in the end I ended up with more questions than answers. Naruto looked over his shoulder, his eyes laying down upon the battlefield behind him. I expect you plan on telling me everything you've learned. Jiraiya stated and crossed his arms. Yeah, of course. Though I doubt you would understand it. Jiraiya snickered and crossed his arms as he formed a wide grin on his face. Do not underestimate the wisdom of a Sennin, boy. What wisdom? Naruto gave Jiraiya a skeptical look. You really shouldn't doubt my wisdom, Naruto. Anyway, let's head back to Konoha. I'll have a squad of ANBU dispose the body of that assassin. Meanwhile, tell me about what you've learned. Jiraiya said as he started walking away, Naruto following closely behind. Before I do that. Naruto kept that skeptical look on his face. I want some answers from you, Erosennin. From me? What is it? Jiraiya blinked in confusion at the blonde. First of all. Naruto took a deep breath. What's up with you and Tsunade Abakan deciding to marry each other? Well, that's a long story. Jiraiya grinned sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. Flashback no jutsu, wa what? Tsunade was perplexed by Jiraiya's question. Will you marry me? Jiraiya repeated his question and looked with a stern face at the surprised, if not shocked, Hokage. Tsunade's eyes were wide out of surprise and they slightly twitched at the white-haired Sannin, who was on his knees in front of her. Jiraiya, what kind of joke is this? Jiraiya slightly frowned at the question. It isn't a joke. So, you're willing to give up peeping? Tsunade questioned and Jiraiya replied with a vigorous nod. Perverted ideas whenever you see a woman that has at least some curves. Tsunade raised her eyebrow at Jiraiya, who just blankly stared at her. After a short silence, Jiraiya widely grinned and vigorously nodded once again. Tsunade blinked and then continued, and your trips to those, nice ladies down the block? Jiraiya nodded without hesitation this time around and looked at Tsunade, expecting more questions to come. And give up your lecherous life. Tsunade hesitated and an ever so slight blush appeared on her face. For me? A Sannin doesn't lie. Jiraiya replied with full resolve. Tsunade blinked, looked at Shizune, who had remained silent during this entire ordeal, and then looked back to Jiraiya again. Tsunade started to snicker and bursted out in laughter. End of flashback. No jutsu, That didn't explain how she said yes. Naruto glared suspiciously at the perverted hermit. Well, basically, she said after laughing for a while, yes, I'll marry you, you crazy old man, and well, right now I'm thinking if that question wasn't really just at the spur of the moment. Jiraiya said and rubbed his chin until he noticed an even more suspicious look directed at him. Not that I'm going to chicken out or anything, but come to think of it, I'll really have to behave from now on. I mean, Tsunade packs quite a punch. Naruto crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Well, yeah, she has that insane strength of hers. Oh well, Sakura-chan has the same crazy strength as Granny and she. He stopped mid-sentence and slightly jumped. Ah. Damn you, Erosennin. You made me even more indecisive about whether I should go for Sakura-chan or someone else. Jiraiya, who was slightly taken back by Naruto's sudden outburst, blinked at the young blonde. I did what now? Damn it, with so little time left till Valentine's Day, I really need start making up my mind. Naruto started stomping off. Naruto, if you're having trouble deciding who to ask OU for Valentine's Day, why not ask all of them out? Jiraiya crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow as Naruto just froze up. See, I just gave you an actually good and smart idea, didn't I? Jiraiya asked as he walked over to the blonde and placed a hand on his shoulder. How will that work? Those girls are too competitive over me, or rather my alter ego, and Hinata would just go out with me and not Lemur, so how am I supposed to do that? Well, the fact that you know Kage Bunshin no Jutsu helps out a bit, I guess. Jiraiya grinned at Naruto. Yeah, and then it just happens that me and my clones walk into each other while on our dates and we'll completely have screwed up. Naruto frowned at the result he imagined of such an event and slightly shivered. Well, true, so why not go as Lemur with all the girls but Hinata and go as yourself with Hinata? Jiraiya gave Naruto his Ayame IV got more wisdom than you think I do look. Naruto rubbed his chin and thought, but I wonder if they'd agree with something like that. Well, either way, you'd have to take them out on a date after the wedding. Oh, talking about the wedding, Naruto, I need your help with some stuff for it tomorrow. Naruto gave his sensei a questioning look. Huh? What can I do for a wedding? Well, we have a little amount of time to set everything up and I know you can be a hard worker for the right price, so what if I thought you a new jutsu in exchange for your help? Jiraiya grinned at the blonde. Naruto's eyes grew wide for a moment and then he announced in a loud cheerful voice, that's the Erosennin I know. Yeah. New jutsu. I'll help you out tomorrow, Erosennin. Good. Jiraiya said and nodded. All right. Let's head out to the Hokage's tower then so I can tell you what happened and then head out again. Naruto cheered and started to run off. Wait 1 second, Naruto. I've got one more thing to tell you. Jiraiya called out and Naruto stopped and turned around to face his sensei, who was sheepishly grinning and rubbing the back of his head. What is it? Naruto asked, giving Jiraiya a suspicious glare. Well, it appears to be that Tsunade caught wind of my little bachelor party, and she was okay with it on one condition. Jiraiya sheepishly grinned. What? That you can only look but not touch Anko-sensei? Not quite. She agreed on the terms that she'd get to hold a bachelorette party, with the latest Mr. Hot Stuff being present for their entertainment. Jiraiya said reluctantly. Mr. Hot Stuff. Wait, you don't mean that. Yeah, they want you, or rather Ymir, to attend to their party. Well, on one side you're lucky to be amongst a lot of kunoichi from Konoha. I'm not going to do it. Why not? Because people will notice if I'm absent from your bachelor party if all the guys are invited. I've got a solution for that. My Kage Bunshin won't solve the matter. It's hard enough as it is to hold him up from a long distance. It's not your Kage Bunshin that is the solution. It isn't? Naruto raised a questioning eyebrow at Jiraiya. No, I've got something far better than that. Jiraiya said with a wide grin and reached with his right hand into his pockets. He pulled out a piece of yellow and orange plastic, which made Naruto let his shoulders slump and giving Jiraiya a what the heck look. Jiraiya then made an air pump appear in his other hand and started blowing the piece of plastic up. As the plastic started to take the shape of human-shaped balloon, causing Naruto to sweat drop. Once the balloon was fully inflated, Jiraiya made it bounce towards Naruto and put on a wide grin as he said, "See? It looks just like you. No one will notice that you're gone. You can safely go to that bachelorette party now without anyone worrying about why you are not being at my bachelor party." Naruto looked from the corners of his eyes at the balloon bouncing against his shoulder for a moment before taking out a kunai and stabbing a hole in it. He turned towards Jiraiya as the balloon flew away. Who would have believed that was me in the first place? Well, now they won't do that at all. Look what you've done to him. Arg. There's no way it would have worked. If you plan on having me go over to that bachelorette party of Tsunade Abakin, then you'd better think up something else. Done. Jiraiya stated calmly and grinned. Naruto blinked at Jiraiya for a moment before replying, "What is it?" "I'll just tell you refuse to come." Jiraiya grinned widely at the blonde. "But I didn't dash," Naruto started but was cut off by his sensei. "Refuse? Oh really? Well, you didn't accept the invitation either, now did you?" Naruto sighed. "Oh well, how bad could it be to spend some more time with the girls?" He shortly paused and then looked at Jiraiya. "When is this whole bachelorette thing?" "On the night before the wedding, of course." I don't know at what time it will exactly start and where it will be, so I'll get back to you on that one." Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head and he sheepishly grinned at Naruto. "Alright, now let's get going before Mother Nature decides to." And before Naruto could finish his sentence, the sky unleashed another batch of thunder and lightning and a heavy downpour starting falling down upon them. "Let it rain." Naruto finished his sentence and then started running back towards the Hokage's tower, with Jiraiya following shortly after yelling, "Naruto! Wait for your sensei, you little brat!" A while later, Naruto was heading out of the Hokage's tower again after giving his report to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Man. That atmosphere felt kinda weird back there, glad that's finally over. Naruto said once he had fully left the tower. He looked up to the dark sky, where infinite raindrops still fell from, though they were lighter than before. Better hurry back home. Naruto rushed through the nearly empty streets of Konoha, passing by the few shop stands that were actually still open. As he quickly passed by Ichiraku's, he could faintly hear Ayame calling out for him from inside the stand. Naruto knew she most likely wanted him to stay there until the storm had passed, but sitting there in wet clothing was something Naruto rather not do. Who knows how long this storm will go on. Though, Naruto felt a bit bad if he headed on without first looking over his shoulder to see if she was waiting for him, so he quickly turned his head halfway around and looked over his shoulder. He saw Ayame sort of staring at him in the distance, so he grinned widely, waved at her, and once he saw a smile form on her face, Naruto faced back forward and quickly headed on. When Naruto finally reached his apartment, the sky started to clear up. Just my luck, he muttered as he entered the apartment complex. Naruto rushed up the stairs, not wanting to spend much longer in his wet clothing, and therefore he spent little time thinking when he pushed his apartment door open, or rather when it was pulled open when he wanted to push it open. He stumbled over a rather surprised Sakura and Tenten and landed flat on his face, muttering a few curses and slightly groaning when his face connected with the ground. Naruto, Sakura growled at the blonde. Naruto turned his head to where he heard Sakura's voice come from and noticed that he was lying half on top of her and only a few inches away from her face. Ah. Sorry, Sakura-chan. I didn't dash. Naruto, hurry up and get off me already. You're heavy. Jeez. Sakura interrupted Naruto mid-sentence. Why yes. Naruto quickly replied and rolled off of her. Unfortunately, Naruto forgot that Tenten was practically standing next to him and he rolled right into her, causing her to fall down on him with quite an impact. Oof! Naruto let all of his lung content out in one single breath and then quickly apologized. Sorry, Tenten. Tenten groaned and supported herself on her arms. It's all right, Naruto. Why were you rushing in anyway? Ow, you got me all wet. Let's just say that Mother Nature was out to get me and decided to stop the instant I ran into the apartment complex. Naruto let out a sigh again. Is that so, huh? Oh well, no time to be lying on the floor like this. Tenten replied and straightened herself up. Huh? Is there something wrong then? Naruto blinked at Tenten. Well, you wouldn't want certain people to think stuff about us, right, Sakura? Tenten said and winked at Sakura. Naruto slightly blushed and then looked at Sakura, who slightly blushed as well and looked somewhat angry at Tenten. Right, Sakura. Sakura repeated, her eyes twitching at Tenten as she and Naruto got up from the floor. What's that supposed to mean? Sakura asked Tenten as the blush on her face got a bit brighter. Nothing at all. Tenten replied and playfully stuck her tongue out of her mouth. Just say it already. No. People will misunderstand. That's the fun part. 10. What in the world are those two talking about? Naruto sheepishly grinned at the two girls and rubbed the back of his head. Why are you guys here anyway? Gaara's training isn't until this evening, right? Well, we figured it would be more fun to keep each other company during the storm, so we all just rushed back here and waited for the storm to pass over. Sakura explained to Naruto. By the way, what took you and Nimurku dash? Tenten tried to ask Naruto, but her mouth was muffled by Sakura's hand. Oi, she might have heard you now. Sakura hissed at Tenten. Eh? Who might hear her? Anyway, that Nimur guy and I. Naruto started, but before he could finish his phrase, it sounded like Chuji was using his Nikunin shot and rampaging through Naruto's apartment. Naruto turned around and saw Ino sprint towards his way, leap through the air and land on top of him, causing him to fall back down on the floor again. Naruto! Where's Nimur-kun? We still have our date to finish. He isn't going to stand me up, is he? Right. Ino yelled as she shook Naruto back and forth. Thean knew, he'll call me Payak Yu up for Dianinner. Naruto managed to bring out as he was still being violently shaken back and forth by Ino. She stopped shaking Naruto, who was now quite dizzy from the movement, and looked at him with big teary eyes and her lower lip trembling. He is going to pick me up. When? I want a time. Naruto's world kept spinning around for a while and then he fiercely shook his head. A time? I don't think he mentioned a specific time, but I'll go get him for you. He doesn't know you're here at my place, so he's probably back at Erosennin's shelter. Which you guys can't know about, really. Ino's big teary eyes faded as she blinked at Naruto and rose a questioning eyebrow at him. Why not? Crap, I didn't think they'd question that. Come on, brains, gimme something useful. Naruto thought as he blinked at Ino for a moment and then put on his trademark wide fox grin, because then you guys would bug Erosennin all the time about where that Nimur guy is. Also, Erosennin's fans might find out where he lives then and all. Ino tilted her head up and looked at Sakura as a moment of silence followed. Naruto tilted his head back and looked at Sakura, who was avoiding eye contact with him. Tenten was the one to break the silence again. Wait, Jiraiya has. Ino and Sakura realized what Naruto had said and all three of the girls said in unison, fans. What? Naruto looked around him. He's quite famous for his perverted novels. Didn't you guys knew that? We knew, but... Ino replied. To think he has actual fans that would want his picture and autograph. Sakura added and blinked. Well, he does so. Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head and then suddenly stopped and stared at Ino. Ino? Could you get off me now? Ino looked at Naruto, noticed that she was still sitting on top of him and slightly blushed. Yeah, sorry about that, Naruto. She got off of him, both of them stood up and Naruto rubbed the back of his head and sheepishly grinned at Ino for a moment. He then headed towards the living room, deciding it was about time to actually get there. Well then, I guess it's about time I get to change my CLO dash. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, he nearly got a door slammed into his face, but he managed to stop it just in time. Temari stuck her head out in the opening that the door had created and looked at everyone in the hallway. What in the world are all of you doing out here? Naruto pointed at the door and started to mock it. Haha. How do you like that? I didn't fall down on the floor again. I am Vic-Air. Naruto then noticed he was being stared at by the girls and stopped his mocking of the inanimate door. Yo, Temari. How's it going? Naruto sheepishly grinned at her while he rubbed the back of his head. I'm fine, thank you. Now you'd better start explaining why you threw a half-assed tantrum at a door or I'll have you in a restraining jacket within the next 5 minutes. Temari stated calmly. Well, I came rushing in here, stumbled over Sakura-chan and Tenten, fell on the ground in half on top of Sakura, then I rolled of her and caused Tenten fall on top of me. Then Ino jumped on top of me after I've just gotten back up, fell back down again and now I nearly got hit in my face by a door, which would have most likely sent me back down to the floor again. Naruto replied and then took a deep breath. Man. I think I've never talked that fast in my life before. Temari tilted her head, looked at the other girls for a moment and then looked at Naruto again, a sly smirk forming on her face. Temari, why are you smirking like that? Naruto slowly started to back away from the wind mistress. Please, don't smirk like that at me, Temari. Temari. I'm begging you here. Naruto kept backing away from Temari as she, at a slow pace, kept drawing closer and closer to him. I really do not like that smirk, Temari. Please. Temari stopped drawing closer to the young blonde, who sighed in relief, and she then raised her fist into the air and took a deep breath. Naruto nervously looked up at her raised fist and wondered if it would come crashing down on his head for no apparent reason, but instead got something that he didn't quite expect and which, in a way, was far worse than having that fist meeting his head or face. Charge! Temari chanted along with the other girls, and Naruto straightened up out of fear, quickly glancing over his back to see the other girls charge at him. Naruto managed to let out before they reached him. After a few twists, pushes and struggles, Naruto was back face down on the floor and sighing in defeat. What was all that for? Naruto thought before he turned his head to face the girls, who were now sitting on his back, all of them having a wide smile printed on their face. Why are you guys sitting on my back anyway? Hurry up and get off Databeo Dash. Naruto said in a kind of whining manner. Mao, you've been unenergetic lately, Naruto. Ino replied. Really, even whining about having 4 light girls on your back, what was all that training you got from Jiraiya-sama for? Sakura added. Yeah, come on, Naruto. Get up on your own strength while we are still on your back. Ten added. Or are you saying you aren't strong enough to get up from the ground? Temari asked and raised an eyebrow at Naruto. That's it. Naruto said and started pushing himself up from the ground. The girl slightly gasped out of surprise as Naruto actually managed to lift himself up with them sitting on his back. Once Naruto managed to be perfectly down on all fours without his limbs shaking, he turned his head to the girls and grinned widely. Hehehe, see, it's not even a problem for me to get up with the 4 of you on my back. Ten shifted her position so that she had one leg on each side of Naruto and then grabbed the strands of Naruto's hitayate. Giddy up, horsey. The other girls giggled as Naruto turned his head around, his eyes twitching as he looks at Ten. Horsey? Come on, Naruto. Ride us to the living room. Temari replied with a smile. Yeah, think of it as training. Ino said and shifted herself into the same position as Ten. Training, you say? Naruto's eyes still twitched at the girls. Come on, Naruto, it's not like it's too hard for you, now is it? I bet Nimir-kun could do it easily. Sakura said as she and Temari shifted into the same positions as Ino and Ten. What? I can do it easily too. No trouble at all. I'll prove it to you by carrying the 4 of you to the living room. Naruto replied and then mentally sighed. They really are persistent, aren't they? Naruto, you're making it sound like it's a bad thing to have 4 girls on you. Ten replied and polyfully stuck her tongue out at Naruto. Now that she mentions it. Naruto grinned widely. No, it's not bad at all. Especially if I'm going to see Erosennin's face when I tell him that. Naruto. You're going to make him misunderstand. Rumors will spread about all of us. Sakura said, a bright blush appearing on her face. Don't worry, I know how to break Erosennin's moments of joy all the time. Naruto's grin widened for a moment before he faced back in front of him. All right. That sounds more like it. Go, Naruto. Tenten said cheerful and slightly pulled the strands of Naruto's hatayate. Yes, ma'am. Naruto tensed his muscles and slowly, but surely, he started to move forward with the girls sitting on his back. After the first few steps, however, Ino started to complain about the speed. Come on, Naruto. Go faster. It's not that easy to crawl really fast with 4 girls on your back, you know. Naruto shouted back at her. Ino, just imagine a nice scenery. Just close your eyes and imagine that we're having a trip on the back of a horse along the coast with the sun setting in the distance. Tenten turned her head around and smiled at Ino, who sat directly behind her. That certainly sounds nice. Ino replied and then spontaneously wrapped her arms around Tenten's waist and rested her head against Tenten's back as she said with a wide grin on her face, "Lead the way, cowgirl." It certainly sounds interesting. Hope you don't mind me, Blondie. Temari said as she did the same to Ino as what Ino did to Tenten. Well, as long as you don't plan to do anything funny, I won't mind, or do anything funny. Ino replied and slyly grinned. Sakura blinked at the girls in front of her and then sighed in defeat. Might as well join, huh? She said before wrapping her arms around Temari's waist and resting her head against Temari's back. So there we are, riding along the coast. Ino repeated. On our faithful horse, Uzumaki Naruto. Tenten said and ruffled through Naruto's hair. Who seriously ponders whether this situation is a good or bad thing? Naruto thought as he looked over his shoulder at the girls. As a gentle breeze blows through our hair. Temari added. And we gently bounce up and down with every step that the horse makes. Sakura added and slightly rubbed her cheek over Temari's back. The breeze makes us slightly blush out of excitement and we feel warm and fuzzy inside. Ino said and slightly smiled. You want and desire more of this wild feeling. Tenten added and smirked. It's arousing you more and more as jolts of pleasure run through your body. Temari added and a wicked grin formed on her face. You wish the feeling would never end, but you know that it will be over in an instant. Sakura added. Ino softly moaned and wrapped her arms tighter around Tenten. Your breathing becomes more rapid, your body tenses as you're close to reaching your final destination. You don't want it to come, yet at the same time you do. Tenten said as they slowly headed into the living room. Yes. Ino moaned softly. Naruto's face flushed red and his eye twitched. Well, I guess I just should be glad my back hasn't become any wetter than it was before they started this. Hey! Wait a minute! What the hell? You girls know how wrong that sounds. Ino shouted as she suddenly sat straight up and began shaking Tenten back and forth. You do know, don't you? Ino. Don't do dash. Naruto tried to stop Ino from shaking Tenten, but it was too late as the movements had thrown him off balance. Crap, at this rate. Naruto thought, and as he fell, he turned around and stuck his arms out, trying to prevent Tenten from falling down on him. He managed to push Tenten up for a brief moment, but then his muscles couldn't handle her weight after being stressed for some time from supporting not just Naruto, but the 4 girls as well. Naruto's vision blackened, but he could tell exactly what happened, just my luck. Tenten groaned and looked over her shoulder at the other girls. You girls all right? After a few groans, Tenten sighed in relief, thank goodness. Oi Tenten. Naruto said, his voice being muffled by Tenten's body, and then he poked her sides. Could you get off of me? Your chest might suffocate me. Tenten, startled by what Naruto said, quickly rose up from Naruto's body and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Sorry, Naruto. Naruto grinned sheepishly at her. It's all right. Don't worry about it, Ten. Besides, if you did suffocate me, Erosennin would say that I died in the best way possible. I'm not that special. Ten blushed and looked away. That's not true. You're my friend, so you are special. Naruto grinned widely at Ten, who was blushing brighter than before. Anyway, could you help me up? Ten grabbed Naruto's hand, pulled him up from the floor and softly whispered, "Thank you." Naruto smiled at her for a moment, until she let his hand loose and he noticed that his legs had been drained of strength just like his arms were. Ah! Naruto tried to stay on his feet, but it was a futile effort. Naruto, watch out! Sakura threw her arms up to shield herself from Naruto's fall as he was heading for her direction. Unfortunately, Sakura forgot to shield her head and her lips connected with Naruto's in a quite sudden kiss. Both Naruto and Sakura's eyes shot wide open, staring straight into the eyes of the other, and slight blush formed on Sakura's face. Naruto hastily rolled off her, and as he did he also immediately apologized. "Sorry, Sakura-chan." He rolled up against Temari, who stopped him from rolling on top of her, and he let out a deep sigh. Naruto looked over to Sakura and expected her to already be standing on her feet again and ready to smash his face to smithereens, but he was surprised to find her just glaring at him and clenching her fists. Temari patted Naruto on his back and smiled at him. "Good horsey." Naruto turned his head around and smiled back at her for a moment before jumping up. "Then I'll finally get myself a change of clothes now." He was glad to see that his muscles had regained their strength and that he was able to stand on his own legs. Naruto, speaking of clothes. Temari fidgeted with her fingers as Naruto quickly helped the girls up. What is it? Naruto looked slightly confused at the wind mistress. Naruto, Gaara said, who seemed to pop out of nowhere. "I have to say, you could use a visit to the tailor in Sunagakure." Naruto turned around to face Gaara and was instantly shocked and pointed at his friend's legs. Those pants. He then looked and pointed at Gaara's chest. "That jacket. If they were red, I'd like them." Gaara replied, not even minding Naruto's pointing and shouting. "Gaara, why the heck are you wearing my clothes?" Temari laughed sheepishly and rubbed the back of her head. "That would be somewhat my fault." Naruto spun around, stuck his head out towards her, arched his arms and clenched his fists. "Why is he wearing my clothes?" "Naruto, allow me to explain." Gaara replied and took Naruto's jacket off, revealing his usual attire underneath it. "Water and sand create mud and I don't like having my pants filled with mud. Unfortunately, Temari forgot to do the laundry and thus I had no spare pants that I could wear in place of the pants I wore today that were now covered in mud. So I borrowed one of your pants." "Ah, I see." Naruto nodded. "Then why were you wearing my jacket as well?" "Well, I figured it would look better if I had the entire set instead of just the pants," Gaara stated, and Naruto just stared at him. "But I don't like orange that much, so I can do without the jacket." "Sorry, Naruto. Kankuro and I always do the laundry so Gaara doesn't think about it, and with everything that happened recently I just forgot about it," Temari replied. "I guess you just forget about it because there is no washing machine in my bathroom." Naruto sheepishly grinned at Temari and rubbed the back of his head. "I guess I forgot to tell you that the laundry is on the bottom floor of the apartment complex." "Well, I guess I'd better do the laundry today then or I might run out of clothing too," Temari said and stuck her tongue out at Naruto. "And I don't want that to happen, now do I?" "Oi, now you're making it sound like I'm the next Erosennin," Naruto replied and then shrugged. Oh well, I guess I can miss a set of pants at the moment. A while later Naruto was back in the living room in fresh new clothing, though they looked exactly the same as his previous attire. Ah, that feels much better. Naruto flexed his muscles. Then, I'll go get that Lemur guy for you, Ino. Ino's eyes became big and shiny as she jumped towards Naruto, grabbed his hands and raised them up to chest height. Really? Naruto sheepily grinned at her and nodded. Yeah, of course. Just wait here. I'll be talking to Erosennin and such, so I'll be back after dinner to help you guys out with training. Alright, Naruto. Ino spontaneously threw her arms around Naruto's neck and tightly hugged him. She then let go of him, quickly moved to his back and kicked his ass with all her might, sending him flying out of the apartment. Hurry up and go. Aya aya wee-owa. Naruto screamed as he flew through the air and crashed through the window in his living room. Ino, that was a little bit too much, you know. Ten said as she looked at the huge gap in the glass of the window. Ino pressed her hands to her cheeks and shook her rear end, slightly blushing. I know, but I just couldn't control my excitement. Everyone. Sakura said, and after getting the attention of everyone present in the room, she continued, let's follow, Naruto. The other girls gasped a moment and then, one by one, they all nodded in agreement. Gaara followed the girls with his eyes as they rushed out of the apartment and then looked back to the broken window. That's fine, I'll fix that window. Damn it, why did she had to kick me? Naruto momentarily rubbed his sore rear end before jumping back up. He looked back to his apartment and saw Gaara standing near the broken window. Naruto grinned widely and gave Gaara a thumbs up, wondering if he'd even see him. Gaara kept looking at the gap in the window and then nonchalantly gave Naruto a thumbs up as well. Well then, let's go get that Lemur guy here. Naruto said to himself as he turned his head back around and started running. Unbeknownst to Naruto, the four girls, whom he thought he left behind at his apartment, were following closely behind him. Sakura, do you really think that Naruto is really Lemur-kun? Ten whispered as they sneaked after Naruto. I'm not sure about it, but that's why we're following right now. Sakura replied and then gave Ten a wink and a smile, and if he isn't, we'll find out where Lemur-kun is staying. I won't believe you until I see it with my own eyes. Temari stated as they turned around the corner and reached the main street of Konoha. I won't believe it either, damn. We'd better not lose sight of him in this crowd. Ino said as they rummed themselves through the crowd. Excuse me. A boy, who looked like he was not much older than Naruto, with black hair and black eyes walked up to the girls. HM? Can we help you? Sakura asked as the girls simultaneously looked at the boy. You are Haruno Sakura, right? The boy asked and took a scroll out of his pocket. Yes, that would be me. And you are? I haven't seen a shinobi like you before here in Konohagakure. Sakura replied and blinked at the boy. Oi, Sakura, we're going to lose sight of him if we don't hurry up. Ino put her fists at her sides and gave her friend a sort of worried look. This is for you. The boy said, and as he handed Sakura the scroll, a sly smile formed on his face. This is... Sakura gave the scroll that was handed to her a closer look. My name is Sai. I must apologize for the drawings on the scroll, but I was getting quite bored while searching for you, Sakura-san, so... Sai said, still smiling at Sakura. However, his smile faded away and his eyes opened up as Sakura began to shake in rage and held up a fist. You. I already told the others. I don't want those love letters anymore when I don't know jack about you, damn it. Sakura yelled and sent the boy named Sai flying through the air with a single powerful punch. Sakura then threw the scroll at Sai and hit him dead straight on his forehead, so don't ever try again, Shauna Dash. The other girls cut her off by covering her mouth and pushed themselves off the road. Are you retarded? Naruto could have spotted us. Temari hissed at Sakura. If you are annoyed by those things or not, at least try to control yourself when we're trying to stay unnoticed. Ten whispered. What was all that for? Sai thought as he was lying on the ground. Naruto turned around and peered over the crowd. Just now, was that Sakura-chan's voice? He skimmed over the crowd one more time before shrugging and heading on, whatever. A while later Naruto figured he had taken long enough to get away from his apartment and stopped walking. Now, to find a nice place to do this. Naruto looked around, not noticing the 4 girls that were only a few meters away from him. His eyes laid upon a calm and quiet alley, which did not lead to another street and was a dead end. I guess that place will do fine. Naruto headed over to the alley and was unaware that the girls had followed him the entire way. He stopped in the alley once he was past half of the way into it and looked over his shoulder. Yeah, this should be a safe place. Naruto widely grinned and faced back forward as he formed a single hand seal. Just then, Sakura, Ino, Temari and Ten peeked around the corner and anxiously awaited Naruto's actions. Heh! Naruto let out and a cloud of smoke covered his entire body. The eyes of the 4 girls widened and their mouths dropped wide open. Naruto! Sakura whispered. No way! Ino whispered as her eyes slightly shook in disbelief. It can't be, he. Temari whispered. Naruto opened his eyes and blinked, being quite surprised to say the least. He turned around and his mouth dropped open and his hands fell down. He disappeared. Ten shouted in shock as the 4 girls found Naruto no longer present in the alley. How in the world did I end up on top of this freaking statue? Naruto yelled nearly at the top of his lungs as he found himself standing on top of the Hokage statues. To be more precise, standing on top of the 4th statue, and Naruto's eyes twitched at it. Your jutsu apparently have bad side effects when they aren't mastered, He sighed and formed the hench hand seal once more, this time succeeding in the transformation, but that was weird. I'm sure I focused on this. I guess I'll ask Erosennin if that jutsu of the 4th can randomly activate or something. Whatever, time to get back to my apartment and go out for dinner with Ino. Meanwhile, the girls were investigating the alley which Naruto had spontaneously left. There has to be something that leads to a trap door or something, Sakura said as she looked behind trash cans. If only we saw what seal he formed. Ten replied as he traced with her fingers over the stone walls. See, it's probably some jutsu that takes anyone who knows it to Jiraiya-sama's place. Ino said as she leaned against a pipe in the alley. If that's the case, then why didn't he use it from the start? Sakura wondered as she kept searching the alley for any hidden switches. Maybe you need to be within a certain range from Jiraiya-sama's place in order to have the jutsu work. Ten said as she backed away from the walls. Give it up and let's go back to the apartment. It's just some jutsu we don't know. Hope this proves to you that Naruto isn't Nimir-kun. Temari replied as she turned her back to the other girls, but something is strange about all of this. Yeah, let's go back before Nimir-kun arrives at the apartment. I want to leave with him as soon as he's there, Ino said and headed out of the alley. Well, I guess you need all the time you can get with him to even try to convince him you're better than me. Temari smirked at Ino. What are you talking about, Blondie? I just need this little bit of time with him to make him mine. Ino placed her index finger just a nail's length above her thumb and smirked back at Temari. Everything else is just bonus. I wonder about that. Temari widened her smirk and followed Ino. Let's go, Sakura, there's nothing we'll find here. Ten said and quickly followed her two blonde friends. Sakura sighed and placed her hands on her hips as she frowned. I'm still feeling that we're missing something. Naruto raced over the buildings of Konoha, mostly to get the blood flowing and just because he figured he would be late if he calmly walked all the way back to his apartment. He shuffled through his pockets and pulled out his Gamachan, that also had been slightly altered by the transformation and been given red spots. Let's see. Naruto quickly counted his money and then smiled. All right, that should be more than enough for a complete dinner for two. He quickly placed Gamechan back in his pocket and rushed onward to his apartment. Naruto leaped from building to building and within almost no time at all, he was back at his apartment. Man, this is the second time I'm knocking on this door, it's still weird. Naruto softly whispered to himself before knocking on his own apartment door. Before Naruto exactly could tell what happened, the door was pulled open and he was being pulled along by Ino so fast that he was actually lifted up from the ground. Ino? Something wrong. Naruto yelled as he flew through the air and could faintly make out the faces of Sakura, Temari and Ten popping out of the door opening before both he and Ino turned around the corner. Nothing wrong. Ino smiled at him, it's just that I'm looking forward to finally continuing our date. Naruto smiled as well and then tried to get back on his feet, but it would probably be better if we could walk to the restaurant instead of rushing to it. Ino steadily slowed down enough to let Naruto walk on his own feet again. As soon as he was walking next to her, Ino wrapped her arms around his and leaned on his shoulder. I know, but we're on a tight schedule here, so I thought, let's hurry to dinner so we can maybe still do something afterward. Naruto looked at Ino, who was looking hopeful at him, and he smiled at her. We'll see if we have time for it. Naruto told me that you'll have training with him and the Kazekage at 7. All of a sudden, Ino pulled Naruto with her against the wall and wrapped her arms around him, resting her head against his chest. Or we could just stay together after 7 and say we forgot all about the time. I think it's best if you do go to training. Naruto said, slightly blushing, though for some reason I have the feeling she insists on being late for training. Nimur-kun, did you ever just feel like you want to be held and loved? Ino asked as she stroked over his back. Damn, Ino definitely knows how to play her cards right. Naruto thought as he slightly blushed and wrapped his arms around her as well. Yeah. Nimur-kun. Ino looked up at Naruto with big puppy dog eyes, which half startled Naruto. What is she planning now? Why yeah. Naruto hesitantly brought out. Will you please teach me the jutsu to get into Jiraiya-sama's place? Ino asked and Naruto instantly let go off her and fell onto the ground. Jutsu to enter Jiraiya-sama's place? Impossible. Really? Naruto started laughing so much that tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Hey! If Naruto can learn it, then so can I. Ino said and stomped with her foot on the ground once. Naruto stopped laughing and looked straight into Ino's eyes. What gave her the thought that you needed jutsu to enter Erosennin's place? Well, Ino said and crossed her arms in front of her. I better think carefully about this and not slip anything. Naruto thought as he got up from the floor and warily eyed Ino. First of all, how did you find out you needed jutsu to enter Jiraiya-sama's place? Ino blushed, grabbed with her right hand onto her left arm and looked away from Naruto. We followed Naruto and he used some kind of weird jutsu in an alley. After that he disappeared, so we figured it must have been a jutsu to enter Jiraiya-sama's place. They followed me. Then, that sudden Shunshin no Jutsu. Naruto stared with wide eyes at Ino for a moment and she noticed this. I know, we shouldn't have followed him, but can you really blame us? We want to see you way more than we do right now. Naruto placed his hands on her shoulders and looked straight into her eyes again, this time having a serious look. Please, Ino, don't try to follow me or Naruto to Jiraiya-sama's place. The same goes for the others. Please, I understand your feelings and of the others, but I want to keep this fair and not have you girls drag me out of bed at 4 a.m. in the morning just to be with me before the others. All right, I understand. Ino said and then cheered up and formed a sly smirk on her face. So tell me, who's your favorite right now? Favorite, you say? Naruto blinked at her, slightly thrown off by the sudden question. I honestly don't know. You girls are making it really hard on me to like just one of you. Ino slightly frowned as Naruto sheepishly grinned at her and rubbed the back of his head, but I really should start thinking about it. Ino then smiled at Naruto again and took his hand. That's fine. Then I'll just have to make me your favorite tonight. Naruto slightly laughed. Well, we'll see about that, won't we? A while later, Naruto and Ino were standing in front of a restaurant and Naruto's mouth dropped wide open. Then let's eat here, shall we? Ino asked cheerfully. Are you serious? Naruto asked in return. Of course I am, the food here is great. I've had dinner here once with my family and it was so delicious. Ino replied with a smile on her face. Crap, this is one of the most expensive restaurants in Konohagakure. Do I have the money for this kind of thing? Naruto let his shoulders hang in defeat as he let out a slight sigh. What's wrong? You can afford it, right? Ino asked as she blinked sweetly at Naruto. Yeah, I can, that's no problem whatsoever. Naruto quickly replied as sweat trailed down the back of his neck. It's more like what can I afford to buy after tonight? Naruto's head then lit up and he turned towards Ino. But, shouldn't you have reservations at a place like this? No, they have a special rule that couples that are out on a date can eat here without reservation. Ino replied and smiled at Naruto. So that's how it is, huh? Naruto replied and sighed again before lightening up. All right, let's do this then. As they headed in they were greeted by a waiter, who was dressed quite stylish. Good evening madam, sir, have you booked reservations? Ino slightly drooled at the waiter and Naruto noticed. Oi, I thought you liked me and wanted to drool all over me? Ino sheepishly smiled at Naruto. Gomen, I'll drool over you as much as you want later on. After Naruto grinned sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head, the waiter coughed. Did you book reservations? Ino answered the waiter. No, we didn't. We'll take the couple's special. Ah, I see. Please, this way. The waiter said as he showed them the way into the restaurant. You know, this is somehow kinda suspicious. Naruto whispered to Ino. What are you talking about? How is guiding us to our seats suspicious? Ino replied. Maybe I'm just getting paranoid. Naruto replied and looked ahead of them to see where their seats would be. Please take your seats while I get the menu for the two of you. The waiter said as he showed them their seats. Naruto sat down first and leaned with his back against the dark red wall. I guess I was wrong after all. Told you so. This is a high-quality restaurant, so there would be no tricks or something. It would make them lose customers. Ino said and smiled at Naruto. Naruto smiled back at her and switched his position so that his back was leaning against the back of their seats. Yeah, I guess that I'm just suspicious of almost everyone I don't know after what happened today. What do you mean after today? Ino blinked at him and gave him a questioning look. Eh? Nothing at all. Naruto grinned sheepishly at her. I can't tell her about that Akatsuki assassin. She'll start asking questions like Akatsuki? Who's the Akatsuki? Why were they after Gaara's live, and all that? Oh no, mister. You're not getting off of it that easily. Ino said and placed her hand on her hip and gave Naruto a glare. What happened? Why were you and Naruto staying behind after that announcement? I really can't tell you that, Ino. Naruto replied, giving her a worried face, though it was mainly out of his own concern of how far she might push the questioning. What? Why not? Ino said, slightly irritated that she knew Naruto was hiding something from her. Really, I can't tell you, Ino, it would freak you out. Naruto replied and slightly smiled at her. Ino was slightly taken aback by that last comment and her eyes momentarily widened. Could it be that? Could it be what? Naruto blinked at the blonde girl, not sure what she was thinking. That you and Naruto actually both enjoy the company of both sexes further than just being friends and having friendly contact, and that the two of you. Ino said in one breath, then puffed her cheeks as she turned crimson in her face. Naruto's jaw dropped to the floor, his eyes grew wide and looked at the blushing Ino as if she had just hit him in the nuts with an iron baseball bat. Wah wah. His left eye then just started twitching and he didn't know if he should scream and yell at Ino or should roll into a fetal position because of the mere thought that she just gave him. Naruto decided to do neither and instead steadily replied to her, Ino, why it's not something like that, at all, never, ever, really. I like girls and just girls, women, human females, nothing else. Naruto and I would be wrong on so many levels. Please, don't fantasize or think about something like that ever again. He took a few deep breaths and then warily eyed Ino as she looked towards the floor. I'm sorry, Nimur-kun, I didn't mean to upset you, it's just that. She really does know how to hit on my soft spots. Just look at her, I can't let her be like this. Naruto said to himself and let out a deep sigh. Well, it wasn't really upsetting, more like shocking, not that you had those thoughts though. Really? More like me thinking of. Naruto coughed as Ino looked up to him again. Why yeah, it's okay, for a girl to have those kind of thoughts, guys have them about girls, just don't mention them to me, ever, again. More importantly. Naruto took a deep breath and put on his I'm talking serious business now face. I want you to know that no matter what kind of information I keep as a secret from you and the other girls, or if you ever find out I lied about something, I just want you to know that I really do like all of you no matter what. Not that I'm going to betray Konoha or something weird like that. It's just that, you see, ihihi. Ino raised her head and smiled at Naruto as he sheepishly grinned and placed a hand on the back of his head. It's all right, you can't tell because it's a secret, right? I trust you. Really? Ah, thank goodness, for a minute there I thought you were going to think I'm some kind of suspicious guy. Naruto said and kept sheepishly grinning at her. Yeah. Go me. I saved my own ass from my big mouth again, I hope. Now, there's one thing I really do want to know. Ino's smile turned into a devious smirk as she leaned her head on her hand and looked straight into Naruto's eyes. Just a minute ago you said that guys have those kind of thoughts about girls. I want to know about who you have them, Nimur-kun. What? I don't think about girls being together with other girls, right? I never thought about it before, why would I think about such things? I mean, who am I? Erosennin. A girl with another girl. Naruto thought as he eyed Ino. who seemed to take delight out of the current situation. It's not like it will ever happen. Why should I think about it? Why am I thinking about why I should be thinking about it? Why did Ino ask me this? Naruto innocently grinned at her and rubbed the back of his head. To tell you the truth, up until now I've never really thought about girls being with other girls. I tried to refrain from perverted thoughts as Jiraiya-sama would go and exploit that over and over again for his own advantage, such as making me do errands for him and such. Honestly, I don't think I'd even be affected by something like that. Oh, is that so? Ino smirked wider as she moved her head towards Naruto's ear and rested her hands on his shoulders. Let's see about that, shall we? Well, what does she plan on doing? Naruto thought as a shiver ran over his back when Ino whispered in his ear. I'll tell you a little secret that no one else knows about. Ino whispered in Naruto's ear and momentarily smirked again. Do you know who my first kiss was? Would I have the honor of that? Probably not, but who? Naruto asked as he was clueless about why she was asking him this. I shall tell you then. Ino whispered and took a brief break in her answer. It was Sakura, and you know what? Naruto's eyes grew wide as Ino drew closer towards his ear and whispered so soft that she was sure that only Naruto would hear it. It didn't end with just a kiss. As Ino pulled away from Naruto and watched him in amusement, Naruto just froze up. Not one single muscle in his body would move as it all sank into his mind, and his heart even skipped a few beats. Naruto slowly turned his head towards Ino and stared at her as she watched him with amusement. You and Sakura. Naruto managed to bring out, and then he started to bang his head against the wall. Ino bursted out into laughter and grabbed onto Naruto's shoulders, pulling him away from the wall and into her arms. It was just a joke to see how you would react, Nimur-kun. A joke? Naruto repeated and blinked at the blonde. Ino smiled at him and bent over, cupping his cheek and giving him a small kiss on his lips. Don't worry about it. It was just a joke. Well. She pulled back and slightly laughed again. We did end up kissing each other once, but that was an accident. So she kind of was my first kiss. Well, if you look at it like that, then my first kiss was. Naruto said with a smile and then shut up as he realized one thing he hadn't realized this entire time. Oh God, I think I just got very sick. Ino looked confused at Naruto, who abruptly stood up and rushed towards the restrooms. After vomiting whatever was left in his stomach and cleansing his mouth of the bad aftertaste with some water and the restaurant's mouthwash, Naruto headed back to Ino. Damn, if you look at it that way, then Sasuke is my first kiss. God, that sucks. I certainly hope that Ino has forgotten about that little event, if she'd think about that every now and then. Naruto slightly shivered just before he reached Ino and nimbly made his way past her back to his seat. What happened? Ino asked as she pulled Naruto back into her arms and slightly leaned back so Naruto's head would mainly rest against her chest. Naruto slightly blushed as he felt the softness of Ino's chest touch the back of his head. I just figured out something that made my stomach turn upside down. Well, I guess that I'll have to make you feel better then. Ino replied as she caressed Naruto's cheek with her fingertips and bent over to steal another kiss from his lips. Ahem. The wait coughed loudly to make his presence known to the two blondes. Excuse me for interrupting your little moment, but I have the menus and we're getting more customers, so we have to make it snappy. Naruto sat straight up and grabbed one of the two menus, and Ino slightly glared at the waiter before roughly taking the menu out of his hands. There sure are a lot of meals to choose from. Naruto mused as he went over the menu. Wait, what's this? They have a special ramen type that they only make here. It's decided then. Naruto looked from the menu to the waiter and he noticed that Ino had also decided what she wanted as she ordered just before him. I'll have the house's special ramen, please. His jaw almost dropped to the floor when he heard Ino say that Ino likes ramen too. Since when? How? Why? What about you, Nimur-kun? Ino asked with a sweet smile on her face. Ino, why did you choose to order the ramen? Just curious to find out. Naruto asked as Ino blinked at him for asking such a thing before shrugging and replying to Naruto, this morning I had ramen at Naruto's place for breakfast and I just felt like ordering ramen right now. I see. So that's how it is. Naruto said and smiled at her, CRAP, if I order ramen I won't be able to stop after one bowl probably and she might find it awkward that I like ramen as much as, well, me. So, what are you going to order? Ino asked again as she stared into Naruto's eyes. Naruto hastily looked at her and then looked back at the menu. I'll have. He quickly went over all the meals on the menu again and decided to use the one that was directly to the opposite side of the ramen. I'll have the hayashi rice, please. I'm not really feeling like having ramen tonight. Oh God, the blasphemy. I do want ramen. But I can't take it or it will look suspicious when I order more and more bowls of ramen. And I can't just leave it at one bowl. Ramen. My ramen. Naruto's thoughts were going haywire as the waiter noted their orders and left to get them for the two blondes. Ramen, in the morning sun. Ramen, eating it for breakfast is so much fun. Ramen, it's always so good. You'll never get to find a better kind of food. And when my tummy growls from hunger in the morning, ramen is what stops my tummy's moaning. For ramen is food number one and is one of the best things under the morning sun. Ino softly sung as they waited for their meals to arrive and Naruto's eyes grew wide out of surprise that Ino was singing that song. Aw. Damn it! Why do I have that song in my head? Ino cursed as Naruto looked with wide eyes at her, she knows the song. Naruto's eyes started to sparkle and Ino obviously noticed the sudden change in his behavior. Nimur-kun, are you alright? Ino-chan. Naruto held Ino's hands and she turned bright red in her face, but then Naruto realized that what he was about to say might give him away. Wait. What am I doing? Doing something like this just because she knows that song is definitely suspicious. Come on, think of something else. Why yes. Ino managed to bring out as she flushed entirely red now and Naruto knew he had to do something or he'd be screwed. You have an amazing voice. I do? Ino asked, not quite sure if he was serious about her having an amazing voice or not. Yeah, I wish really amazed by your singing just now. Just something I wanted to let you know. Maybe you should sing more often. Naruto replied and rubbed the back of his head, well that's slightly a lie so I guess I shouldn't overdo it and make her think she really is better than well, everyone. Ino smiled shyly at Naruto, her face still crimson red, well, thank you, Nimur-kun. Naruto smiled back at her and from there on out until they received their meals, Ino mainly talked about what she liked about Nimur and Naruto asking her several random things. So you really have no idea who your parents are? Ino asked as the waiter placed their meals in front of them. Not one single clue. Well, I guess they died on some top secret mission no one could know about or something, but they might as well have just abandoned me. Naruto replied as he picked up his chopsticks. If they really were KIA they should be on the memorial stone, right? Ino asked as she picked up her own set of chopsticks. Naruto's eyes went wide and he spontaneously hugged Ino, of course. Why didn't I think of that before? They must have been shinobi, right? And, if they were killed in action, then they should be on that stone. Thank you, Ino. Ino softly smiled. I'm surprised someone like you didn't think about it before I said it. Well, if they were civilians, it will still lead to nowhere though. Naruto slightly grimaced and then grinned widely. No, I'm sure that they were shinobi. After all, I've got to get my talent from someone. Well, shinobi or not, I know they've given us a man that's quite special for all the right reasons. Ino replied and winked at Naruto. I'll look into later. For now, let's enjoy our meals. Naruto replied and Ino nodded in agreement. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. Itadakimasu. As Naruto began to slowly chow down his rice and Ino gracefully eating the ramen noodles, Naruto couldn't help but stare at the blonde girl. The more he stared at her mouth, the greater his desire became. Naruto licked his lips, fighting the urge to just let it all go and take what he wanted. As Ino's mouth slowly opened and closed, Naruto's grip on his chopsticks tightened. Sweat started to crawl down on the back of Naruto's neck as Ino sensually licked her lips after swallowing another bundle of noodles. Ino brought another bundle of noodles to her mouth and softly blew on them. Naruto's breathing pace increased noticeably. Nimur-kun, are you feeling all right? Ino said when she noticed that Naruto was staring at her. Naruto shook out of his trance and sheepishly grinned at her. I think I should have chosen for ramen after all, it looks very delicious. Must have ramen, give me my ramen. Ramen. Naruto thought as he drooled and stared at Ino's ramen. Isn't your meal good then? Ino asked as she blinked at Naruto, who was still partly drooling about the bowl of ramen in front of her. Huh? What? Oh, it is. It's just that. Naruto said and then pondered for a moment about what he'd say. Your ramen looks quite good too, and I just wondered how it would taste. Ah, I see. Ino replied and continued eating her meal, and Naruto's mind raced through options of how he could try and get some ramen. There must be something. I must have that ramen. Ino took another batch of noodles from her ramen and held them out in front of Naruto. So how about we feed each other then? Naruto's eyes shined brightly and he could only give a vigorous nod in reply before opening his mouth to let Ino place the noodles in his mouth. After having them devoured, Naruto felt like he had reached heaven and rose his fist up to his face. It's so damned good. All right, now it's your turn. Ino said and gave Naruto a wide smile. Oh yeah. Of course, silly me. Naruto sheepishly grinned at her before picking up a small piece of meat and rice with his chopsticks and motioning it towards Ino's mouth. Ino's lips graciously enveloped around the chopsticks, and as Naruto watched the motions of her lips, there was one thing that first came to his mind: she sure as hell doesn't eat like a pig. That's the sexiest way I've seen anyone eat something. /n, for you numbnuts that don't get the pig part, remember that Sakura used to call Ino a pig? Ino smiled at him as she swallowed, and she then widely grinned at Naruto. Now, I wonder how it would taste to have both of our meals at the same time. How do you plan on dash? Naruto silenced himself as Ino wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him closer. What seemed to turn into a passionate kiss was rudely interrupted when Naruto and Ino each felt a hand firmly grab onto their shoulders. My. What have we here? It looks like a youthful couple being youthfully in love. Ooh. The springtime of youth burns brightly today indeed. Naruto and Ino opened their eyes and found none other than, of course, Guy and Lee standing behind them. Ino clenched her fist and tried to calm herself down upon sight of the two, but she was slowly, but certainly failing at keeping her temper. You two seem to be enjoying yourselves here. Mind if my adorable youthful student, Lee, and I, Konohagakure's noble green beast, Mato Guy, join you? Of course not. For youthfulness must be spread. Guy and Lee moved around the table to sit on the opposite side of Naruto and Ino as Ino failed miserably in trying to punch the loud sensei in his face. Naruto sighed and silently continued eating his meal, Ino following his example and eating her ramen too. Well, who would have thought that Jiraiya-sama's long-lost apprentice would end up with Yamanaka Ino? Guy said and gave the two a wide smile as Naruto slightly looked up to face Guy. Of course, Tsunade Abakin must have explained this to all the active jounin, but then, does he know that I'm? Naruto looked over to Ino and found her slightly blushing at Guy's statement, but she just continued eating without making a retort. Guy-sensei. Isn't this the unyouthful delinquent that was doing unyouthful things to the girls a few days ago? Lee wondered and said it loud enough to turn the entire restaurant's attention towards their table. Don't be silly, Lee. The culprit we're looking for has red eyes. This young man clearly has honorable blue eyes. Guy explained and looked around the restaurant to see if anyone was still looking suspicious at them, glad to find none. No. Those two are definitely looking for Nimur-kun, but I'm glad they're idiotic enough to think he had red eyes back then. That's just impossible, right? Might have been the reflection of the light or something, unless Nimur-kun is hiding something from us. Ino thought as she looked at Naruto from the corner of his eyes, who just kept on eating his meal. You know. Today my youthful student Lee learned a new technique. Guy exclaimed cheerfully. It was a hard one to master, Guy-sensei. But through your devotion to me and your youthfulness I've been able to complete it. Lee exclaimed with fire in his eyes as he saluted his sensei. As Guy and Lee kept on ranting and eventually bursted into tears when they hugged each other, Ino scooted over to Naruto and whispered in his ear, "Ani. Let's get out of here while they're busy and have them pay for our meals. I want revenge for what they did to our moment." Naruto sheepishly grinned at her and then nodded, "I like it. Let's go." The two of them sneaked their way out of the restaurant and by the time they reached the exit, the waiter arrived at their table. "Ahem, seeing how your friends have left without paying the bill, I present the bill to the two of you." Ah, it seems like they quietly went to spend their youthfulness together in the dash. Guy said as he took the bill out of the waiter's hands and looked at the amount he'd have to pay for them. Naruto and Ino quietly sneaked past the restaurant when they suddenly heard a loud scream that shook the foundations of the earth. "What did you say?" "Inosan. Nimur-kun. Get your youthful rear ends back here and pay this bill." Knowing that if they stayed like this they would be caught, Ino and Naruto jumped up and Naruto exclaimed, "Run for it." A while later, when they were sure they were far away from the restaurant and had passed through various streets, the two of them stopped in an alley, heavily panting from their little marathon. "I think that they won't be able to catch up with us," Naruto said, taking a few deep breaths and then widely grinning at Ino. "They definitely won't." Ino replied and returned a grin that could compete with Naruto's. She then turned that grin into a smile and pulled him closer. "So, where were we before we were interrupted by those men in green?" "There's no escaping her, no is there?" Naruto smiled back at Ino and then closed his eyes like she did and moved closer towards her lips. A growl echoed through the back of Naruto's mind and his eyes shot wide open. Naruto fell down onto his knees and clutched onto his head, gritting his teeth as much as he can. Ino, who was rather shocked, looked with wide eyes at Naruto and reached out for him with her hand. "Nimur-kun. Don't." Naruto growled at her and then slowly rose back to his feet, breathing heavily in and out. "That bastard fox. What was that all about?" "Are you?" Ino asked as she looked at him with scared eyes. Naruto slowly nodded. "Don't worry about it. It was just that I suddenly felt like my head was being pierced or something. A bad omen, I guess. Better get you home. Maybe someone's trying to use mind jutsu on you. Some kinjutsu out of that branch can be deadly. Ino replied, and her eyes darted towards the ground. Naruto looked around, searching for any signs of who might do such a thing. I don't see or sense any presence nearby that's harmful. I'll go take a look in your mind and see what's going on then. Might be done from far away. Ino said and leaned against a nearby rain pipe. No, Ino. Wait. Naruto protested, but it was already too late as Ino formed her unique hand seal and targeted Naruto as she called out the name of the technique, Ninpu, Shintenshin no Jutsu. Naruto blinked, surprised that nothing happened, or thought that perhaps the jutsu had been altered over the past 2.5 years. He lifted his arm by his own free will, and it seemed like the jutsu had failed as his entire body was still under his control. Ino? Did you cancel it when I called out, or? Naruto then noticed her eyes were trembling and, not much later, the rest of her body started shaking as well as her arms fell down. As she started falling forward, he managed to catch her just before her body hit the floor. Ino. Naruto softly whispered as he turned her around and looked into her eyes, that were still trembling, but they showed signs that she was able to use them as she moved them to look directly into Naruto's eyes. Nimur-kun, I. Ino still trembled, and then tears formed in the corner of her eyes. She threw herself up and tightly embraced Naruto as she started to cry, Naruto wrapping his arms around her trying to soothe her a bit, SSSHT. It's all right, you'll be okay, I'm here for you. Ino cried as buried her fingernails into Naruto's skin. I stared into the face of evil incarnate, and it stared back at me, with a huge grin painted on his face. It didn't want me there, not at all. Nimur-kun, what was that big red mass of evil chakra? Naruto's eyes went wide and he placed a hand on the back of Ino's head. I don't know. What in the world is going on? Nice to know I'm immune to mind manipulation thanks to the old bastard fox, but still. Naruto thought as he stroked with his fingers through Ino's hair. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Ino sniffed. This morning, I read the minds of various people, Temari, Gaara, Tenten, Sakura and Naruto. None of them had something like that in their mind. Nimur-kun, is something or someone after your life? Naruto slightly pulled her away and looked with wide eyes into Ino's eyes. You can read the minds of people? Ino's expression went momentarily blank and then she nodded in reply. Then, you can read my mind right now? Everything? Like, if I pissed against a tree this morning, you could find out? Naruto asked with a rather shocked expression on his face. Ino slightly laughed as she rubbed the tears out of her eyes and then shook her head. No, I still need to preform the jutsu and make a contact. Also, I can only find out what a person is currently thinking, but whatever it is that is looking into your mind right now, really doesn't want me in there as well, and it succeeded in scaring me enough that I don't want to try something like that again. Naruto tightly hugged her and gave her a kiss on her cheek. Let's get you back home now, okay? Sorry for giving you such a stupid date tonight. Naruto grinned widely and tightened his hug. What are you talking about? I learned a lot more about you. I now know that you aren't just pushy, but kind and affectionate as well. Also that you know how to have fun, have a sense of humor and well, a lot of things I can't name off the top of my head right now. But most importantly was that I found out that this definitely wasn't a mistake and I was right to like you. Ino's eyes went wide at hearing this and rested her hands on Naruto's back. Then does that mean that you? Naruto sighed. Sorry for being such an indecisive bastard, but all of you are making it hard for me to choose who I like the most and who suits me the best out of all of you. Well, I guess I could always turn into an evil bitch and make you my love slave. Ino grinned widely and slightly snickered. Naruto sheepishly grinned and rubbed the back of his head. You're giving me weird thoughts here. Good weird thoughts or bad weird thoughts? Ino swept her head back and looked into Naruto's eyes. Is there any way that would make good weird thoughts? Ino smirked at him and leered deviously at him. Well, if you like seeing a woman in a leather outfit with her cleavage revealed as well as her arms and legs and whom wields a trident or a whip, not to mention a set of devil's horns and a need to punish her victims and drink their blood. Naruto's face turned pale white and his eyes were twitching. Oi, that isn't one of your fantasies, now is it? Ino trailed with a finger over Naruto's jawbone and kept leering at him. Well, who knows? She winked at him and Naruto grinned sheepishly at her. You know, you sure as hell recovered quickly from what just happened. Ino blinked at him and then smiled warmly. I guess you just have a knack for making a girl feel happy again. Naruto smiled at her and pulled the two of them up from the ground. Well, I guess now it really is time to take you back home. All right, on one condition. This better not be anything leather and blood related. Carry me back home. Why? You can walk on your own, right? But I want to be in your arms for as long as possible. You know that you play your cards very well. But I still lose to you in a game of poker. That's different, you know. So, does this mean I'm your favorite right now? Naruto smiled at her as he picked her up and started jumping his way towards the flower shop that is run by Ino's family. You know I can't answer such a question. Chapter 12, When the Lights Go Out. Well, we're here. Naruto said as he and Ino arrived at Ino's flower shop. Yeah, my date with you is over. Ino replied and frowned as she looked towards the ground. Ino. Naruto said and rubbed the back of his head as Ino looked up at him. Even though we were interrupted on multiple occasions, I've had a great time with you. Ino looked with wide eyes at him, feeling quite surprised for some reason, and Naruto then turned around, for he was about to leave. Well, I'll go get Naruto then from Jiraiya-sama's place. It must be near 7 already, and... Before he could finish his sentence, Ino turned him around, pulled him in for a kiss and let her tongue slip into his mouth. Don't be a stranger. Naruto smiled at her and turned back around again, ready to head off once more. I'll always be around. Even when you can't see me, I'll be there. Now go inside and get changed for that training session. I think we're really running out of time here. I think that I really will be late for that training session if I don't head out soon. Naruto sheepishly grinned and rubbed the back of his head and then felt Ino wrap her arms around him and press her body against his back. Thank you, for everything. Ino. Aw. Damn it. We're really running out of time like this. Lemur-kun, forgive me for this, but... Go get Naruto for us. We need him for that training after all. Ino exclaimed, and with all her might she kicked Naruto towards the Hokage tower. Naruto screamed as tears flew out of his eyes, and he was heading straight on a collision course with the Hokage's tower. He turned around in the air and saw Ino becoming as small as a dot in the distance. Can I still make it in time? Naruto flashed through the hand seals, ending with the boar seal, and called out, Shunshin no Jutsu. As the smoke disappeared, noticed something different, but sadly it wasn't the thing he wanted to see different. Why are my Henge and Shunshin no Jutsu getting mixed up all the time? Naruto turned back around and braced himself for impact with a glass window. This will be the second time today. Meanwhile, at the Jounin meeting, all the Jounin of Konoha, save Guy, were discussing what they were going to get Tsunade and Jiraiya as a gift for their wedding. I'm surprised that Guy isn't here yet. Kakashi said as he looked around at the gathered crew. Well, I heard him say something about taking Lee out for dinner because he succeeded in mastering a new technique or something. Asuma said and lit up a cigarette. Geez, still doing such a thing even though his adorable student is already 17, what is he thinking? Kurenai replied. Well, the only time I still take Chuchi and the others out for a Korean barbecue is when it's their birthday or it's some other special occasion. Asuma said and blew out a cloud of smoke. Anyway, I believe we had the matter to discuss of what to give as a gift for Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama's wedding. Ebisu said and pushed his shades back up his nose. Yeah, HM? Do you guys hear that too? Ginma asked as he thought he heard something. What is it? Guy? Kakashi asked. No. I was sure that I heard someone scream dash. Ginma replied, but before he could finish his sentence, Naruto's screaming and crashing through the window interrupted him. Before anyone in the room realized what happened, Naruto had crashed into Kurenai and the couch Kurenai was sitting on fell back, causing the two of them to lie in a rather awkward position. Naruto gathered his composure and pushed himself up from Kurenai's body, accidentally placing his hands on her chest. He stared at his hands for a moment before blushing and looking at Kurenai's face to see how angry she exactly was. Naruto was shocked to find a smirk on her face and a suggestive look in her eyes, and he quickly jumped up from her body. Jigomen, Kurenai-sensei. Naruto, where in the world did you just come from? Kakashi asked as he dully looked at Naruto, who helped Kurenai up from the floor. Naruto sheepishly grinned and rubbed the back of his head. Well, let's just keep it at not having mastered a certain jutsu. Either way, you're still going to clean up that mess you made, Naruto, and I'm going to make sure that you do. Kurenai said as she dusted herself off. It is indeed only appropriate for Naruto-kun to clean up the mess he made. Ebisu said and adjusted the position of his shades again. I suggest that the Jounin meeting continues in the extra Jounin room and that Kurenai-san will join us later on. Naruto let out as the other Jounin present nodded and left the room until there was no one left but Naruto and Kurenai. I didn't see Anko-sensei amongst them. Is she sick or just slacking off? Naruto asked after everyone had left and Kurenai closed the door. No, the special Jounin have a meeting in a different room. Kurenai said and smirked as she locked the door. Is that so, huh? Naruto said nervously, not quite knowing what to expect after hearing Kurenai lock the door. More importantly, Kurenai said, swaying her hips from side to side as she slowly walked in a prowling manner towards Naruto, I heard a little rumor about you. Well, what would that be? Naruto said as he slowly backed away. When Naruto bumped against the knocked-over couch, Kurenai quickly took a few steps forward until her body was only half an inch away from Naruto's. You weren't very nice to Anko-chan the last time you saw her, now were you? I don't know what you're talking about. Naruto said as Kurenai wrapped one arm around his waist and motioned the other to the zipper of his jacket. Kurenai leered suggestively at him and smirked as she unzipped his jacket. Oh, you know, and it wasn't very nice of you. You'll receive your punishment now, Naruto-kun. Pee-poo punishment. Naruto was starting to panic. This can't be good. Kurenai-sensei is as bad as Anko-sensei. Kurenai slipped out of her top clothing, leaving her only in her net vest, and Naruto was seriously starting to sweat, so, prepare for some long torture. Damn it, at this rate I will definitely be late for that training session. Naruto nervously thought as Kurenai pressed him against her body, so you consider taking my virginity torture? He knew it was quite useless to taunt her, but it was worth a shot to throw her off guard. Kurenai laughed at him and shook her head. Whenever did I say I was going to do that? I'm just going to grind on your body until I'm all worn out. Gr. Grind. Naruto barely managed to repeat those words. She wants to kill me. I've got to get out of here. But first, a kiss. Kurenai said, and as she moved her lips to his, she closed her eyes. Her eyes shot wide open, however, when she found out that she was kissing something that was rather hairy. In her arms she found a stuffed animal in the shape of a frog, and she quickly turned around to look where Naruto went. Said blonde was standing on the edge of the broken window and ready to jump out, but he first turned his head around and grinned widely at Kurenai. Tell Anko-sensei I said hi. Naruto said as he slapped himself on his rear end and jumped out of the window, leaving Kurenai behind with the stuffed animal. Damn it, now I don't have a gift for Anko-chan anymore. Kurenai pouted and stomped with her foot on the ground before looking at the stuffed animal in her hands, then again. Naruto raced back towards his apartment as fast as he could. Not only because he thought he was going to be late, but also because the thought had crossed him that Kurenai might chase after him. The thought of her using him as a grind pole crossed his mind again, and Naruto stepped up his space again, arriving a few minutes later at his apartment. Once he was actually inside his apartment, Naruto took a moment to regain his breath. What took you so long? Naruto looked up and found Temari giving him a slightly angered glare. I had some stuff to do so. Naruto sheepishly grinned and rubbed the back of his head. Temari sighed and placed her hand on her hip. It's all right already. Let's go to the rooftop. The rooftop? Why should we go there? Naruto asked and blinked at Temari. Gaara told us to gather up there while he took a shower. Temari shrugged. Everyone is waiting up there and I waited here for you, so let's get going already. Okay. Naruto replied and followed Temari to the roof of his apartment. There he was greeted warmly by Sakura, Tenten and Ino as he and Temari walked up to their group. Naruto looked at Ino and slightly blushed. Damn, it's kind of embarrassing to see Ino right after tonight. What's wrong, Naruto? Ino asked and patted him on his shoulder. You look like you just did something stupid. Ah ha ha ha. No, it's nothing, Ino. Naruto laughed, trying to hide the blush on his face. It's just that I hope I won't injure any of you during training. Aw, that's somewhat cute, Naruto. Tenten smiled at him, but you do best to not underestimate us. That's right. We won't be holding back either, Naruto, so give it your all. Ino replied. Don't worry about getting any injuries, I'm able to heal them anyway. Sakura smiled at Naruto as well. I think I need to be careful with my attacks though. Temari mused as she placed her fan on the ground and gave it a contemplative look. I don't want to tear all your clothing apart. That would be really bad. Ino, Sakura and Tenten looked at their already sexy and revealing uniforms and flushed red of the thought of it being sliced up and exposing even more. Don't you dare use your Kimaitashi then. Tenten yelled with her face still bright red. Don't worry, I'll just use attacks that aren't embedded with chakra, so they won't cut you. Temari leaned on her fan and smiled at Tenten. It won't end up like the Chunin exam almost 3 years ago. Tenten groaned at the memory of how badly she lost back then against Temari, but decided to leave it at just a groan. Well, either way, I'm looking forward to see what all of you are able to do. Naruto smiled at them. I haven't seen any of you, except for Sakura-chan, fight yet. Oi, be careful what you wish for, Naruto. Temari smirked. I might knock the wind out of you. It seems that everyone is ready, huh? Gaara's voice came from near the entrance to the rooftop and everyone turned around to face him. Naruto and the girls gasped as Gaara stepped out into the light. A gentle breeze blew through his red hair, which seemed to sparkle in the light of the setting sun. His face was so clean that it even had a certain shine to it, and, due to the fact that he was wearing a black t-shirt of Naruto's, his physique was outlined more than it normally would be. Gaara no longer emitted an aura that emitted that he didn't want social contact and was seriously restraining his urges to kill someone, and instead emitted one of relaxation and calmness. It looked like he had become a different man yet somehow stayed the same. What's wrong? Is there something weird going on behind me? Gaara calmly raised an eyebrow. Kaya. The girl squealed and ran over to Gaara, instantly starting to glomp onto him and pull his arms and such. Gaara, you need to start wearing t-shirts more often, Temari said with a blush on her face as she poked Gaara's arms and pulled the sleeve of the t-shirt that he wore. When did Kazekage-sama become so sexy? Ino asked as she blushed and poked Gaara's stomach. What did you do to suddenly look like this? Sakura asked with a bright blush on her face as she wrapped her arms around Gaara's left arm. Are you really the same Kazekage as a few minutes ago? Tenten blushed as she looked into his eyes and tilted her head from left to right to inspect him. I just took a shower. Gaara stated, I'm still the same person. But really Gaara, you look damned good all of a sudden. It's like you're a different person. You're even shining. Temari said, blushing brightly. Naruto, can you please get the girls off of me? Gaara asked without his face changing emotions. I'm feeling various things right now and I think I'm close to shivering. Come on, Kazekage-sama. You really do look great. Tenten said cheerful, and Gaara just kept staring forward without any emotion appearing on his face. Let's all hug Gaara for his new cool looks, Temari suggested, and before Gaara could even protest, all the girls cheered and hugged Gaara, who decided he should try asking Naruto for help again. Naruto. Ehehe. I'm not sure I can do anything about it. Naruto sheepishly grinned at Gaara and rubbed the back of his head. Man, they sure as hell are excited about Gaara's new looks. Maybe it's because of the setting sun or something. Might as well try some changes then as well. At least until they stop hugging Gaara. Naruto took his Hitayate off and looked at it. Even though it feels kinda weird to take this thing off, but I guess it's alright as right now it's quite peaceful anyway. Besides, I'll keep it right in my pocket for when I need it. After Naruto had placed his Hitayate in his pocket, he took his necklace out of his shirt and looked at it for a moment, a smile forming on his face. Hey, everyone! Come on, we've got training to do, so let go of Gaara already. Naruto called out and turned the heads of the girls towards him. As they looked around at Naruto, their eyes became big and sparkly. Naruto, what did you just do to yourself? Nothing special? Why? Naruto blinked at the girls. Why your looks? Temari pointed at Naruto with a shaky finger. Oi, does the Hitayate really make that much of a difference? Naruto wondered and clutched onto the Hitayate in his pockets. I just took my Hitayate off, that's all. Now let's start training already. And Naruto took out his Hitayate and motioned it towards his forehead to put it on. However, the girls rather had him without it, and thus they jumped off of Gaara and towards Naruto. No. Naruto stopped his movement and looked at the girls crash on top of each other only a few feet away from him. What in the world are you guys doing? Let's start already. Oi, somehow, I think this is the training. Ino muttered. They must be using a genjutsu to look extra charming too. Sakura added. Naruto and Gaara don't even know anything other than simple genjutsu, so it can't be genjutsu. Temari replied. So that means that they can look good if they really want to. Tenten said, a bright blush forming on her cheeks. Still doesn't mean this couldn't be training. Ino replied. I agree, this might be a test to see if we could stay loyal to Gaara, or something like that. Sakura said and thought the situation over again. Well, the three of you were ordered to be my little brother's bodyguards. I on the other hand am free to do as I please. Temari said and grinned wickedly at the other three girls. I guess that means I can go hog Naruto all by myself now. That's unfair, Temari. Sakura complained. Jealous, Sakura? Temari said with an evil smirk printed on her face as Sakura blushed crimson. Oi. Gaara said and walked towards the pile of kunoichi. Stand up. We're going to start training now. The four of you can have girl talk later. As the girls grumbled and stood up, Gaara walked over towards Naruto and turned back around to face the girls again, who were by now back onto their feet. The rules of this training session will be simple. Your team wins when the other team is tired. The teams will be me and Naruto versus the four of you. We'll lose if both Naruto and I are too tired to fight, and we'll win when the four of you are too tired to fight. Go all out, no holding back. However, the use of sharp weapons like kunai and shuriken are forbidden on the opposite team's members when they are getting tired. This to prevent any serious injuries. That's all. Gaara explained. But isn't 2 versus 4 a bit unfair? Tenten asked. You're right, Naruto, join the girls. Gaara said and everyone gasped in surprise, Tenten being the first to react. That's not what I meant. I told you before, there will be no holding back other than the fact that I won't be out to kill you. Injury is a possibility when you're careless. Therefore it's Naruto and me versus the four of you. Gaara momentarily closed his eyes and then opened them again. Or did you forget that I am still the Kazekage? Don't ever underestimate your opponent. The girls grumbled in protest, but they knew Gaara was right and that they had to live with it. Well then, let's begin. Gaara calmly stated and motioned his arms out of their usual crossed over each other position. All right. Naruto cracked his knuckles and looked eager to finally begin the training session. So we'll each take on 2 of them, Gaara? I guess so, either way. Gaara formed a single-handed hand seal and his skin appeared to be cracking open. The time for talking is over. Gaara slapped his hands together and his Suna no Yore dispersed into the wind, surrounding them all with tiny pieces of sand. Everyone, let's go! Temari called out and snapped her fan open. She waved her fan with all her might, creating a strong gust of wind, which was heading for Naruto and Gaara. Gaara forced all of his sand to create a barrier in front of him and Naruto, and Temari's wind attack crashed straight into it. Temari forced her muscles to bring the fan back around for another attack, however she stopped when she saw Naruto rushing at her from the corners of her eyes. She snapped her fan shut and brought it up to shield herself from Naruto's attack. Naruto's fist collided with the metal of Temari's fan and he smirked at her. You shouldn't leave yourself open, Temari. Who says she's leaving herself open? Tenten's voice reached Naruto's ear and he was able to roll over Temari's fan just a second before a kunai passed over his head. Temari quickly twisted the post-ions of her arms so that she could swing her fan again, and she managed to hit Naruto in his stomach, sending him flying towards the other girls when Temari stopped her swing. However, Naruto popped off into non-existence while he was flying through the air and Temari quickly spun around, expecting another attack. Naruto had jumped over the sand barrier that Gaara had created in front of the two of them and was heading for Temari again. "You're naive, Naruto. It's 4-1 right now," Sakura called out as she rushed past Temari, out to engage combat with Naruto. "Oh crap! Sakura-chan's punches could send me flying off of the rooftop." Naruto realized and darted to the side, catching a glimpse of a beam of sand heading towards Sakura. Sakura noticed it too and was about to shatter the beam with a powerful punch when the sand split up and engulfed her arm. As the sand continued to wrap around Sakura's body, Gaara called out the name of his technique, Sabaku Q. "Gaara! Quit it!" Temari yelled as she knew what Gaara's standard follow-up and final move was after the desert's coffin. Everyone was surprised and shocked to see Gaara in his usual killing position, and with Sakura being trapped in his sand, Gaara called out his next move, Sabaku Bufu. Sakura's coffin exploded, freeing her from its grasp and creating a powerful sandstorm on top of the rooftop, impairing the vision of everyone present on the rooftop. Naruto, however, knew that this was his opportunity to make sure Sakura was out of close combat range again and continue his attack. He spun through the sandstorm as good as one could in a sandstorm, landed down on all fours in front of Sakura and pushed himself off of the ground with all his might. Sakura got the wind knocked out of her as Naruto's back made an impact on her and she flew back far enough for Naruto to be temporarily safe at least. Naruto turned back around to face Temari, but found her missing on the spot she had previously been standing on. "Where is she? Where is she?" Naruto muttered to himself as his eyes darted over the rooftop, trying to find the blonde kunoichi from Tsunegakure. By the time Naruto heard Temari unleash her war cry, he could only barely manage to look up and see the wind mistress wield her fan before being violently knocked against the rooftop, as the sandstorm cleared from the center of the rooftop. "Damn it, I think I underestimated her techniques even without the chakra cutting embedded into the wind." Naruto mentally groaned before quickly jumping back to his feet, and as Temari landed he quickly slapped his hands together to form his infamous seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Just as the small army of Naruto let out their cry for battle, Ino took her position and called out, "Ninpu, Shinshufuha no Jutsu." A wave of blue energy decimated Naruto's Kage Bunshin army in half and knocked the other half slightly back. "Leave the rest to me," Tenten called out as she rushed towards the Naruto Kage Bunshin army. Naruto looked at her for a moment, after recovering from the push Ino's mind wave technique had caused, and saw Tenten summon a bow staff. Not long after that, Tenten reached Naruto's little army and started her assault as Naruto and his Kage Bunshins drew a kunai to defend themselves against the strikes from the staff. "That won't work against me," Tenten called out as one of the Naruto clones tried to block her staff with the kunai. One by one, Naruto's clones began to disappear into thin air as Tenten managed to hit each and every one of them by evading their attempts to block her attacks. After disposing of the final clone, Tenten quickly thrust her staff forward, aiming for a blow to Naruto's stomach. Naruto quickly smirked at Tenten and spun slightly to the side, making Tenten miss her designated attack point and thereby missing Naruto completely as well. As Tenten's staff was now still within his reach, Naruto laid his hands upon it and roughly pulled the staff along with Tenten towards him. She had no choice but to let go of it, but that still didn't stop her from bumping up into Naruto's arms. Holding the staff in one hand and using the other to hold Tenten, Naruto pushed the two of them down onto the ground where they rolled away from Temari, who had tried to whack Naruto around his head with her fan. When they stopped rolling, Tenten quickly backed away from Naruto and jumped back up to her feet. Naruto jumped back up as well and used the staff to parry another attempt of Temari to hit him with her fan. "Damn, This is quite the crappy position. I need both my hands on the staff to hold Temari's attack back. Naruto mentally cursed as he used all his might to make Temari's attack not go any further. Meanwhile, Tenten quickly summoned a nunchaku and held it ready for an assault on Naruto. So what do you plan on doing with my staff, Naruto? You don't know how to handle it. He. You're underestimating me, Tenten. Naruto grinned widely at Tenten as his body slightly shook from the force he had to put on the staff to keep Temari's attack at bay, one of the most important things I learned from Erosennin these past 2.5 years. Tenten looked questioningly for a moment at Naruto and waited for him to continue. Ne. You did just use some moves when wielding the staff, didn't you, Tenten? It's obvious that I used techniques with them. You can't just randomly swing a staff around and beat up an army of close-ranged fighters, you know. Ehehe, that's why I said you're underestimating me. Erosennin taught me that. Naruto momentarily closed his eyes and shifted the grip he had on the staff. When facing someone who uses techniques or styles you don't know, study those techniques and styles like the devil. With that said, Naruto threw Tenten off guard for 1 second, which was enough time for him to make his move. Naruto ducked and brought the staff down with him, making Temari's attack pass right over his head. He then quickly thrusted Tenten's staff forward, aiming for her stomach like she did when she attacked him. Tenten couldn't manage to use her nunchaku to block the attack, but she was able to use it to decrease the damage taken from the hit. As Tenten gasped for air, Naruto dropped the staff and quickly jumped back in case the other girls started to attack him. Even though I managed to pull this off, it won't work a second time. I'm not a weapons specialist like you, Tenten. Naruto evaluated the situation, finding Temari defending Tenten with her fan and Ino standing in front of Sakura, who had quickly healed any injuries she had. Looks like it's 2 versus 1. Gaara. Naruto said and grinned. No. We still have to make it 2 versus 1. Gaara calmly stated. Alright then, I'll take on Temari and Tenten and you'll take on Sakura-chan and Ino? Naruto suggested as he cracked his knuckles. Either way, I don't care, let's just continue. Gaara replied. All right. Naruto exclaimed and charged at Temari and Tenten. Temari instantly noticed the sprint Naruto took towards them and waved her fan, throwing a mighty gust of wind towards Naruto. Naruto leaped up into the air and once again made his infamous seal formation, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Temari clutched tightly onto her fan and threw a sharp look at Naruto before calling out, Ninpu, Kamaitashi. Momentarily, Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the cutting winds head for him and his clone army. His clones quickly formed a shield in front of Naruto, who quickly performed the seals he had been taught not too long ago. Please, make it in time. A moment later, Temari's wind cut through the mass clone army that shielded Naruto, leaving nothing but a big cloud of smoke and a smirking Temari behind. However, Temari's smirk faded as the smoke cleared up to show a Naruto-less blue sky. What the? Temari then felt that the weight on her fan had increased noticeably and she quickly turned her head around. Impossible. Naruto grinned widely at Temari as he stood on the end of Temari's fan, made it just in time. Temari roared as she tried to knock Naruto of her fan by swinging it with all her might again, but Naruto just molded some more chakra and stuck onto the fan. Tenten, still slightly out of breath from the staff impact on her stomach, threw a kunai at Naruto in hopes of at least being able to get him off of Temari's fan. Her plan succeeded, but not in the way she had expected as Naruto noticed the kunai just in time and flipped off of the fan, over Temari, who he clinged onto as soon as he was behind her. Naruto! What are you doing? Get off of me! Temari said as she tried to shake Naruto off of her back. Sorry, Temari, but you're going to be my shield for now. Naruto grinned widely as he used some chakra again to strengthen his grip, in case Temari's shaking would come close to shaking him off of her back, or you could try to hit me with your fan and injure yourself as well. Temari snapped her fan shut and with a loud stomp placed it up vertically in front of her. Why should I do that when I can still freely move around as I please? Naruto slightly moved his head away from behind Temari and gave her a questioning look, which was replied by a devious smirk that formed on the Wind Mistress' face. Oi, Ten. Temari said as she grabbed firmly onto Naruto's arms that were wrapped around her. Shove a blunt weapon up Naruto's rear end for me. Weigh a lot! Naruto yelled, though not directly into Temari's ears, and then he saw Ten firmly grab onto her nunchaku, which made him panic quite a bit. Oi! Ten. You can't be serious about doing that, right? Ten flexed her nunchaku and grinned wickedly at Naruto, who gulped and did his best to turn Temari around to face Ten, at which he succeeded as well. See, come on, Temari, I thought you liked hugs. Naruto replied, not sure what he could do right now since dropping off of Temari's back would leave him open for attacks. Oh, but I do like them, Naruto. Temari smirked, however, I don't like lower back problems, do it, Ten. This is bad. Very bad. Naruto mentally stated the obvious for himself and then quickly did the first thing that came to his mind. He quickly formed his infamous hand seal and called out, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. As the clones popped into existence, Naruto yelled at Ten, stay away from my ass. Looks like training has finally begun again for me. Ten smirked and as she threw her nunchaku up in the air, she kicked her staff up from the ground and grabbed it mid-air. Not even a second later, Ten started tearing through the clone army as smooth as a knife can cut butter. Damn useless clones, why do I keep using them as shields anyway? Oh well, looks like Ten has taken Temari's attention off of me. Naruto thought and he looked at Temari, who was just holding on to him while watching Ten beat up the clone army. This is my chance. Naruto thought and quickly placed his feet on the rooftop and used all of his might to throw the two of them back. Now. Shit. An off-guard Temari cursed as Naruto threw the two of them back. While they were in midair, Temari accidentally had let go of Naruto and the two of them crashed on top of each other, their fall being broken by a bunch of unlucky Kage Bunshin. Naruto picked Temari up, holding her in his arms for a moment before setting her back down on the floor. Go get your fan already, it's no fun to fight you without it. Temari stared for a moment at the young blonde shinobi, not sure what to think or say at the moment, and thus she just settled for replying with a nod before quickly racing towards her fan. Let's see. Naruto cracked his knuckles. How am I going to take the two of them on at the same time? Naruto threw a quick glance towards Gaara to see how he was faring against the combined forces of Sakura and Ino. Sakura was able to break through Gaara's sand shield, but the instant she broke through, Gaara's sand wrapped around Sakura and tossed her away. Ino's mind techniques managed to get through the shield as well, but were quickly stopped by Gaara's sand armor, which then quickly recovered as well. Looks like Kazekage Dano is having no trouble at all. Naruto thought mockingly, which was mostly because he was slightly jealous and envious of the red-haired shinobi from Suna. Now, to fight those two. Naruto thought as he turned back to his sparring partners. Ten has a 100 aim and mostly uses long-ranged attacks. Temari's attack are mostly mid to long range. On top of that, the wind she creates covers quite some space, which makes dodging a well-timed attack kind of hard. Together, Ten and Temari would both attack from far away as I close in, and once I'm close enough to start my own close-ranged combat, Ten will use her skills to go on the offense and Temari will go on the defensive side. Damn, those girls aren't going to make it easy for me. Naruto took a kunai out of his kunai pouch and gritted it between his teeth. However, if I can take them on one at a time, things will slightly shift towards a victory for me. Alright, time to show what Uzumaki Naruto is made of. Naruto thought and grinned at the two girls as he started running towards them. As soon as Temari saw Naruto rush towards the two of them, she snapped her fan open and instantly launched an attack at Naruto. Naruto jumped up in the air and with a swift motion of his head, he threw the kunai towards the spot right between the two girls. Noticing the kunai heading towards them, Temari and Tenten each jumped away from the point where the kunai would land and Naruto flashed through the hand seals. Once the kunai hit the rooftop, Tenten whipped out a bunch of her own kunai and Temari held her fan ready. "This is it!" Tenten called out as she threw her set of kunai towards Naruto and Temari waved her fan to send another attack towards Naruto. However, seconds before their attacks came even close to Naruto, he had disappeared and left only a large cloud of smoke in the air. Ha! Naruto made his presence known to the two kunoichi, revealing that he was standing on top of the kunai he had just thrown at the two of them. "What in the..." Tenten yelled surprised to find Naruto in front of her. Naruto quickly molded some chakra, made the kunai stick against the bottom of his shoe and with his other leg, he launched himself off of the ground and towards Temari. As soon as Naruto had lifted himself enough from the ground, he spun around once and threw the kunai towards Tenten. Tenten deflected the kunai by quickly throwing one of her own, but that didn't stop Naruto from flying towards Temari. Not having enough time to counterattack, the Wind Mistress snapped her fan shut and readied for impact from whatever Naruto was trying to do by flying towards her like he did right then and there. Naruto raced through the hand seals again and only moments before he would bump into Temari's fan, he disappeared in a cloud of smoke again and due to the speed he had while flying towards Temari, the cloud of smoke blew right into Temari, disturbing her vision. Tenten only barely managed to dodge a fist thrown at her from Naruto, who had suddenly appeared in front of her. "What is this? Is Naruto this fast?" Tenten thought as she flipped over Naruto and took out multiple shuriken, which she threw at Naruto a few moments before she landed on the rooftop again. Naruto rolled away, only barely dodging Tenten's shuriken. He grabbed onto the kunai that he had previously thrown towards Tenten and threw it again at her. Tenten shifted the position of her upper body so that the kunai would fly over her. She could feel the metal of the kunai nick the fabric of her shirt ever so slightly. That kunai! Tenten thought as she clutched onto her staff, ready to begin her attack on Naruto once again, and the kunai landed in the wall behind Temari. Naruto rushed at her once again and again he rushed through a sequence of seals. Damn! Of course! He's using the kunai to move around so fast. Tenten realized, quickly turned around and started rushing towards Temari. However, Naruto also realized, at the same time as Tenten did that he was going for Temari again, that if he used his move right now, he'd be stuck fighting both the kunoichi again. Naruto stopped right before the last seal, released his hands from seal formation and launched himself towards Tenten. He tackled Tenten and the two of them landed flat out on the rooftop. Tenten moaned in pain. "Ah, Naruto, that hurts, you know." "Sorry, Tenten, but you know what they say. No pain, no gain." Naruto grinned widely and then quickly jumped off of Tenten as Temari threw a wind attack in their direction. However, both Naruto and Tenten were swept away by the wind attack, sending them flying towards the opposite end of the roof. Naruto quickly grabbed onto Tenten, before the two of them would fall off of the roof. Due to natural reflexes, Tenten had closed her eyes and when she opened them again, she found herself being hugged by Naruto as far as one could consider it a hug. "Be back for you soon enough, Tenten." Naruto quickly flashed through the hand seals and didn't have the chance to notice the bright blush on Tenten's face. As Naruto disappeared in a cloud of smoke once again, Tenten was slightly knocked forward due to the small harmless explosion it made. As soon as Temari saw that Naruto had disappeared again, she leaped up into the air and threw a wind attack towards the ground. Naruto was just in time to see the wind mistress perform the move and pressed himself against the wall. That was close, Naruto said with wide eyes as he could feel the wind's pressure on his toes. Just then, 5 kunai pinned Naruto against the wall as he had let himself open for a few seconds. Naruto let out and saw Tenten standing on her feet again and with a huge smirk on her face as a 6th kunai landed just below Naruto's crotch. Naruto started sweating like he was dressed for the cold and put out in the desert surrounding Sunagakure and stared at the kunai that was barely an inch away from his manhood. I really shouldn't mess with girls that have perfect aim with any weapon. Tenten smirked at Naruto as she walked towards him. You know, Naruto, you should be glad my aim is 100% and not any less. Who knows, that last attack could have cost you more than most battles, wouldn't you say? As Naruto vigorously nodded his head, Temari landed in front of him. Looks like you're defeated, huh, Narudash? Temari suddenly went silent and tilted her head for a moment. Isn't that your phone, Naruto? Naruto listened too and he could faintly hear the sound of his phone ringing. It is. Get me down from here. Temari and Tenten quickly took the set of kunai out of Naruto's clothing and as Tenten went down on her knees to grab the last kunai, the one just below Naruto's crotch, she winked at him. You know, no one's perfect, next time I might miss. Naruto momentarily shivered and then quickly headed back towards his apartment to pick up the phone. Girls are scary, very scary. When he quickly rushed into his apartment, the phone was still ringing and Naruto literally jumped towards it to pick it up. Hello? Naruto speaking. There was a moment of silence on both sides and Naruto decided to try again. Hello? After a few more seconds of silence, he shrugged. Damn it, I'm too late. As he was about to hang up again, he suddenly heard a voice through the receiving end of the phone. Naruto-kun? Naruto nearly dropped the phone out of his hands when he suddenly heard his name, but he managed to catch it, even though it meant he had to fall down on the ground. Hi Hinata? Is that you? Naruto asked. Why yes. Hinata replied. Geez, next time reply when I pick up the phone. I was already late with it so I thought whoever was calling me had already hung up. Naruto stated. Sorry, Naruto-kun, it was my first time calling Naruto-kun, so. It's all right already. So I see that Tenten did give you my number, huh? Why yes, hope you don't mind. As long as you don't call me in the middle of the night, I'm fine with it. Naruto grinned widely. Oh okay, I'll remember that. It's a joke, Hinata. You can call me whenever you really need or want to, though, I really do like my sleep. Oh. Hinata replied and there followed a moment of silence between the two of them. So, Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Why did you call me? Hinata stuttered shyly. Naruto replied patiently. I wanted to know if Naruto-kun would like to spend some time with me? Is that it? Of course I do. You can come over right now if you want to. Naruto said with a wide smile on his face. Really? Yeah, everyone else is here too. Everyone else? You know, Temari, Tenten, Ino, Sakura-chan and Gaara. We can all do it together then. Eh? We're having a lot of fun really. Would be even more fun if you joined us, Hinata. Eh? Well, I have to say, it can get a bit scary at times. I mean, if you saw what 1010 just pulled off. Man, that was scary. Hinata? Hinata? Oi? Are you still there? Why yes, more or less. Well, come over here then, we'll have a lot of fun for sure. I guess so. All right. Now hurry up or we might finish without you. Oi, Naruto. Are you coming already or what? Temari asked as she walked into the living room and found Naruto lying down on the floor. You know, we can't continue this if you keep lying on the ground like that. Ah, Hinata. Sorry, but I have to go now. Hurry up and come over here. Oh, okay, She stared at the phone for a few moments, her face bright red and a few thoughts running through her head, which turned her face even deeper red. And no. Naruto-kun wouldn't do such things, would he? Hinata said to herself and then looked for a moment at the door before quickly throwing the phone on her bed and rushing out of her house. What was that all about? Temari asked as she pulled Naruto up from the ground. Hinata wanted to hang out with me, so she called me and I told her she could come over right now and join in the training. Naruto smiled at Temari and then started walking off. Temari quickly followed him and gently kicked Naruto's ass. Naruto abruptly stopped walking and turned around to face Temari. What was that dash? Temari, however, didn't notice Naruto's abrupt end to his walk and bumped right up against him, the two of them falling down on the ground. The wind mistress supported herself on her arms and stared for a moment into Naruto's eyes, for throwing that smoke into my face before. Oh, well, it's training so dash. Naruto started but stopped as Temari dropped herself on top of him. Oi. Temari! Are you okay? Oi. Yeah, I'm fine. Temari replied and closed her eyes. Are you sure? Naruto asked, somewhat insecure if Temari was really feeling all right. What's up with her all of a sudden? Temari nodded. Yeah, let's go back to the others before we are missed too much. I just remembered that I forgot to tell Hinata that we were all on the rooftop. Naruto exclaimed and slightly jumped up. Temari pushed herself up and supported herself on her arms as she looked at Naruto and momentarily blinked. So you think all the noise coming from the rooftop won't be a big hint to her that something's going on there? Naruto stared blankly at Temari for a few moments before nodding. Yeah, you're right. She'll definitely find us. Well, let's head back to the others then. Temari pushed herself up and pulled Naruto along with her. Not much later, the two of them were back on the rooftop and found 1010 lying stretched out on the floor, supporting her head with her hands as she watched Ino and Sakura fight against Gaara. Yo, 1010. Sorry for the wait, but we're back. Naruto cheerfully announced and 1010 turned her head around to face her two sparring partners of the day. A smile crawled onto her face for a few seconds until she finally jumped back up to her feet. All right, let's continue where we left off then. 1010 said equally cheerful. But that was me pinned against the wall in a very nasty position. Naruto yelled. 1010 smirked as she drew out a bunch of kunai again and stared straight into Naruto's eyes. We can repeat that, you know. No. Definitely not. Naruto said and quickly slapped his hands together again in the cross-shaped hand seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Again? Temari took her fan off of her back and placed it on the ground. I hope that you utilize them better than last time. I'm going to knock both of you out with just one move. Naruto cracked his knuckles and then he and his army of clones formed a single hand seal. What kind of jutsu could you possibly do with just one hand seal? Tenten asked as she joined up with Temari to prepare for whatever Naruto had in mind for them. Harem no jutsu. Naruto called out, followed by the loud echoing of his clones repeating the same Ymir version. Naruto said in a sultry manner as he and all his clones had transformed into naked versions of Ymir, with the exception that thick clouds of smoke covered his private parts. Temari and Tenten turned bright red and couldn't help but stare at the mass naked Ymir army. Please, Temari-chan, Tenten-chan, don't stare at my naked body, it's too embarrassing. Naruto said in an overly sweet and sultry manner. The jaws of Temari and Tenten dropped wide open and, almost instantly after their jaws dropped open, blood fiercely erupted out of their noses and sent them flying back, crashing near the rooftop entrance. Sakura-chan, Ino-chan. Naruto said longingly, drawing the attention of the two remaining girls onto him and his army. Please, don't look at me either. The two remaining girls were caught even more off guard than Temari and Tenten and instantly launched up into the air after letting out a loud squeal. When Sakura and Ino crashed on top of Temari and Tenten, Naruto cancelled both his Hench no Jutsu and his Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and just fell down on the floor out of laughter. Oh god. I can't believe that actually worked. I'm a pure genius. A genius databao. Gaara calmly lifted an eyebrow, wondering what the heck just happened to the girls. Nah, are you, too? The girls said in unison as they towered high above Naruto, whose laughing abruptly stopped, and flames of anger burned brightly in the girls' eyes. Naruto gulped. It was just a joke, ahaha, aaeawiwa. Come here, Naruto. I'm going to bash your skull in with my fan. Naruto. I'll beat you up, Shinaro. I'll strangle you with my nunchaku. I'm going to rip you to pieces for that. Gaara crossed his arms and watched the four girls chase after Naruto as they radiated massive killing intent. I wonder if I should help him. Gaara stared at Naruto for a few moments before closing his eyes and shaking his head. Soon after that, the four girls had jumped on top of Naruto and were trying their best to make him suffer as much as possible. Gah! I'm feeling so many soft things right now, yet it's painful. Naruto thought as certain feminine body parts pressed against his body while he had to suffer from their attempts to rip him apart. That's enough. Gaara calmly stated and moved his hands to the sides of his body for a change. Playtime is over. The girls and Naruto instantly looked up towards Gaara, who slightly spreaded his legs out. I'm going to see if the four of you can overcome something as a team, so be prepared. The girls stood up and dusted themselves off, waiting for Gaara to begin. Once all of them stood in line, Gaara nodded and slapped his hands together. Temari's eyes widened in fear as Gaara began to continuously repeat a sequence of 3 seals, and sand violently erupted into existence in front of him. In mere seconds, the sand had spread out over the entire length of the rooftop and started to rise further and further towards the sky. Ryushi-the-DutchEroSennin. Gaara called out as the upward wind caused by his technique blew violently through his hair. The wave of sand grew larger with each passing second and the ground underneath their feet began to tremble. Wah, what the heck is that? Naruto gasped as he watched the sand avalanche rise at least a couple of meters up into the air and towering menacingly above them. Ryushi-the-DutchEroSennin. Temari's eyes sharpened as she spoke those words and opened her fan, one of Gaara's most powerful techniques. Frankly, its strength could grow infinitely as long as Gaara has enough chakra. Right now, he's holding back a lot. This is holding back. Such a large jutsu. Naruto jumped up to his feet and looked at the other girls, who were just speechless and seemed to be just amazed as Naruto was. Yeah, he invented the jutsu about a month after the war on Konoha had met its end. Till this day, I've only seen it 4 times. And I've never found a way to beat that immense jutsu. Temari said as her eyes slightly flared with anger. Anger out of the fact that she was completely helpless against such a move. The sand stopped in its place for a moment and Gaara's voice could be heard from the other side. Your final training of the day is to break through this jutsu and reach me. Naruto, if you wish, you can help the girls too. Naruto let out, but before he could say anything else, the sand started flowing again and the sound it created was getting too loud to have any calls reach Gaara's ears. Naruto's eyes then sharpened and he threw a quick glance at the other girls. All right, everyone. If we all use our most destructive move, then we can bring this overgrown beach down. Yarutibeo. A/N roughly means let's do this Tobeo. All right, Naruto. We'll bring this thing down. Sakura said, full of confidence. Naruto smiled and nodded at her before starting up his Rasengan. Temari started to focus chakra into her fan and Tenten and Ino each started to flash through a series of hand seals. Naruto smirked, but that smirk quickly faded when he heard Sakura cry out and saw her rush with a raised fist towards the immense flowing wall of sand. Sakura-chan! Naruto called out as Sakura ran dangerously close to Gaara's technique. As Naruto quickly ran after her, Sakura punched with all her might against the avalanche, sending a tremor over it entirely. A large hole was blown into the sand wall and the sand blew past a rather shocked Gaara. This is bad. Sakura was kind of surprised herself to see Gaara's shocked face and even more when the entire sand wall started to reach out for her. Gaara quickly slapped his hands out of their folded position and moved them up towards the sand avalanche, slowly clutching them into fists. It's too unstable. I can't stop it. Gaara thought as he forced with all of his will for the sand to stop heading towards her. Just seconds before Sakura would be crushed underneath the weight of the sand, Naruto wrapped an arm around her and pushed his other hand up into the air, Rasengan. The sand split apart and was thrown up into the sky like a furious tornado, but leaving the pink-haired Kunoichi and her blonde savior unharmed. Gaara quickly clenched his hands into fists and it began raining teddy bears made out of sand. Gaara! Naruto! Temari called out as she quickly rushed to the trio, the other girls following around. Naru, too? Sakura hesitantly asked as she blinked at Naruto. Oi, Sakura-chan. Are you feeling all right? Naruto asked with a smile on his face. Yeah. Sakura said, slightly blushing out of embarrassment, and then quickly stood straight up. Naruto-kun? Naruto heard from behind him and he quickly turned around, facing none other than Hinata. Ah! Hinata! You've made it. Sorry, we're done training now I guess, so... Naruto sheepishly grinned at her and rubbed the back of his head. Training? Hinata looked a bit confused at Naruto. Yeah, you know. What we talked about on the phone and all? Naruto looked questioningly at the Hyuga heiress. Oh. I see, training. Hinata sheepishly smiled at her number one love and blushed brightly out of embarrassment. Training, I'm such an idiot. But you know, Hinata. I'm impressed that you could find us on the rooftop when I didn't even tell you where we were training. That Byakugan is really impressive. Idiot, with the ruckus Gaara just made anyone could have found us. Ino said and playfully stuck her tongue out at Naruto. Naruto placed his hands on the back of his head and grinned widely. Ehehe, I guess you have a point, Ino. Then all of a sudden, out of thin air, Naruto and his friends were surrounded by two ANBU squads. Everyone all right? One of them called out. What happened? Another reacted. Was it the Akatsuki? Or perhaps... Gaara wandered with his eyes over each of the ANBU members and Naruto looked dully at who appeared to be the squad captain. Heh? What are you talking about? We were just training. Training! The 8 ANBU members yelled at the top of their lungs, causing Naruto to fall, Gaara to plug his ears and the girls to cover their ears. Something wrong with that? Naruto asked as he shook his head to get his hearing back. Hokage-sama had this entire sector cleared out. She even mobilized us. We saw that huge wave of sand. We thought we were going to be the heroes of the day. For a moment all the other ANBU members just silently stared at the guy who had said the previous statement. What? We never get to be the heroes of the day. Uzumaki Naruto. One of the captains said. Yeah? Naruto replied dully. With you being one of the Akatsuki targets, you can't have a simulated battle on top of the roof of your apartment complex. Also, you violated the village's rules by having a training session here instead of on the designated training sites and therefore... Ahem. Gaara coughed, drawing the attention of the captain. ANBU Taisha-san, I assume you know who I am? Kazekage-sama, we know you are staying at Uzumaki Naruto's place, but... The training session was my plan. Uzumaki Naruto was kind enough to help me out training these excellent 4 kunoichi here. Of course we're going to need a no holding back policy during training if we wish to improve our skill. I had no knowledge of Konoha restricting the use of training sessions in residential areas and therefore I will personally apologize to Hokage-sama for violating Konohagakura's rules. I'll take any blame for this so-called incident and report everything to Hokage-sama. The captain looked at his fellow ANBU and the other squad's captain and then nodded, understood. Then, please follow us back to Hokage-sama. I refuse. What? The ANBU captain replied, sounding slightly angered for having his orders denied, even though it was by the Kazekage. I still have to clean up this mess. Gaara replied and pointed with his head towards the large pile of sand teddy bears. Also, I believe that after today's statement, Hokage-sama has more pressing matters to attend to. But please, do report to her that she can expect a visit from me before midnight. All right. I'll relay the message. The ANBU squad captain replied and nodded at Gaara before raising his hand and making both squads disappear as fast as they arrived. Hinata bent down near the pile of sand teddy bears and picked one up. They're kind of cute, aren't they? Sakura walked over besides Hinata and picked one up as well. To think that this made from the sand that nearly fell on top of me if it wasn't for Naruto's rescue. Eh? Hinata looked up at Sakura with a kind of surprised expression on her face. Interesting choice to turn your sand into, Gaara. Temari said teasingly and smirked at Gaara. Temari. Yes? Shut it. Temari's smirk widened and then played a bit with one of the sand teddy bears. So what do you plan on doing with these guys? They'll disappear in a few hours. Gaara calmly stated and walked over to them. Eh? But I thought you said you needed to clean this up. Ino asked confused. Tell me, would you want to face Hokage-sama's temperament right after hearing that she was worrying about Naruto's safety for nothing? I don't think I'd want to. Tenten answered before Ino could and slightly giggled. Then, what shall we do now? Naruto asked as he lazily walked towards the others. Hey, I have an idea. How about we all go watch a movie at Naruto's place? Tenten exclaimed cheerfully. Naruto was surprised to hear such a proposal. I have nothing else to do tonight, so it's fine with me. Sakura replied. Ino nodded in reply, same here, so if Naruto doesn't mind all of us staying there, I wouldn't mind watching a movie with everyone here. No one's waiting for me at home so. Tenten replied and looked at Naruto. Hinata replied and fidgeted with her fingers. But I don't even have a VCR or something, and I doubt the movies on TV are any good. Naruto protested as he sheepishly grinned and rubbed the back of his head. Temari started pushing Naruto towards the rooftop exit and matter-of-factly stated, Naruto, you really don't get it, do you? It's not about the movie. If watching a movie is not about watching the movie, then what is it? Naruto wondered. I believe that it is about the thing called keeping each other company then. Gaara stated as he calmly followed Temari and Naruto, the other girls soon following after the three of them. Not long after that, everyone was seated in Naruto's house and Naruto was standing in front of the television, trying to find the Konoha movie channel. Found it! Naruto said proud and turned around, looking at his friends that gathered in his apartment. Even though he was looking at them, he was rather looking for a place to sit. Gaara was sitting, as usual, on the couch and Ino and Sakura sat next to him. Temari and Tenten sat on Naruto's bed and Hinata sat on the ground in front of the couch. Naruto, you can sit next to me and Temari if you want. Tenten said smiling at Naruto and playfully stuck her tongue out at him. Thanks for the offer Tenten, but I think that I'll keep Hinata company on the floor. Naruto smiled at Tenten and then walked over to a rather surprised and madly blushing Hinata. As Naruto sat down beside the shy girl of the Hyuga clan, she turned her head towards him and he noticed it from the corners of his eyes. Let's enjoy the movie, Hinata. Naruto said with a smile on her face. Why yes. Hinata hesitantly replied and then looked back in front of her, but her eyes still darted to the side where Naruto was sitting. All right. Let's enjoy this movie. Naruto cheerfully threw a fist up in the air, but then he got whacked around the head by Sakura, which caused him to rub his head instead of holding that fist up. Naruto, be quiet. The movie is starting. Naruto continued to rub his sore head for a few seconds and then calmly lowered his hand, could have just told me. An hour and a half later, the movie credits were rolling over the screen. That was such a good movie. Ino said as she stretched out and kept her hands up in the air when she heard some soft sobbing. Naruto? Are you crying? Why? Sakura exclaimed as she saw tears in the corners of Naruto's eyes. Because, it was just too sad for that girl. Naruto replied, half crying. I have no idea what you are talking about. Gaara replied nonchalantly. The one who kept being rejected by the guy because he couldn't decide who to pick, even though she openly expressed her love for him. The others didn't even do that until, near the ending. How could he just continuously reject that girl? Naruto replied you liked her the most, didn't you Naruto? Tenten asked. Well, yeah, she openly expressed her feelings to that guy and she was really the first out of them all to realize that she truly loves him and… Naruto. Sakura said with her eyes twitching. What's wrong, Sakura-chan? Naruto looked surprised up at the pink-haired girl, who sat behind him. You just liked her because she flashed her panties a lot and had big breasts, right? Sakura pointed accusingly at Naruto. Naruto leaned away from Sakura, nearly falling onto Hinata's lap as the Hyuga heiress started to plus madly. Admit it, that's the only reason. You have been training for 2.5 years with Jiraiya after all. No. I'm not like that at all. Not one bit. I saw you drool when she came on screen like that, you pervert. Of course I drooled. What do you think I am? Gay. Gaara didn't drool. Sakura retorted and gave Naruto a sharp glare. He didn't laugh at the jokes either. Naruto threw back an almost equally sharp glare at Sakura. Gaara coughed and then spoke up, if I may defend my name and being in this case. As a matter of fact, I found the humoristic scenes quite entertainable and humorous. I did laugh, though it was without a smile on my face, a loud laughing sound or even a slight sign that I was laughing, seeing how everyone was already laughing enough for 10 people when we are only here with 7. Then tell us, Gaara. Temari smirked, did you like any of the girls in the movie? Gaara's left eye twitched once as all the eyes present in the room fell upon him. You know, I'm curious about that too. Ino said and smirked at Gaara. Gaara closed his eyes and crossed his arms. As a matter of fact, I did enjoy the sight of one of them, however I refused to answer which one of the girls it was. That's boring. Ino complained. Girls. Temari said and leered deviously at the other girls, puppy eyes no jutsu. Temari and Tenten jumped off of Naruto bed and quickly joined Sakura and Ino, trying to give Gaara their best puppy dog eyes. Please dash, tell us who it is. Naruto sheepishly grinned at seeing the actions of the girls and stood up from the floor. He stretched a hand out to pull up Hinata as well, who blushed and after a few moments of consideration took his hand and helped herself up from the floor. Did you like the movie, Hinata? Naruto asked the Hyuga heiress with a smile on his face. Why yes, I enjoyed watching the movie with you a lot. Hinata said with a bright blush on her cheeks. Ah. That's good to hear. Naruto's smile widened and then he placed his hands on the back of his head. All right, everyone. I like all of you being here, but I think we ran out of stuff to do already with our entire group. The girls stood up along with Gaara, who let out a sigh of relief, and then they pondered a bit, Ino deciding to call out something random. Is there really nothing else we could do together? Like, going out or something? I don't think I know anywhere we'd be able to go to so. Naruto stopped when all of a sudden, all the lights and everything else that needed electricity in the apartment went off. Kaya ah! The girls screamed initially and clinged onto Gaara and Naruto out of pure shock that the lights suddenly went off. Everyone, calm down. It's most likely just a power outage. Gaara stated, trying to get out of this without having any of his current of clothing ripped off of his body. This. Naruto said as he tried to find any sign of light, but the nightly star and moonless sky outside provided no light at all and thus they were all shrouded in complete darkness. Could this be? Everyone be careful. This might not be just your average power outage. Naruto yelled and tried to drag his body to his bed and bedroom window. Though with all the girls clinging on to him and Gaara, it didn't go without problems. Naruto! What are you doing? Aw, watch out! Jaya! Kya! Ugh! Naruto groaned as he felt that he had landed with his face on his bed. That was not a good idea. Naruto's senses then picked up multiple things. First of all, Naruto noticed he was lying on top of one of the girls, though he could not directly tell by the touch of the girl's body or the smell of her hair who it was. Second, he noticed that his hands had landed on two other girls. "Is everyone all right?" Naruto hesitantly asked. "Naruto." Sakura hissed. "Sakura-chan?" Naruto replied. "If you wish to live longer than 5 seconds from now, don't you dare move your hand even the slightest bit," Sakura said, intent to kill radiating of her words, showing that her threat was serious. "But if I don't move it then? I just really do not want you to accidentally do something, alright Naruto? I don't know if it's left or right hand that's on me, so don't move either of them." "Oh okay." Naruto felt a blush crawl onto his face as he did not know exactly where his hand was. "Why yeah, Naruto. I'd appreciate it if you didn't move your hands either." Temari replied, and Naruto felt his blush turn brighter. "Oh god, my hands are on Temari and Sakura, and I don't know exactly where, but... Then, who's lying underneath me?" Naruto asked. "And Naruto-kun, I." Hinata's words slowly escaped her lips as her breathing was more rapid than before. "Hinata!" Naruto nearly yelled, and Hinata was shocked to suddenly hear Naruto call her name so loud, so she clutched tightly onto his jacket. "PL please, could keep your V-voice down, nah, Naruto-kun." Naruto carefully made his way with his mouth to Hinata's right ear and whispered, "Sorry, are you alright, Hinata?" "Why, yes." Hinata replied as her breathing increased even more and she clutched tighter onto Naruto's jacket. "Can you bear with me on top of you for a bit?" Naruto asked. "I really don't know how strong she is physically. I don't want to crush her or something." I guess so." Hinata replied, and a gasp escaped her lips. "Poor girl, she must be scared of the dark to clutch onto my jacket like that, and not to mention I'm lying on top of her. It must be one big torment." Naruto thought and then softly whispered in Hinata's ear again, "SSSHT. Just bear with it a little, I'm here for you. Just relax, even if there is some kind of an attack, I'll be protecting you right now." Hinata let out an almost unheard moan and her breathing pace started to increase tremendously. Oh man, she's breathing so deeply that her chest keeps pressing against mine. She must be really feeling uncomfortable right now. Naruto slightly started to sweat as the soft chest of the Hyuga princess pressed against his own every other second. "It's alright, it's alright." Hinata gulped and then nearly passed out as Naruto rubbed his cheek against hers, but she mustered all of her will in order to stay conscious. "You can't pass out now, you can't pass out now. You can't." Hinata then did something she never would have dared doing if the lights were on. She wrapped her arms tightly around Naruto's waist and pressed her body tightly against Naruto's. Naruto's eyes momentarily widened in surprise, but then they softened and he rubbed his cheek against hers again. "Relax, Hinata, I'm here for you, don't be scared." Another gasp and soft moan escaped her lips as Naruto's whispers entered her ear, and then she slowly moved her lips to Naruto's cheek. Half an inch away from his cheek, Hinata stopped and instead moved her mouth to his ear. "Naruto-kun, I want to." Naruto listened to her soft, yet rapid breathing for a moment until he felt a soft hand pick his hand up and move it away. "Alright, Naruto. Feel free to move that hand again to push yourself up from Hinata." Naruto then felt his other hand being picked up and moved as well, this one too. Damn, it really is too dark to see a single damn thing here. Had to find out where you were lying and what not. Alright then, no one better be standing directly behind me. Naruto said a bit louder and grinned widely. "Don't worry, I don't think I'm even close to you guys." Ino replied. Nor am I, so feel free to stand up, Naruto. Ten replied, sounding like she was still near the couch. Hinata. Naruto whispered in Hinata's ear, sending a shiver over the girl's spine. I'm gonna push the two of us up from the ground now, so hold on tight to me. Hinata nodded, her cheek brushing against Naruto's, and she then tightly held onto Naruto. Naruto placed his hands on the bed and then pushed himself and Hinata up from it. A few seconds later, they were back on their feet and Hinata still held tightly onto Naruto. Oi, Hinata, I don't want you to faint the instant the lights are back on so. Naruto whispered to her. I believe Naruto-kun will catch me, if that should happen. Hinata replied and laid her head against his shoulder. I don't want to be without someone in the darkness. Hinata. Naruto said and then paused for a few seconds, causing Hinata's heart to skip a few beats. Why yes. Naruto smiled and then moved his head to her ear and whispered again, I'm glad to see that you won't instantly faint when you're this close to me. It kind of hurts to have one of your friends faint constantly in your presence, I guess. Naruto heard Hinata gasp and then he smiled, but don't worry about it. You're still my friend and I really don't hate you one bit. I guess, you're just the kind of person people can only like and not hate. As if it was fate, the lights popped back on again and Hinata realized this all too well as she quickly called out, bathroom. As Hinata quickly rushed off for the bathroom, Naruto blinked and then scratched the back of his head. So, what was that all about, Naruto? Ino asked. What was what all about? Naruto asked confused in return. The whole yelling and screaming about this not being your average power outage and such of course. We could have seriously injured ourselves. Ino protested. That's what you're talking about. Naruto sheepishly grinned and rubbed the back of his head. I just thought it wasn't your average power outage, that's all. Ino leered suspiciously at Naruto. Something wrong? Naruto asked. No, nothing at all. Ino replied and playfully stuck her tongue out at Naruto. All right people, I think it's safe to say that this is the best time to leave for all of you, who aren't spending the night here. Naruto said. Yeah, I think my mom will be worried due to the power outage and whatnot. See you soon again, Naruto. Sakura said as she made her way to the door. Oi, Sakura! Wait for me, damn it! Ino said as she quickly followed Sakura on her way to the exit. Bye, Naruto. We'll see each other again tomorrow, I guess. Ten stretched out and covered her mouth as she let out a yawn. I'm going to take a nice warm bath and then head to bed. Good night, everyone. Naruto, Temari and Gaara followed the three to the door and as they left the apartment, they waved and bid them good night. Naruto closed the door behind them and then realized Hinata was still in the bathroom. Oi, Hinata. The others left already. Are you all right in there? Why yes, I'm almost done. Hinata replied from inside the bathroom. A few moments later the flushing sounds of the toilet could be heard along with some more calmer streaming water and not long after that, Hinata stepped out of the bathroom, sorry for the wait. Hinata, do I need to walk you back home? It's already pretty dark outside and well, I know you could handle yourself out there but… Naruto sheepishly grinned at her and rubbed the back of his head. Hinata started to fidget with her fingers and she looked down towards the ground. I'd be happy to have Naruto-kun escort me back home. Naruto slightly laughed as Hinata brightly blushed, but then he nodded. All right, let's get going then. Temari, Gaara, I'll be back soon. Have fun. Temari stuck her tongue out at Naruto and then winked at him. Gaara simply nodded at him before heading back into the living room. Well, let's go then, Hinata. Naruto smiled at the Hyuga girl, who nodded in reply and returned the smile, even though it was a much shyer smile than Naruto's smile. Not long after that, Naruto and Hinata were wandering through the nearly empty streets of Konoha. Naruto-kun? Can I ask you something? Hinata asked as she looked towards the ground with a bright blush on her face. Of course you can. What is it? Naruto smiled at her. Why did you want to accompany me back home? Hinata asked and momentarily looked at Naruto from the corner of her eyes. You said it yourself, didn't you? You don't. Naruto paused a moment and smiled as his eyes darted over the streets of Konoha. As a future Hokage, I'll have to make sure Konoha is safe to walk through, right? Hinata smiled at him and then looked at the road ahead of them. Naruto-kun. What is it? Naruto asked and blinked at Hinata. About the movie we watched. Hinata spoke hesitantly. Yeah. It was a great movie, huh? Did you enjoy it too? Why yes, but I was wondering. Hinata, feel free to ask me anything. I won't kill you or something like that for asking me some questions. Naruto replied and slightly laughed. Did you really feel sad when that person who openly expressed her love to the protagonist every time but he just kept rejecting her because he couldn't decide yet? Naruto stared at Hinata for a moment and then nodded. Yeah, probably. If I was that guy I couldn't just keep rejecting her if I even slightly liked her as well. I mean, it would break her heart with every rejection and, I guess I wouldn't be able to really live with myself if I'd break a girl's heart that many times, yet she keeps on loving me. Ah, I see, so all a person would have to do is confess her love for you often enough before you'll choose her? Hinata asked, and when Naruto gave her a shocked expression, she darted her eyes to the ground and apologized. Jigomen, Naruto-kun, asked such a question, it was to be bold, wasn't it? Naruto shook his head. No, though I'm surprised you'd think I might be like that, hehe. I'll have to like a person first after all. Any person who I really don't like is not going to win me over by merely confessing to me an infinite amount of times. Then. Hinata gulped, may I ask a few more questions? Of course, I trust you after all, Hinata. If you'd like, I could even tell you the size of my boxers. Naruto said and started laughing as Hinata turned bright red. Naruto-kun. Naruto stopped laughing, his expression turned slightly more serious and he placed his hands on the back of his head. I mean it, I trust you, Hinata, you can ask me anything you'd like. Then. Hinata said and then her lips moved but no sound came out of her mouth. Naruto looked at Hinata, who was brightly blushing and avoiding direct eye contact with him. Would. Hinata gulped again and shyly looked at Naruto from the tops of her eyes. Would Naruto-kun want a girlfriend if so, well what kind of girl would Naruto-kun want as his? Naruto grinned widely and slightly increased his pace. Do you really want me to answer those questions? If Naruto-kun doesn't mind answering them. I have been all on my own for most of my life. Though I love all of my friends, I want to be fully loved in return, someone who could hold me in case I needed it, someone who I could hold in case she needed it. For quite a few years now, I've always liked Sakura-chan for who she was and always thought she beautiful. I guess I wanted her to be my girlfriend. Now I don't really know. I still like her a lot, but... Naruto took a moment to pause and smiled. Yeah, I sure as hell want a girlfriend. But not just any girl, a girl who cares for me and for who I can care. A person to protect with more than my life. And more than Naruto-kun's life? Hinata hesitantly asked as she softly bit her lower lip. Naruto slightly turned around to face her and grinned, "Uha. A girl who I'd protect even if my legs were severed, my arms ripped off my body and my heart taken out of my body. For the person I really love, I wouldn't ever let anyone with bad intentions even harm a hair on her head." I don't. Hinata stuttered as Naruto slowed his pace again to walk beside the Hyuga heiress. As for how I'd like my girlfriend to be, probably, she has to be beautiful, but also be. Naruto looked up at the clouded dark sky above them and paused a moment before continuing. Someone who's smart like Sakura-chan. Someone who is full of energy, yet calm most of the time like Ino. Someone as caring as Temari. Someone as talkative and gracious like Tenten. Naruto said and noticed a slight hint of sadness in Hinata's eyes. Hinata's eyes went wide open in shock as Naruto suddenly wrapped his arms around her at shoulder length, and someone as kind, gentle and well-mannered as the heiress of the Hyuga clan. As a certain girl named Hinata. Hinata slowly raised her hands up to Naruto's arms and pulled herself slowly out of Naruto's hug. "Hinata?" Hinata then quickly turned around and tightly embraced Naruto, burying her face in his chest. "Oi, Hinata? Are you crying?" Naruto wrapped his arms around her and placed one hand on the back of her head. "Oi, should I carry you back to the Hyuga estate?" Hinata slightly nodded her head as tears kept flowing from her eyes. Naruto picked her up and they headed to the Hyuga compound. "I wonder why she's crying." "Naruto-kun, I'm sorry." Hinata softly whispered in Naruto's ear. "Weird girl, what do you have to be sorry about? You didn't do anything wrong." I'm crying." Naruto heard Hinata whisper in his ear. "Crying is not a sin." "I don't get it, though, why are you crying?" I think I just need to," Hinata replied. Naruto remained silent for a moment and then asked, "Was it because I hugged you and said those things?" Maybe." Hinata blushed. I don't feel sad." "May I ask you something, Hinata?" "Why yes." "Are you in your monthly thing?" "Because the sudden rush to the bathroom and the mood swings just now. Anko-sensei told me that some girls would act like that during their monthly thing." Hinata blushed brightly, and no. "Nah, Naruto-kun, I'm not." Alright, then, would you mind calling me when you have that thing, so I can take care of you a bit or something?" Why you?" Hinata blushed far brighter than before and then gulped, softly adding, wouldn't mind, I guess." Ehehe. Sorry for asking such a weird question, Hinata. You can forget I mentioned it if you'd want to." The remainder of their little trip to the Hyuga compound was experienced mostly in silence, and the first words spoken again was when Naruto dropped Hinata off in her bedroom. "Then, I'll be heading back now." Naruto smiled at Hinata. "Nah, Naruto-kun." Hinata hesitantly stepped towards Naruto. "I wanted to bid you good night, so." Naruto grinned widely at her. Then do so. Temari and Gaara are probably waiting for me back home." I see, good night, Naruto-kun." Hinata said and looked towards one of the corners of her room that lay behind Naruto. She really is a bit of a weird girl. However, Naruto thought as he smiled at Hinata before tightly hugging her, "Good night to you too, Hinata." Naruto then quickly left, hurrying back home, leaving in once again lonely Hinata behind, staring longingly at his shadow form from her bedroom window. "I'm back!" Naruto called out as he entered the living room of his apartment, only to be instantly tackled to the ground by Temari. "Yo there, lover boy." What are you talking about, Temari?" Naruto nearly yelled as his body was firmly pressed against the floor by Temari's body weight on top of him. You know what I'm talking about." Temari winked at Naruto and playfully stuck her tongue out at him. "Did you kiss her goodnight?" "Oh, of course I didn't. Where did you get the idea I'd do that?" "Nowhere at all, just checking." Temari said and ruffled through his hair before standing up from him. "Women, I really don't get what all of you are thinking." Naruto shook his head as he stood up. "We girls think the exact same thing about you guys," Temari said and winked at Naruto. Naruto stretched out. "Well, putting that aside, what in the world are we going to do?" "I'm kinda bored." Temari shrugged. "I don't know. Might as well head in early." Already? It's way too early to go to bed," Naruto complained. "I have to agree with Naruto, Temari, it's too early to go to bed," Gaara stated as he momentarily paused from making sand sculptures. Temari dropped down on Naruto's bed and stared at the ceiling. "Then, what else is there we can do right now? It's been a long day." Naruto dropped down next to Temari and stared at the ceiling along with her. "What do you guys do at home when there seems nothing else to do?" Temari shrugged. "It depends, I guess. Most of the time I'm tweaking my fan or polishing it, or I head out to meet some friends or something. Speaking of home, I guess I'll go write a letter to Kankuro, in case he's worried why we're away for such a long time." "What do you think he's doing right now?" Naruto asked. "Who knows, either way, he's there all by himself, and since the Kazekage is on leave, he probably has all of Gaara's duties right now." Meanwhile, in the house of the Sand siblings in Sunagakura, a large cloud of smoke pressed against the ceiling of Kankuro's room, the smell of marijuana richly present. "So, I heard you ladies are interested in a certain puppet master and his puppets, who are currently present in this room," Kankuro said with a stoned grin on his face and a joint in his hand. "Back in Konoha, yeah, he must be having a really busy and stressful life right now," Naruto said, nodding. "Oh well, I'm sure he'll be okay," Temari said and shrugged. "I'll go write him a letter anyway." Temari jumped off of the bed and headed towards for her bags, obviously searching for a pen and some proper writing paper. "Temari, shouldn't you be taking care of our laundry right now?" Gaara asked and Temari froze on her spot. Temari straightened up and rubbed the back of her head as she laughed nervously. "Now that you mention it, I guess I do." Naruto sat straight up on his bed and nodded at Temari. Don't worry about it, Temari. I'll help you out." Temari smiled at him. "Thanks. I appreciate it. Then, let's hurry up and do the laundry before it will really get late and all," Naruto said as he jumped off of his bed as well, and just then, someone knocked on Naruto's front door. Now who would come visit at this time? Naruto wondered as he walked to the door. "I'd better be cautious. That power outage still worried me a bit and I can't really think of anyone who'd just knock on the door." Naruto reached out for the door with caution, expecting it to be shattered within moments. "What are you doing, Naruto? Open the door already," Temari said and quickly opened the door before Naruto could. "No. Wait." Naruto let out as he fell onto the floor when the door was fully opened within a mere second. Hi there." Tenten sheepishly smiled at Naruto and Temari. Sorry for bothering you. Aw, it's just you, Tenten. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Tenten slightly puffed her cheeks and glared at Naruto. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto quickly jumped up from the ground, only barely evading a kick to his face. Ehehe, nothing at all. Did you leave something behind? Actually, I came here because... Tenten avoided eye contact with Temari and Naruto. I somewhat need a place to stay. Why? Your apartment burned down or something? Temari asked. Can I come in? I'll explain everything. Tenten sheepishly smiled at the two of them. A while later, the three of them were seated around the kitchen table and Tenten started to explain her situation. Rodent infestation. Temari and Naruto exclaimed a bit too loud after hearing the first sentence of Tenten's explanation. Yeah. They locked the entire place down and I was only allowed to quickly grab some clothing. They said they have it cleared out by tomorrow morning, so, please, let me stay here for the night. But, where would you be able to sleep? Naruto wondered as he looked around his apartment. Your bed is big enough, isn't it? Tenten asked. Yeah, but where would I sleep? I'm not going to share the couch with Gaara. Naruto protested. You sure as hell aren't going to do that indeed. Gaara replied from his usual position from the couch. Please, Naruto. Can I stay here just for one night? Tenten begged Naruto. Can't you sleep over at Niji's place or Super Fuzzy Eyebrows or Fuzzy Eyebrows' place? Naruto asked. Niji's uncle would definitely not allow it. And could you imagine how sharing a room with Lee or Guy-sensei would be like? Tenten exclaimed and then started to impersonate how it would be if she'd spend the night with Lee. Oh. Tenten. Don't worry. My youthful spirit shall keep you away from any impurity. I'll sleep on the kitchen table and not look at you while you are in your youthful sleeping garments. Tenten. It's 4 a.m. Hurry! We must do 1,000,000 laps around Konoha to stay in our springtime of Youth. Temari and Naruto sheepishly grinned at Tenten, who let out a sigh as she sat back down on her chair. Please, Naruto, I really don't know who else I could turn to. I'm sure the three of us could share your bed. The problem really isn't that it's impossible for the three of us to lie in my bed. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and smiled at Tenten, but I really can't turn down a friend in need. All right, you can stay here tonight, Tenten. I hope you have some thin sleeping garments with you, Tenten, because with the three of us together in the same bed, things will get way more hot than usual. Temari stated as she stood up from her seat. Then, I'll go do the laundry now. It was near the ground level, right? Yeah, I'll show it to you if you want to. Naruto said, but Temari shook her head. I'll find it on my own, don't worry. It's not like I have something much more important to do. I'll go for a walk then. I could use some of the fresh air in Konoha before heading to bed. Gaara stated and instantly headed out of the apartment. All right, feel free to take your time. Naruto said as Gaara and Temari left the apartment, with Temari carrying a large pile of clothing in her arms. Then I guess I'll show you where the bathroom is. Naruto smiled at Tenten and the two of them stood up. You don't have a bath, right? Tenten asked as they walked towards the bathroom. No, just a shower and toilet. Both are very clean, so you don't need to worry about something like that. Naruto sheepishly grinned at Tenten and rubbed the back of his head. Naruto opened the bathroom door for Tenten and showed her the bathroom. Feel free to use the shower if you want to. And not that I am, well. Tenten slightly blushed. I wasn't thinking in that way about it, just to use it, you know. Yeah. That's what I meant to say, but you know, just so you don't misunderstand. Naruto sheepishly grinned at Tenten. I know, let's head back to the living room now, shall we? Tenten asked, and without waiting for Naruto to answer, she closed the bathroom door. The two of them walked up to Naruto's bed, and as Tenten sat down on it, Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Any side you prefer to sleep on? Tenten looked over her shoulder at the bed. I'd like to sleep on the window side, if you don't mind. No, I don't mind that. Naruto said, and then noticed that the window which was broken earlier that day had been fully repaired. Huh? When did that get fixed? Gaara told us he fixed it while you were out getting Нимur-kun. He did it so fast that we didn't even notice it and such. Tenten said, avoiding eye contact with Naruto. I see, I guess I'll have to thank him when he gets back then. Naruto replied and sat down beside Tenten. After a moment of silence, the two of them said the same thing, Ano-sa. You first. Tenten said. Ladies first. Naruto replied with a wide grin on his face. Oh, all right. Tenten said and stuck her tongue out at Naruto. I wanted to ask you something. What is it? Naruto replied. If you had 3 friends who all liked a girl and that girl liked every one of you as well and you'd have someone you like besides that girl, what would you do? Tenten asked and stared at her lap. Нимur-kun, huh? Naruto asked, even though he already knew the answer, and Tenten nodded in reply. Then, you have someone you really like besides him, huh? Naruto laid back down on his bed and stared at the ceiling as he placed his hands on the back of his head. Well, I think I do, I'm not quite sure, because well. Tenten said and then shrugged before lying down beside Naruto. What would you do if you were in my position? I'd probably try to figure out the feelings I have for both of them, and then, I guess I'd go for the one who I liked the most. But if you find out it's the one who is liked by your friends as well, then there's a chance that. Either way, that chance is there. You just got to show that person why you should be the one to be chosen. I guess so. Naruto, could you give me a few honest compliments? Why would you want me to do that? Temari and Gaara might get the wrong idea if they'd walk in on us while I'm complimenting you or something. Can you please just do that? Tenten asked again, turning her head to face Naruto. Ow. All right, but you know. Naruto replied and slightly blushed. Damn, this is kind of embarrassing. I think you're really cool and skilled. I mean, the way you just tore through all of those Kage Bunshin created without even getting a scarch on your body, it's quite. Naruto, I want you to compliment me on my being as a woman and not as a kunoichi. All right. Naruto replied and mentally started to sweat. Crap, I thought of avoiding that by just complimenting her skills. You look good. You really think so? Tenten replied, slightly blushing. Naruto nodded. Yeah, you have a healthy body to say the least. You have pretty eyes too. And I like your hair too, but I heard it looks better while you have it down. Tenten blushed as bright as broad daylight at the last comment. Oh god, he didn't, did he? Naruto grinned widely and slightly laughed. Maybe you should consider letting it down from now on, Tenten. Don't be ridiculous, Naruto. Just because one guy thinks it looks better when it's down. That doesn't mean that all the other guys in the world would like it too. But you won't know unless you try it. Naruto grinned widely at Tenten. Fine. I'll prove it to you that I look better with my buns than with my hair down. Tenten replied and then sat on top of Naruto. Oi. Tenten. What are you doing, Databeo? Naruto called out in surprise. I'm going to make you tell me your opinion while I look straight into your eyes, even if I have to force you to do so. But people will misunderstand. Naruto complained. No, they won't. Now shut up and allow me to show you that I do not look better with my hair down. A moment of silence followed between the two of them as Tenten untied her buns and let her hair fall down. She shook her head once and then looked straight into Naruto's eyes. There. Now honestly tell me your opinion. I look better with my buns, don't I? Damn, who do you think you're fooling, Tenten? You just look stunning with your hair down. Naruto thought as he stared at her for a moment while he had a blush on his face. Naruto, don't you dare blush at me. It's not that big of a difference. I like my buns. They make me look cute. I am not looking cute with my hair down. Not one bit. You really look good with your hair down, Tenten. Naruto said and blushed brighter. You should consider doing your hair like this all the time. Do you really mean that? Tenten asked, brightly blushing now as well. If you want to hear a cheesy line, I think the temperature in my apartment rose a couple of degrees after you untied your buns. Naruto said the last part in somewhat of a whisper and turned his face away from Tenten. Tenten silently ran a hand through her untied hair and looked at Naruto from the corners of her eyes. She then sighed and sat down beside Naruto again, a blush still present on her face. Why don't you like having your hair down? Naruto asked as he sat up. I don't know, I like my buns a lot, they did make me look cute, right? Tenten paused for a moment to have Naruto answer her, but when no reply came from him, she continued, What does this make me? Well, you'd probably be more than worthy of the description hot. Naruto said and blushed brightly. Naruto, keep your mouth shut, you're going to get yourself into trouble again. Thank you. Tenten said and looked away from Naruto as her blush deepened. Oh God, my cheeks are flaring up, perhaps I shouldn't have asked him for his opinion. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as he looked at Tenten. Any idea what we can do to pass time while we wait for? I'm back. Temari called out as she walked back into the apartment. Welcome back, Temari. Naruto grinned widely once he saw the wind mistress again, who returned his grin with a smile. She then paused and stared at Tenten. Tenten. Your hair. Ha. Tenten pointed at Temari. See. Temari thinks that I'm looking bad with my hair down, don't you, Temari? You must be joking me, right? I liked you while you had those buns, but you just look amazing with your hair down. Temari replied as she crossed her arms. But you saw me like this before, back then you didn't react like this. Well, that was because I was too distracted with other things. Temari blushed and scratched her cheek as she grinned sheepishly at Tenten. Tenten sighed. Fine, I'll keep it down, for now. Then, I'll go up on the roof for a bit now. Naruto said as he jumped off of his bed. What? But I just got back here. Temari complained. Don't worry, I won't be up there for long, I guess. Naruto grinned widely at Temari. But... Temari protested. Then, see the two of you in a bit. Naruto said as he waved at them and headed out. A while later, Naruto sat down on the edge of the and stared up at the sky for a moment. Looks like the sky cleared up a bit, huh? You can actually see the stars now. Naruto heard from behind him. Yeah, why did you come up here as well, Temari? Naruto asked as he slightly leaned back, supporting himself on his arms. Temari shrugged and walked over towards him. Mind if I sit down next to you? Not at all. Just trying to relax a bit. Naruto replied. Temari sat down next to him and then nodded. Yeah, I guess a lot happened today, huh? Yeah. A short moment of silence was broken by Temari. Sorry about what happened back there. What are you talking about? Well, I just wanted to do something with the three of us together before we headed to bed, so. Sorry for walking off like that, I just felt like coming up here. Ten was blushing pretty bright back there. Was it because of something you said? Naruto shrugged. She wanted me to give my honest opinion about what I thought of her when she had her hair down, and that's what I did. I guess she didn't realize herself how attractive she can be. Even for you, huh? What's that supposed to mean? I said it before. I'm a guy, I can't help but feel attracted to good-looking girls. Yeah, just like girls can't help but be attracted by certain guys. Naruto laughed. Temari, you want advice on that Lemur guy just like Ten? What? While you were away, Ten asked me for some advice. Naruto shrugged. I think it helped her a bit with dealing with everything around it. Ah, I see. Temari said and then slightly shivered. Damn, I'm cold. Eh? But aren't you used to the cold desert nights? Naruto asked as he looked at the slightly shivering Temari. I am, but I don't sit still in them. I'm always moving outside if I'm out during the night in Sunagakure. Temari said and shivered again, not used to the cold one bit if I have to sit still. Naruto smiled at her, took his jacket off and wrapped it around Temari's shoulders. Then you should be more properly dressed for the cold. Temari stared at Naruto for a moment before scooting closer towards and wrapping her arms around him, pulling him against her. Don't sacrifice yourself for me, Baka. I can handle the cold. Naruto looked at Temari for a moment and then wrapped his arms around her as well, but my friend's well-being come before my own, you know. Temari smiled and closed her eyes and Naruto could feel her gently caress his side with her fingers. You're a true good guy, Naruto. Mind if I join you too in that cuddle? Ten asked and she stuck her tongue out at Naruto. Ten. This is... Naruto started but Ten waved dismissively. Yeah, I know. It's chilly up here. Ten rubbed her arms as she shivered. Besides, it's not like the two of you were kissing or something, so it was just friends keeping each other company, right? Yeah. Naruto replied as Temari peeked at him from the slits of her almost entirely closed eyes. Then, can I join you too? Ten asked again. If it's all right with Temari, it's fine by me. Naruto grinned widely. Temari nodded. Let's just get comfy up here for a moment and talk or something. Naruto, please stand up for a moment. Ten commanded. Huh? Why? Naruto asked but obeyed nonetheless. So we can all sit comfortable, that's why. Ten said and sat down as close as she could to Temari. Now sit down in the center of us, on our laps. Naruto replied and then hesitantly sat down on the laps of the girls, his weight equally divided over the two girls. Ten wrapped her left arm around Temari and her right arm around Naruto, and Temari followed Tenten's example, only doing the exact opposite. "Aw, I think I'll sleep well tonight," Ten said with a singing voice. "Eh? What makes you think that all of a sudden?" Naruto asked. "Both of you are feeling soft and both of you are feeling warm, I like it," Ten replied as she caressed Naruto and Temari's side. "I guess you have a point, Ten," Temari replied as she leaned her head against Naruto's shoulder. "These girls, they're really something." Naruto blushed as he kept being cuddled by the weapons mistress and the wind mistress. "You know, I was just telling Naruto what a good guy he was," Temari stated. Ten laid his head against Naruto's shoulder. "I'm surprised that he hasn't become a pervert like Jiraiya-sama, but I'm glad about that. Though I'm sure we're pretty much torturing him right now." "Why yeah, sort of," Naruto replied, but I can manage, I think I can." "You know, Temari?" Ten asked. "No what?" Temari replied as she looked with slit eyes at Ten. "Naruto is probably the only guy that won't freak out while a girl's breasts is resting against his arm as well." Naruto's eyes momentarily widened, and after he gulped, he carefully looked at the two girls' chests, finding them barely touching his arms. "Yeah. And you can tell that he accidentally is touching them with his arms and not on purpose, right, Naruto?" I. Naruto gulped again. "You girls want me to die or something, right?" "Nah, we wouldn't want to kill one of the few good guys left in the world," Ten replied. "Besides, your body's warmth is making me sleepy, so killing you would suck. I love this, you know, sitting like this, makes me feel warm inside," Temari replied. Oi, you two better not fall asleep right now." Ten yawned. "Yeah, you're right. Let's head back inside, I want to take a shower and then head to bed." "I'll scrub your back if you'll scrub mine," Temari replied. "Deal." Naruto shook his head clear of any unwanted thoughts that entered his mind and then stood up. "All right, the two of you can lean on me and I'll guide us back inside." Temari and Ten stood up and wrapped their arms around Naruto as he wrapped his around them. "The two of you are kinda like little kids right now, you know." "Oh, shut it," Temari replied, and Naruto grinned widely as he guided the three of them back inside. Once in his apartment again, the two girls both yawned and stretched before quickly gathering what they needed for their showering and heading into the bathroom again. Naruto fell down on his bed. Those two, they both really tend to get all cuddling when they're tired. As Naruto heard his shower being turned on, he raised his head up from the bed and stared at the bathroom door. He stood up and walked towards the bathroom door. "I can't peek, nor would I peek if I could, but I'm curious what they're talking about. If they were both silent while taking a shower together, it would be kind of awkward, right?" Naruto pressed his ear against the bathroom door and quietly eavesdropped on what was going on inside the bathroom. "Really, Ten, do you need to take a shower with a body that is that clean already?" Temari asked. "Ehehe, I like taking baths and showers and it makes me sleep better too," Ten replied. "I'm kind of surprised though. I didn't think you were that clean either." "Are you kidding me? I shower twice a day in Sunagakure because of the sand and all. Hygiene is important to me." Is the sand really that troublesome? Go without a day of bathing in Sunagakure and you'll be covered with sand in all the wrong places. And trust me, it is probably the most annoying physical feeling in the world. Ehehe, well I guess that means everyone in Sunagakure is really hygienic. Ten replied. "Who scrubs the other's back first?" "I'll do your back first if that's all right with you," Temari replied, and yeah, other than Gaara, everyone bathes at least twice a day. I guess with that whole armor of sand, he'd just use all of the sand to shield him, huh? Tenten replied, but aren't you guys on a limited water supply due to living in the desert and all? Believe it or not, but there's a cave not too far away from Sunagakure with an ocean's worth of water. And since all the water we use is naturally filtered through the sand, it eventually ends up there again. And there's your odd rainy day in Suna every now and then. You're really good at this, Temari. Thanks, don't forget to wash yourself while I'm scrubbing your back though. I don't Naruto to pay for an extremely large water bill or something. Yeah, he's kind enough for letting us stay here and all. You've been here for a week or so now, huh? Yeah. Could you hand me the soap? Of course. I guess they really aren't talking about anything special. Naruto thought, though, who knows where the topic might go, so I'd better keep on listening. All right, time to scrub your back, Temari. Oi. Be careful. Ah. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. Naruto continued to eavesdrop on them, but he heard absolutely nothing. What the hell just happened in there? When the silence continued for another minute, Naruto shrugged and sat back down on his bed. Guess I'd better put my pajamas on then and wait for the two of them to be done with showering and all. Naruto muttered to himself. A while later, Naruto was lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling as he waited for the two girls to come out of his bathroom. When he heard the bathroom door crack open, Naruto turned his head and instantly fossilized. We're done now, Naruto. Temari stated. Sorry for the wait. Tenten said, smiling sheepishly at Naruto. Naruto managed to point at the girls and his mouth started to move, but no sound was produced for a while. Don't come out like that. Put some clothes on. Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs before quickly turning his head away from the two girls, for both of them wore nothing but a towel. See, I told you he'd freak out. Temari smirked and looked at Tenten from the corners of her eyes. Don't worry, Naruto, we're dressed underneath these towels. Tenten said as she crawled over to Naruto's back and whispered in his ear, more or less. Naruto shivered and blushed crimson, and you girls still think it's alright to call guys perverts if we do or say something perverted, when you're the ones doing stuff like this. Yeah, just lie like that for another minute so we can properly position our garments, okay? Temari asked Naruto. Did you think I had a death wish or something? I'm staying right like this. Naruto said as he tried to force the thoughts of Temari and Tenten in towels out of his mind. As Naruto heard the towels and the girls' clothing shuffle, he shivered again. You really like teasing, huh? Tenten jumped down onto the bed and laid down in front of Naruto's face. Just be glad we are. Most guys would love to be in your position, HM? Those guys would end up getting punched in their face though. Tenten playfully stuck her tongue out at Naruto and winked at him, Naruto grinning widely at her. Well, I guess I could brag about it. He. The lights were then switched off and Naruto turned around to faintly see Temari approaching the bed as well. Oi, shouldn't we wait for Gaara to come back? He'll find his way trough the darkness. Temari replied and crawled underneath the sheets. And Naruto, if you tell anyone about this, you're dead. Got it? Tenten asked him as she crawled underneath the sheets as well. Yeah. Everyone would misunderstand anyway if I told them I slept with two girls in the same bed at the same time. Naruto said and then let his eyes wander over the top of Tenten's sleeping garments, though I guess it's safe to say that it wouldn't be bad for my reputation with the guys. doubt anyone else has seen Ten in a blouse made of silk yet. Exactly, so that's why you won't tell anyone. Ten said and rubbed her face against the pillow. Ten, if Naruto tries to do anything perverted to you, let me know. Temari stated. I already told you, I'm not like Erosennin. Temari wrapped her arms around Naruto and snuggled close enough to whisper in his ear, but you are a guy and are currently lying in a bed with two girls who are barely wearing anything. Tenten's just wearing a large blouse that comes all the way down till just above her knees, and I'm just wearing a t-shirt with some shorts. I assume the two of you at least do wear some underwear as well. Naruto said and was trying to keep his thoughts clear. Gah. I don't think I'll survive the night if this keeps up. Maybe we do. Temari said as Ten scooted closer towards Naruto as well and smiled at him, or maybe we don't, you won't find out either way. You know, the two of you are starting to make me believe that you want something from me. Naruto replied and shivered again, that or they just wish to break my mind and give them an excuse to whack me around my head. But you know, I wonder how long you'll last while seeing this much detail of our skin, my lips up close, my eyes, also, our feminine parts are really close to your body. Ten said as she leered at Naruto. You two really do want something, huh? Naruto replied as he shivered again. Ooh-huh. Temari replied and then softly whispered in his ear, revenge for what you did to us during training. Training? Naruto repeated, and the moment that he used harem no jutsu Нимur version flashed through his head. Oh shit. So, how much more do we have to do until you lose control of yourself, HM? Ten said as she scooted even closer towards Naruto. Okay. The two of you win. Please forgive me. Naruto called out in panic as he blushed brightly. You're not getting off that easily. Temari said and shifted her position so that her chest touched Naruto's back. Please, can't I just get some proper sleep for one night? Naruto asked, though the question was not directed at the girls. Temari lifted her head up and stared at Ten for a moment, who stared back at Temari. All right, we'll let you go after one more ordeal that you must survive. I don't like the sound of this so-called ordeal, but all right. Naruto replied and Temari beckoned Ten to lift herself up so that they could discuss something. Naruto barely heard the two girls exchange whispers as he tried to focus on having a blank mind for a few moments. Focus on anything but women. Temari and Ten lowered themselves back down on the bed and then Temari broke the silence. Ready, Ten? Ooh-huh, start the countdown, Temari. Ten replied. Countdown? Naruto asked, and before Naruto got his answer, his shirt was lifted up and he was rolled onto his back by the girls. Oi. 3, 2, 1. Temari said, and instantly after the one, Temari and Ten tightly embraced Naruto and the two of them gave him a kiss on each cheek. Air? Naruto blinked as his cheeks started to flare while Temari and Tenten's lips were still planted on them. Good night, Naruto. Temari said, smiling at him as she let go of him. Sweet dreams, Naruto. Ten said and let go of him as well. You two girls are really evil. You know that, right? Naruto let out a sigh and was rewarded with a giggle from both girls in return. A few hours later, Naruto was still awake and lying on his side, silently listening to the breathing of the two girls he shared his bed with. They fell asleep so easily, yet I'm still up and unable to fall asleep. Naruto thought as Temari rolled over to her side and laid an arm around Naruto's waist. Just then, he heard the front door open and Gaara sneak into the apartment. A few moments later, he heard Gaara fall down on the couch and everything went silent once again. Temari snuck her other arm underneath Naruto and hugged him tightly, pressing her cheek against his back, though I'm still functioning perfectly as a human-sized teddy bear. Tenten rolled over as well, and if she had been lying any closer towards Naruto, she would have ended up kissing him. Naruto gulped and started to sweat. That was close. He stopped sweating and carefully let out a sigh. Tenten sure looks cute when she's asleep. Naruto stared at her face, a few locks of her hair brushing over her eyes, her breathing steady and calm and her body slightly lifting up every time she inhaled. He then saw her eyes twitch and Naruto quickly closed his eyes, peeking at her from the slits of his eyes. Hot. Tenten muttered in her sleep as she began to unbutton her blouse. Naruto nearly jumped out of his bed when he saw her do this, his eyes turning as wide as possible. Oi, this is bad, I'd better wake Tenten up and, oh god. He gulped as his eyes traced down the opening Tenten's unbuttoned blouse had created, partly showing Tenten's snow-white bra and panties. Naruto shuffled slightly closer towards her, Temari letting out a small groan as she clutched tighter onto Naruto. Damn, Temari, you really like hugging me in your sleep, huh? Oi, Tenten, wake up. Naruto said as soft as he could. Tenten pinched her eyes for a moment and then looked with sleepy eyes at Naruto. Naruto? Tenten. Listen up. You were having it too warm and You're loud, Naruto, go to sleep and let me sleep too. Tenten said and pushed Naruto's head down before closing her eyes and falling asleep again. Naruto's vision had gone from semi-decent to completely black, but he didn't need his eyesight to tell where his head currently was, for the fabric against his cheeks told him that already. Against his will, Naruto's breathing pace increased and he deeply inhaled Tenten's scent. Damn, she smells damned good too. Naruto tried to worm himself up again, but Temari tightened her hold on him the second he started to move and Naruto figured it would be useless as long as Temari was hugging him. Alright, calm down, Naruto, just don't think about it, think about something entirely else. Just think about one thing and let your thoughts go from there. Naruto told himself, trying to force his mind to not take his current situation into a mental image. Just think about what's the meaning of life or something. Naruto's thoughts went blank for a moment and then a thought popped into his head. Tenten's skin sure as hell is soft. Ah. What am I thinking? Don't think about the fact that your face is currently, damn it, I just did it again. Okay, you can think of something else. Thinking about how soft Tenten's skin is a slight improvement from thinking about, yeah, I wonder if she's that soft everywhere, Naruto slowly and carefully placed one of his hands on Tenten's stomach and as he trailed with his fingertips over it, Tenten slightly shivered. He froze up for a moment before poking Tenten's stomach again, checking if she was awake or not. When he got no reaction out of her again, Naruto moved his hand to Tenten's waist. I wonder if she's just as soft here too. Naruto traced with his fingers over Tenten's waist and an almost unhearable moan escaped her lips. Looks like different places and actions makes her react differently as well. Naruto mused and carefully pulled his hand back. Naruto then let his hand trace down over Tenten's legs, a gasp escaping her lips this time. Her legs are well trained, it's more firm than the rest of her body so far, but her skin is still soft. Naruto retracted his hand again and just quietly thought for a moment, would she wake up if I touched her cheeks? I'd have to be careful, I don't want to poke her in her eyes or stick my finger in her nostrils. But still, I have to find out. Naruto thought and carefully reached out for Tenten's face with his hand. He had no trouble at all to have his hand end up on her face and he traced with his fingertips over her cheek. Damn, Tenten really is soft, she like the finest silk you can get. Naruto carefully traced down over Tenten's cheek, but he stopped as Tenten slightly turned her face and he ended up touching her lips with his fingers. Oh man, I'm glad she didn't wake. Naruto thought, but his thoughts went blank the instant he felt that his index finger was inside of Tenten's mouth. Blood rapidly started to rush through his body as Tenten's tongue lapped over his finger and gently suckled it. Oh, God, that is just... After a few minutes, which seemed like hours to Naruto, Tenten stopped sucking on his finger and he carefully took it out of her mouth. Note to self, make sure nothing touches Tenten's lips while she's asleep. Naruto thought as he tried to regain his breath as fast as possible and wiped Tenten's saliva off on his shirt. But damn, she's soft. I wonder if Temari would still use me as a teddy bear if she knew how soft Tenten is. Naruto wondered as he traced with his fingers over Tenten's stomach. Naruto, keep touching me, and I'll start touching you too. Tenten muttered in her sleep. Tenten? Are you awake? Naruto asked as he blushed out of embarrassment. When Tenten didn't reply, Naruto sighed out of relief and poked her stomach. Oi, you're still asleep, right? He heard Tenten only groan in reply. Thank goodness, she's still sleeping, man, I would have been so dead if she was Awa Dash. Naruto's thoughts were cut off again when he felt a pair of silky soft hands slip underneath his shirt and move up to his chest. He froze up and mentally screamed as Tenten slightly shifted her position and pressed his face against one of her breasts. Naruto then knew that this was going to be one long and most likely insomniac night.